Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, March 26, 2025. Hello again, everyone. It is great to be back on a lovely Wednesday. I sure hope you are doing well. We got a lot to talk about on this Wednesday. We've got a super stacked Wednesday edition of the program with some luminaries from the world of combat sports. I mean, really, if I'm being honest, if we're being honest, there's no time to waste. There's a lot to get into. Back into the show, my friends. Poatan, Alex Pereira. He'll be joining us in studio in his first interview since UFC 313, which was what? I don't know, 3 weeks ago? Something like that? Las Vegas, March 8th. So that would be less than 3 weeks ago. That would be 18 days ago. Lost his title to Magomed / Mohammed Big Ankalaev. Hasn't said much. Short video afterwards. Vlog appearance. Couple social media posts, but that's been it. And so it's a great honor, it's a great privilege to be joined by Alex Pereira and Plinio Cruz in studio. That will be back end of the program. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Norma Dumont, who is one of the top bantamweights in the world. She is itching for a fight. She's got a lot to say, a lot to share with all of us. And so we will be joined by her, first time, I think, in the history of the program, joined by Norma Dumont. Prior to that, one of the most popular fighters in the UFC, the former UFC lightweight champion and perhaps a future one as well. He's been going back and forth with the likes of Ilia Topuria, Issa Makhachev. As of late, he is Charles Dubronx Oliveira. Yes, he will join us as well. Looking forward to that. It's always great when we speak to him. It looks like the sky is a painting. Like, this looks fake right now, does it not? This looks fake. The sky looks fake. Out. Yeah, it is. It is beautiful, but it's just like the colors, the clouds. I don't know. It just kind of looks fake. Anyway.
Do you normally not look at windows?
I'm just saying outside looks fake right now. It's just something about the colors, the clouds.
I love it, personally.
Looks like a beautiful spring day.
Comme si.
No place I'd rather spend it.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yourself.
Dark control room.
Tom Pestock, a.k.a. Baron Corbin, you may be familiar with him. He's a longtime professional wrestler, was in WWE from 2012 to essentially 2024. Was I don't want to say released. His contract expired, and they did not renew it. And now he's on the indie trail. He's doing a lot of cool things. He's a former NFL player, played for the Colts, played for the Cardinals, had a great run as King Corbin, Baron Corbin, Happy Corbin, Sad Corbin. Now he is Bishop Dyer, and he's been popping up. He was over at the GCW event in January right here in New York City, went toe-to-toe with the one and only Josh Barnett in a blood sport match, showed up on Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling earlier this month, which I'm a fan of. Scott D'Amore doing big things over there for MLPW. Anyway, he's going to stop by to talk about what's going on in his career post-WWE, all the big plans and whatnot. I enjoy those interviews. There's the 4-pack right there. Oh, you wouldn't be able to fill up the shows. Anyways, on Wednesdays, we love to shoot. Yesterday, we had a couple of great shows as well over on DAZN, Ariel and Ade. Sans Ade, and prior to that, the likes of Raul Rosas and Steve Urseg, David Taylor, among others, stop by. So do check those out as well. We are rolling along here and some fun things in the pipeline as well. On Wednesdays, we like to shoot. We know that we like to answer your questions. And so without further ado, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for On the Nose.
Hey, it's not bad. That's not bad, right?
I think it was great.
That's not bad. No. Hey, how did we get to 1 already? I didn't answer any questions.
We were anticipating.
Something's wrong.
We don't like to start at 0.
No, who does? Let me just see something right here. So, as you guys know, yesterday we talked about Cain Velasquez. This is actually technically not a question, but I did want to update something. And so we spoke about Cain Velasquez. We spoke about the sentence. We spoke about his future. We spoke about how we felt about what had transpired, all those things and more. There are 2 things that I wanted to add to that conversation. Number 1, I received a statement from Cain's longtime agent, Mike Fonseca, who has been by his side for quite some time. And I wanted to read it because he has not said anything since the sentencing on Monday. And so here it is. Monday was a day full of mixed emotions, but we finally have closure after what has been a challenging, frustrating, and heartbreaking last 3 years. What Cain and his family have gone through is every family's worst nightmare. I've sadly learned more than I ever wanted to know about child sexual abuse and the cruel realities of a broken legislative system, as well as a complex justice system. I've seen firsthand the stress and the trauma that any of these sequences of events can have, not just on our families, but the communities we live in. But above all else, I have learned about what it truly means to be a man of great character, integrity, and conviction. Cain has always been a gentle giant, one of the kindest and sweetest men I've ever known. What he has been through, and more importantly, how he has handled the consequences of his actions, is a lesson in honor. Cain never once made excuses. To the contrary, he stood up and was immediately accountable for his actions, asking for forgiveness and praying for healing for the victims, his family, friends, and the community at large. None of us will ever know firsthand what Cain has lived through. He started with nothing as a Mexican-American son of farm workers and persevered to become one of the greatest UFC champions of all time. Along the way, Cain suffered plenty of trauma, both physically and mentally, but never sought the spotlight, nor the fame, nor the money. Love, family, and integrity remained his guiding light. Today, he is at peace with life. Nothing makes Cain happier than the ability to help others. My hope is we can find some solace in what Cain regrettably did, the impact that it had on so many lives, the responsibility he took for those actions, and what he will do to make the world a better place when he returns home. But for today, hug your child or your loved ones just a little longer in honor of our beloved friend Cain. So beautiful words there from Mike Fonseca. I wanted to share that, and I appreciate him sharing that with me. In addition to that, before we get to our first question of the day, I received an amazing letter, or an email, I should say, from a longtime listener. I always appreciate getting emails from him, and I always look forward to them, and I always feel like they are incredibly thoughtful. And so I wanted to read a part of it, and it's about Cain Velasquez. He said, "That thing you talked about with the ache in our hearts to protect children has a real lasting effect when the walls are breached. I have heard, I can't believe I let this happen from parents in the past. I was angered by the other families saying aloud to media the punishment was not enough, that the accusations were unfounded. Like Cain's kid is going to lie about such things, and Cain himself, one of the most disciplined, thoughtful champions we have ever seen, being cast as an out-of-control lunatic. Like the Velasquez family has an upside to such accusations. If ever someone were to take the law into their own hands, we want it to be a man like Cain. I know the law is there, and I do not think it is optional, but I've seen firsthand the lasting devastation, so it's hard not to think free Cain. The story is not just the court cases, it is the scars and recovery that lasts lifetime." And he had told me that he has history in dealing with people who have dealt with what Cain's family has dealt with, and I think it's important because that, look, the accused are going to come out and say, we are innocent and we wanted more time, we did nothing wrong, and we'll have our day in court. But again, as this gentleman told me, and I think as everyone in the MMA community feels, Cain Velasquez isn't doing this. He's not that guy. He is not that guy. And if there is any truth behind any of these allegations, I think we would all feel the same way. And I think we all would agree that there's a very, very special place in hell for people who take advantage of children. And so I see a lot of people trying to do the, in society, you can't go around. No, like I said yesterday, fuck that. Cain Velasquez protected his family. He protected his son who couldn't protect himself. And for that, in my opinion, he is a hero. We go now to our first question of the day. And let me just click this. Over on arielhelwani.substack.com. And we start with Matt Chawiwis. Hello, Ariel and crew, especially British-speaking GC. GC, a lot of people liked your British accent.
I mean, I'm not good at accents.
In fact, this gentleman in the PS says, GC, can you say some more phrases like bottle of Wawa?
Bottle of water. Just drop the T's.
They skipped the T's. Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
Which is funny because they drink a lot of tea. So
Wow. Wow. Holy
I'll be here all day.
Wow.
Frankie.
Anyway, Matt Chawiwi says, happy Purple Day, Epilepsy Awareness Day. Thank you. Ariel, you've interviewed countless fighters and personalities in combat sports and beyond. Who has been the most unexpectedly insightful or surprising interview you've ever conducted and why? Oh my God. What a tough question to start with. Man. There have been so many interviews where I was like, I got to tell you, I really enjoyed that. There was one recently, someone that we met for the first time. Who was it? Golly. Met him for the first time, and gosh, I don't know. There's so many, and this is an awful answer, but I would be leaving. And there's obviously like people that come back over and over again, so it feels like you know the people, right? Like I love talking to Demetrius Johnson and Daniel Cormier and guys like that, but I don't know. Does anyone have anyone that you'd like to help me out with here? Because I'm drawing a blank. There's just so many. Like I said,
Chris Eubank.
Eubank was fantastic. Yes, thank you, PT.
Goldberg, you really had a good time with?
I had a good time. Thank you, guys.
Dominic Cruz.
Dominic Cruz, please keep helping me out here. I'm struggling. Those guys. I mean, I'll say there's way more great ones, fun ones, rewarding ones, thoughtful ones than there are disappointing ones, empty ones. You know what I mean? Way more.
Man, Chris Eubank doing the Invictus thing, which was wild. That was
right before.
holy shit.
Yeah, no, it was amazing. From memory too. Top of the dome.
No, even Kane last time. Kane was spitting knowledge in the rear last time.
Amazing. Yes, Kane was amazing. Kane was amazing. There was someone very recently that I remember walking away saying, I'm drawing a blank. Josh Van, I enjoyed learning more about him. There have been some great ones over the last almost 20 years now. And we're very lucky. And those are my favorites. When you meet someone for the first time, you're like, that was great. I really enjoyed that. More will come to me. This is from John Doe. Hey, Ariel, question for Pizzi. I noticed on last week's show, someone said Pizzi is unbiased in his coverage of Conor McGregor. I'm sorry, but even as a huge fan of Pizzi myself, it is obvious he is not, quote unquote, unbiased. You can tell he doesn't like him. So the question is, Pizzi, here's your chance to be upfront. What are your true feelings about Conor McGregor? As a bonus question, if there was a bias either way, have you ever let it sway you from being totally objective about him?
It's about 3 questions there. I'm always trying to say it exactly how it is, no matter what. I'd say, to be fair, if you're a big Conor McGregor fan, listening to me speak about Conor McGregor since November has probably been very difficult. But really, like the subject matter I'm discussing isn't positive. You know, like unfortunately, the news since November has been pretty much a bad headline here after bad headline. I think when I spoke about Conor on St. Patrick's Day, I was very honest. I said it was great PR for him. A lot of people on one side of the debate got very annoyed with me for saying it was positive for him. I still believe that to be the case. A lot of people were annoyed with me for saying that there will be many people who will get behind what he said about immigration here. I don't know how I could have reported on him being found liable for sexual assault in November in a positive light. I don't know how I could have talked about the massive reaction to him in the White House in a positive way. I made sure to say that there was definitely people who agree with him. I personally don't agree with what he said about immigration. I don't think immigration in Ireland is a perfect thing. But to be fair, every time Conor was doing anything positive, I was always the loudest voice in the choir. There was no one who went to bat for Conor McGregor more in Irish media than me since 2011, 2012. I was ringing news editors every day asking them to cover this sport. I was having national debates on the national broadcaster, telling people about the sport, telling people why they should be getting behind Conor McGregor. There's a lot of people with buyer's remorse when it comes to McGregor in Ireland, of course. But I'm always trying to say it straight down the middle. Look, I see a lot of support for Conor online, which I mentioned as well last week. Unfortunately, I do believe, even though, as I've said, particularly in the anti-immigration side of things over here, he has gained a lot of support from what he said on Monday. But honestly, when I look at comments online, a lot of the people aren't from Ireland, and a lot of people don't even have real names. You know, it's very hard to quantify how many people there are. What I'll say is, in December, and I've already made this point, in December 2023, they polled how many people would vote for Conor McGregor in Ireland. 8% said they would, 89% said they wouldn't. I think on the back of what he said here on Monday, that will go up next time around. But I just don't know how many people that is. We had a general election here in December, and they elected the guys that are in power now. The guys have been in power ever since I've been alive. Since the Free State was established, probably. I certainly wouldn't be a supporter of them either. But out of all of the people who voted in that general election, which is the whole country, 6% of the people in that election said that immigration was their top priority. So I don't know how much has changed in 4 months, but I assure you, if it does change, I'll let you know. You know, I saw the video that McGregor shared with people, particularly one woman talking about we all made mistakes. Like, that was pretty much the whole argument I was making. It was the messenger in this situation. Conor McGregor's made that point himself. You know, you can't say I've been leading you guys astray when this guy was found liable for that and his brands were taken off the shelves across thousands of stores across the UK and Ireland. Like, that isn't done to people who are the champion of the public. There wasn't marches through the streets in support of Conor McGregor. There was marches through the streets trying to get the director of public prosecutions to reopen the criminal case against Conor McGregor. Like, this is the reality of the situation. I would personally much rather be talking about Conor McGregor fighting. But lads, you tell me, like, did I miss, like, should I have been praising McGregor for something that he did over the last few months? Did I miss something? Because I've been trying to tell you guys exactly what I'm hearing here. I live in Dublin. I'm in Dublin City every day of the week. I live in Blanchardstown here, which is a working class area, which is an incredibly high populace of immigrants. I don't believe that the crime in Dublin is because of immigrants. Like, I put a lot of blame on the government myself. But you tell me, should I have been praising Conor at any stage over the course of this show, and I haven't? You tell me.
So I'll say two things. Number one, I don't think that this person who is writing is saying that you should praise him. A. B, if there was any issue with the coverage, if we felt like you were biased, if I felt like you were biased, if Shaheen felt like you were biased, we would have said it long ago. We wouldn't have addressed it on the show here. I think that your coverage has been stellar. I think it has been extremely unbiased. And here's the thing. Number one, like, we're sports journalists. And you in particular, and I think I said this to you, and I definitely said it to the team, like, we have put you in a very tough spot because it just so happens that the biggest star in the sport has been involved in a lot of non-sport news items over the last few months, especially since, all of this launched in October. And we have asked you to, take your sport hat off and put your civil hat on, your political hat on, your criminal hat on, all these things. And it's not easy. It's not easy. That, you know, we are not trained to be those people. Of course, we're ready, we're willing, but we are not trained to be those types of journalists. And so you have done, in my opinion, a great job. I don't know if there is anyone outside of me who can understand your situation any better, because let's be honest, you have known Conor for a very long time. You were very close to Conor. You have a lot of stories of being around him, about covering him, having a very strong relationship with him leading up to the UFC, and even as he entered the UFC and the rise ascended. And there are a lot of similarities between that kind of relationship and the relationship that I had with Dana White. And the similarities, I think, continue with how the relationships dissolved and how powerful both of them are, right? I would probably argue that you were even closer to Conor than I was to Dana. But, you know, in terms of power, that's like 1 and 2, right? And it's not easy because you have to try to cover them objectively. They are extremely important. They are extremely powerful. They are always in the news. You can't ignore. And sometimes, you know, we are human beings. Someone even replies to this gentleman, John
Doe.
Yeah, El Peruano says, being perfectly objective is an unattainable standard even for the best journalists like Ariel and Pizzi. Pizzi's coverage has been fair and hasn't strayed far into anything outside the bounds from what I've observed. And so we all strive, and I think that's a great point by EP. I think we all strive to be unbiased. I think we all strive to be, that kind of journalist. But as I've said before, we're not robots. Like, we have feelings, we have emotions, and we try our best at the end of the day to be like, I got that one right. And sometimes we don't. And I hear about it with the Dana White coverage too. And as I've said in the past, I've tried to separate myself and just kind of view him as an entity, as opposed to a person who we've had, personal friction with. And I think you do the same. We can't kid ourselves. They are not the same as other people in the sport, people that we don't have relationships with or a history with. But I think you do a great job, and it's okay to acknowledge that it is tricky at times, and we do have to be careful and mind our P's and Q's, and try to be aware of that history, try to be aware of their power, try to be aware of who they are, and try to get it as right as possible. And I don't think that you have been on the opposite of that at any point throughout some really tricky times. I mean, you and Ben and Chuck went live minutes after the civil trial ended. Minutes. You couldn't look up anything.
I'm not a very political guy either. Like, this is like I have to start getting into all this stuff. Like, I'm just not a very conscientious person, I guess. Like, this is me trying to understand all of this stuff as it's happening. So yeah, it has been very difficult, as you said. Yeah, go ahead.
But I'm just saying, without, I don't want you to feel like the Substack is actually a very positive place, and so. While I read that, I also read this comment from Christoph. Guten Tag, Ariel. Like, it's literally like a few questions down. No question in particular. I just wanted to give some props to Pizzi on how he has handled all the sensitive topics Conor related, especially as I saw some comments here questioning his bias. As a European myself, I sometimes can't help but notice the differences between perceived opinions over in the US and elsewhere regarding certain topics. Therefore, I appreciate a different perspective very much. I think he did it in the most unbiased way and eventually held back. As always, love the show, and thanks for keeping my work days nicer. Greetings, Christoph. So there you have it. Like, not everyone is...
Like, I will say, like, I'm driving myself mad trying to ask people about this. Like, everywhere I'm going, I've been telling Ariel about this. Like, I'm trying to give it to you as real as I can. I promise you that much. And if there's if a poll comes out, I'll report on it. I'll write up an article on Unground to say, like, wow, look at his popularity has grown since this White House thing, which it probably will. You know what I mean? I'm not ruling that out at all. But I think you have to be fair. Like, it's very hard. Like, I understand if you're a Conor McGregor fan and I'm on here talking about the civil case. I'm on here talking about this massive reaction in Ireland to him showing up at the White House on a day where it's usually the head of our government showing up there. Like, it's very complex. There's so much talks. It's on bulletins all over the news. It's on the cover of every newspaper. And I get X is full of compliments for him too. Like I'm as confused as everyone else is, but as a guy who lives here, as a guy who speaks with Irish people every day, as a guy who's walking around Dublin every day, I'm only giving you what I'm telling you, and people genuinely run away from me when they see them now because they know I'm about to ask them, what do you think about this whole Conor McGregor thing? I promise.
Let's leave it at that. I think we have said enough regarding it. I do try not to, shy away from these questions. This is your opportunity to ask us. And so if someone feels that way and wants to ask in a respectful manner about any of our coverage, I think it is fair game. By the way, I'm seeing in the chat, thank you to the chat, thumbs up to the chat, Oban Elliott, Matt Mitrione, Chris Eubank, Loke Dog is the one. Jalen Turner.
Yeah.
Regarding the guests that have...
Oban was great too.
Yeah.
Even though he calls me a Scotsman yesterday.
Loke Dog was amazing. Jalen Turner, there's a lot of Jalen Turners there. So, yes, thank you. Thank you for the reminders. Okay. James Portland. Hola, Ariel. I know there's only been 2 heel Cena promos so far, but no mention of The Rock or any explanation of them joining forces. Weird, right? No mention of The Rock, no mention of Travis Scott. The story Cena is telling is perfect on its own. Sounds like The Rock wants to insert himself in the biggest WrestleMania match, just like last year when he thought it would be a good idea to take Cody's place. Not sure about that. If this is going to be the norm going forward, does the WWE have a Rock problem? No. I suspect there'll be a payoff. I felt like the second one was a lot of the same from the first. Let's see how the whole, I don't love, I think it's okay to judge an angle, throughout. I kind of, like last year, I remember saying this, let's wait to see how this whole thing plays out before judging the angle. It is a little funky that Rock hasn't been mentioned, that the Travis Scott thing hasn't been mentioned, but I think it's been fine, and I think the build to this WrestleMania main event has been a lot better than people expected because no one expected Cena to turn heel. We thought it would be just Cena, Cody, two faces going toe-to-toe. So this is definitely better, but so far... jury is still out. I'll say that. Sean Plant. Hello, Ariel and the boys. He says the boys in the backside. I don't know. That seems like a typo. When are we getting the Action Bronson FTD /GC Fight Feast collab? A huge fan of both shows. GC is a natural behind the camera. Let's fucking have it. # Bosh.
By the end of 2025.
That's it.
Statement made. Bronson's in. We just gotta choose the right card for it.
Love the jacket, by the way.
Oh, thanks. A Brazilian themed show. I mean, 80% of the show is going to be in Portuguese. I figured I might as well represent.
Big defeat yesterday, GC. 4-1 against Argentina. How do you feel about that? Guilherme Cruz just texted me saying, "Is this him slagging me wearing this jacket today?" That's what he said.
This is a direct shot at the Brazilian Beast. This is me supporting the Brazilian fighters coming on. I actually had no idea that Argentina-Brazil happened until I woke up this morning. Tough loss.
Yeah, it's tough.
Sorry, Guy.
It's tough.
Matt Mo. Sup, Ariel? Poet, can you remind me, what were you saying again? What is that from? It's tough.
Dude, we were talking about like Philly cheesesteaks and like...
We were?
We were talking about something food related. And I think I was just kind of zoning out while you and Frank were going on a diatribe about some bullshit. Like, just like American cheese versus pepper jack cheese. And then for some reason we went to a full screen to me. If you look at the video, I'm like staring off. I have a 10,000 yard stare. I have no idea what I'm saying. So I just say, yeah, it's tough. But when you play the video back, it looks like I'm like highly emotional about something and that like I am distraught. So yeah, it's great.
It is in fact tough.
Yeah,
it's tough. It is tough for sure.
It's amazing. Matt Mo, sup, Ariel? What are your thoughts on Joe Rogan's recent comment that he won't be commentating UFC 315 in Montreal because he, quote, refuses to go to Canada and would rather go to Russia?
I'm so glad he asked this. I'm so confused about this. I cannot wait. I was going to text you about this. What the fuck is this?
I don't care. Who cares?
Is he afraid of flying?
But what's happening in Canada?
Why does he not do the international shows again?
I think it's just part of his
He
deal.
just loves America too much. He can't spend any time away from it.
No, honestly, I mean, I haven't asked him, but let's say there's a show in Australia. I mean, he's got a show where I think he does a show a day, right? Like, isn't there a show a day? And so maybe he doesn't want to miss out. If you go to Australia, if you go to Abu Dhabi, you're missing out. Maybe he doesn't like to travel. I don't know. I remember, I think it might have been UFC 97 or 113 in Montreal. I remember I was at home on a Thursday night with my very good friend Mo Liebman, and I remember Rogan texting me saying that he was playing at like a small bar in Montreal, and we just went, and there might have been, no joke, 150 people there, and then we just hung out with him at the bar afterwards. Like, that's
It's great.
there was no one there. It was crazy. I don't know if it was an impromptu thing or what, but that's when we were boys. And he seemed to like Montreal back then. I don't know. Look, Montreal, or excuse me, not Montreal. Well, it is in Montreal, but Canada is going through a bit of a weird time with the politics, the left, the right, the this, the that. I don't get the Russia part of it all because he wouldn't go to Russia either. But I think it was just a commentary on how liberal Canada has become. And, the stuff with the truck drivers and the frozen bank accounts and the vaccine and all that stuff, I think that's playing into it. But like, okay, so yeah, and so what? He doesn't go to any international shows. Like, he didn't go to Vancouver last year or Toronto last year. So this idea, I think it was a zinger from a comedian. This idea that it's not a Montreal thing. It's not a specific thing about Quebec or the current, like, today's state of Canada. He hasn't gone to one of those in a while. So everyone just needs to chill out.
I agree that it was probably just a zinger.
Yeah. Kyle, Ariel, with Pereira likely getting the next shot at 205, what would you do if you were Ulberg? Serve as the backup fighter and then fight the winner? Risk it all and fight Yuri? Thoughts? I mean, you asked this question like, Ulberg is in complete control of his career. Obviously, it's not quite like that. It sort of feels like we may be moving towards a Yuri versus Ulberg situation. Of course, there's a big one coming up on April 26th, exactly a month from now, and that's Jamal Hill versus Khalil Roundtree. So I feel like those are the top four guys, and he'll have to fight one of them. Yuri's the guy who's, not fighting, who doesn't have a date. Ulberg just fought, of course. But I feel like he's going to fight one of those guys, right? I mean, it would have to be.
One of those three.
Yeah.
Yuri, Hill, Roundtree.
Juan Sanchez. Hello, Ariel and crew. I was tuned in on Saturday from the start to watch our very own GC Guram Kuteladze take on Kaue Fernandez, which ultimately did not go our way. Commiserations. Nevertheless, to my surprise, GC was back in the octagon 2 fights later, not as a fighter, but as a referee to the Shauna Bannon-Pooja Tomar fight. What a multifaceted dedication to the sport. All jokes aside, there's an obvious resemblance between GC and Guram, but I think we are heavily sleeping on his uncanny resemblance to the Polish referee Lukas Bosacki. Look him up. Would love the crew's take on this. Thanks, as always, from the UFC Barren Wasteland known as Chicago. What do you guys think?
I don't think people are sleeping on this. I get tagged 80 million times every time the dude refs a fight.
Yeah.
I don't
Shout out
think we're
Shauna
sleeping.
Bando. What a fight. What a fight.
Shout out.
Unbelievable.
Shout out to her. Shout out Pooja Tomar.
Alexi, hey Ariel, why are fight cards so freaking long? In almost any other sport or entertainment event, you're looking at a max 2 to 4 hours. But in combat sports, these cards sometimes run for 7 hours, and it's tough to watch it all. Would it be beneficial for the UFC, for example, to have smaller cards with better quality and around 4 to 5 hours of fights? Why does combat sports culture favor such long events? I mean, a lot of fighters need fights. They have to get them 3 a year. Haven't you heard this? I think, honestly, I mean, yes, you are right about other sports, but, there are 43 events. The average fighter is fighting 2 to 3 times a year, as opposed to an NBA player who's able to play 82 times, or NHL 82, or baseball 162, or NFL 17, et cetera, et cetera. So there's just less opportunities. I mean, it's not an MMA specific thing. Boxing cards are pretty damn long too, and they have less fights usually, obviously longer rounds. Why that is? I think it's just because they got to get them fights. Big rosters. Pudding Boy. Hey, all. Question regarding the James Krause, Derek Minner, Jeff Molina situation. I understand why Molina received a 3-year suspension for essentially the sports betting equivalent of insider trading. By the way, Jeff Molina on Twitter yesterday addressing the suspension. We have some of his tweets. My words were twisted here. I wagered on the entire card, not specifically that Minner fight. It's how I made extra money on the side when I wasn't fighting, and all I do is watch fights. I had wagers on both sides of the fight, and my quote-unquote significant bet, you'll recall that was referenced yesterday, was less than $500. The only thing I'm guilty of was continuing. I think there was another part of that tweet. Let me just finish that thought before we get to that one. No, because I read he actually made a comparison to the only thing I'm guilty of was continuing to wager on fights after the UFC emailed us telling us to stop. Getting a 3-year suspension for continuing to bet 2 weeks after getting an email that said to stop is insane. McGregor can post his $1 million bet slip every month on a main event as a fighter on the roster, and no one blinks an eye. Definitely a double standard there. And then later he responded to our good friend Jason Hagholm, who said, wagering on both sides of the fight doesn't make it look that much better, Jeff. McGregor's posts were most likely sponsored posts. It's not about, he says, making it look better, Jason. I'm saying what I did. What I completely disagree with is saying I deserve a lifetime ban for my $350 wagers I had on the entire card. I made a mistake by continuing to wager, no doubt, and a 3-year suspension is beyond suffice, but acting like a 23-year-old me was this fight-fixing mastermind making millions of dollars is comical. The fact is a fighter fought injured, which happens literally all the time, and obviously word got out. GC, you had a good take on all of this yesterday. Now hearing from Jeff, what do you think?
A fighter didn't get injured and word got out. It was your teammate. Also, sportsbooks aren't going to stop taking wagers and move the line that significantly for something under $500. I'm not saying Jeff was the one that placed it, but information was given out, and like I've never seen anything like that before or since. So I don't know. I don't know everything that took place, but and maybe Jeff's involvement was as simple as this, but someone put in a monster wager on Nordenbecka finish, Nordenbecka money line, Nordenbecka round 1. Like, people had to have been dumping money on this random Apex fight for the sports books to get alerted. They're not gonna change the way they're operating because of a $500 bet.
Not suggesting this is what happened, but like you can also, put the big bet here, put a couple of dollars there to say, look, I bet on both sides. The fact that they...
Why would you bet on both sides?
Yeah, I don't know. To hedge? Do people do that?
I don't even know what that means.
Unless he bet on Minner because he was his teammate at first and then found out he was injured. I don't know.
Well, like, interesting you say, like, GC, about information getting out. Isn't that a whole element to this? The fact that James Krause had a group that were paying for betting advice?
Yeah.
Not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying,
Word more than word got out. It wasn't a couple of people. For major sports books in Las Vegas to stop taking action on a fight because
And it affected the line tremendously, right?
it was like minus.
it wasn't
205.
350 quid.
It was like
It wasn't
minus
just-
205 to like a minus 420 in a matter of 30 minutes.
Also,
I remember when that happened. I was over at your place, and you're like, "Holy crap!" Like somebody knows something. Like it was just like
After Minner was sitting at minus 200 the entire week, and then just hours before the fight, it plummeted to the point where people in the MMA betting community noticed beforehand. Was like, "Man, this is weird. I don't know what is going on." And then we watched the fight take place, and we were like, "Something happened. Something happened there." And then we find out all of this stuff subsequently afterward, and then James Krause is completely cut from any UFC ties. And then obviously this happens with Minner and Molina. I maybe this was all Molina's involvement in it, but I think it goes deeper than that.
and the other thing is, look, like you said, maybe this was all his involvement, but it is somewhat of a simplistic way of looking at things because let's be honest, you can call someone up and say, hey, X, Y, and Z you may not have done it, but you could have been a part of something bigger.
If I were to find out, guaranteed winner,
Yeah.
I'm not placing it from my account.
Exactly.
I'm calling my friend and saying, call one of your friends that has nothing to do with me
Yeah.
and
yeah.
place this wager for me.
Yeah.
That's just what I would do if I.
And by the way, and if that's the case, it kind of is
someone in the locker room
lifetime
tells
ban
me,
worthy, is it not?
Someone in the locker room tells me, and they're just like, "Yo, this guy is about to go out there and lose in 60 seconds."
And so, if that's the case, does the punishment fit the crime, or should it be greater?
I mean, it's corruption. I mean, is it not? Is like you're using insider trading to get financial gain off of like a guaranteed winner? Like it feels like it's corruption.
Can you do me a favor? Let's say you found out about something.
I'm just saying, someone dials me up from the locker room.
I feel like you need the cigarette. Like, can you give us the whole thing where you tell?
I'm just saying. Look, I'm just saying.
Like, tell the bookie.
I'm sitting there on a Saturday night. I get a call. Who knows? Maybe Sean Brady calls me up. He's just like, "How's the bike going?"
Yeah.
He's like, "By the way, I'm with my teammate right now. He's losing for sure. He fights in 45 minutes. He makes the walk in 45 minutes. He's dying back here. I'm talking 60 seconds max. I'm getting on the horn. I'm saying, hey, brother, any one of your friends that has a DraftKings account, has a FanDuel account, whatever it may be, no ties to me at all. Put down X money. I'm wiring it to you right now. Don't ask any questions. This phone call never happened. Take the SIM card out of my phone, throw it in the ocean." That's how you use the inside information.
There it is. Frank, you're so right. Holding in the smoke.
It's that little touch, right?
Oh my God.
I mean, they make it an ashtray.
One of our great actors.
Can I ash on the
great
floor
actors of our generation.
Marlon Brando is
incredible.
in the studio.
Incredible. Fantastic. Another one from Sean. Greetings, Ariel and the ladship. What are the odds that you think, just to spite Tom, John entertains a fight with Francis at this point, with the recent news of Don Davis throwing his offer in the mix? Come on. I mean, this is akin to Chael Sonnen being like, "Yeah, I'll fight that guy on 24 hours notice." Like, you do that for the, hey, well done. I personally believe, there it is, a $50 million offer. What does that even mean? Is it in Bitcoin? Is it in shekels? What is it? What is the 50 million? I don't know. I personally believe John's pettiness knows no end, and we inevitably will hear him mention this prior to the Tom fight, even if just to make it a more difficult process. By the way, if the UFC called their bluff and said, "All right, we'll do it, 50 million, you got to pay John Jones," do you think he does it? Like, do you actually think he is ready and willing to do it, or do you think it's just, as the kids say, for the clout?
You're saying if John Jones got the lion's share of that 50 million?
I mean, if the UFC said, "All right, 50 million, pay up, we'll make the fight," do you think he is ready?
Does John do it?
No, does the UFC?
So the UFC give him 50 million, will he fight?
He can't offer John Jones 50 million to fight. John can't just take 50 million. He would have to give that money to the UFC.
I'm asking you, what does John Jones get of this number?
He gets his 30.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. I'm just saying the question is, do you believe Don Davis is actually prepared to pay $50 million to have John Jones fight Francis?
Well, the way he phrased it, can we put that back up? The way he phrased it is, "I know one way John Jones earns $50 million." That is very different language. To me, that screams of like, we're going to leverage this and market this, and on the back end, you're going to get this and that. And ultimately, he's not sitting on a liquid $50 million. I just don't see how that'd be possible.
Yeah.
So no, this whole thing is a farce. Like, the whole idea of this is a farce in general. But do I think that if they offered the UFC 50 million and John Jones got the lion's share of that John would do it? Yeah, certainly John would do it.
I'm just, of course John would do it. I just want to know if he is actually telling the truth, that he is truly prepared to pay 50 million.
Don? No, they don't have 50 million. They just, maybe they do.
Maybe he has it personally. I don't know, what's Don's worth.
Yeah, well, if Don's coming out of pocket, now it's a different game, but I don't think PFL has 50 million to spare on John Jones.
Jamrock Hey, Ariel, I love the Sean Brady interview from Monday. Another one who I enjoy talking to very much. He's really coming into his own. Couldn't agree more, and I can see him winning the title very, very soon. Question regarding something that was brought up yesterday. It seems like you guys have been giving On-Air Jordan a hard time for his quote-unquote vacation. How are vacation days distributed there? I kind of get the vibe that PTO is heavily frowned upon and that there really are no vacation days the team are supposed to take without being given grief for it. Work-life balance is essential in any job, so I was curious about this. Uh-oh.
Finally, someone's
is
talking
Jamrock
Not essential in this one.
Is Jamrock
Jordan.
On-Air Jordan's?
It's Jordan.
Yeah, all right.
Even the tone and how you read that,
Yeah.
I think they can
Yeah.
interpret how
It's
you
burner
feel about
account,
these, vacation days.
What is a burner account, by the way? I've never.
What
heard
is
of
a
that.
burner?
Yeah,
Like
you
a-
know,
like a-
Jamrock Juddy. That doesn't sound like something I'd make.
Oh yeah, it actually kind of does sound like something.
It's too perfect.
Well, we have
It's
a bit
definitely
of a break coming up for Passover. We've got our annual Passover break. Everyone loves that. Of course, in addition to the Passover break, there are other vacations being planned surrounding the break. I believe there's a trip to Portugal. There's a May trip for Frank coming up. We have our annual summer
I
break.
said I may go on a trip.
Oh,
And
okay.
you were like, what? Get back to work.
What's the
Hang
annual
on, you guys
summer
get
break?
holidays?
We
What
always
the
have a
fuck?
summer break. We've always had like a couple weeks off in the summer.
A couple
You've
weeks off.
always had a
When?
break.
What are you talking about?
And then we try to take our time off while you're off.
Oh wow!
We-
Oh
but you
wow!
look at it as-
Please, do tell, Frank. Do
No,
tell.
I'm trying to rack my brain. I know we had the Olympics last year,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, that
in,
was a
in
huge-
years before that,
Uh,
the August
yes,
break.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was in
No
Israel
off-season,
for 2
bros.
weeks. Remember
Yeah,
that?
No off season.
All right. I mean, listen.
I do remember now. I do remember the
We've
August.
always had a couple weeks off.
the hashtag August break.
Yeah, the hashtag August break.
There's a hashtag August break?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see it in the Slack. CT. Everybody
But
enjoy their hashtag August
By the way,
break.
if you guys have things that you're upset about that are bothering you, please
It's a perfect time to
air it
discuss,
out.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
air it out right now.
I do remember.
Are you guys overworked?
Last year in what was it, April? We went on a break and then I took on another gig. And you were like,
I mean,
"Oh,
that
you're
was
so quick to
no,
start
no. That was
We were on a break.
We had time off, and then upon returning, Frank was like, "Hey, I'm not going to be available." I'm like, "What?"
I
Because
was
of the
talking before that, but I know what you're saying.
nah. We know what it was. It was the Paramount thing. You were not going to be.
We don't have to
Wow.
divulge everything.
No.
Is that how Jordan
you
got
brought
here?
this up.
That's where I met Jordan.
Yeah, bro, you brought it up. All right.
Can I
you
also
were
say
gonna
me
miss
and
a
Frank-
Wednesday show. You were gonna miss a Wednesday show for another gig. Here I am,
We only
literally.
had 2 shows a week at that point.
Here I am at that point. I'm like saying to people, listen, if you don't bring Frank Lenz and company over,
regret saying
I ain't coming. All right. I'm literally sticking my neck out. I'm walking away from multi-billion-dollar deals on your behalf. And this is the thanks I get. No, please. Continue.
Can I get some of that billion?
People are asking why Rick is so quiet right now. Why are you so quiet?
Yeah, Rick, what's up, man?
He's too tired because he's so overworked.
cooking
He
this
can't
entire
speak.
time.
He gets naps in when he can.
If we're if we're being honest, I'm probably not the best one to be like, yeah, vacation.
He doesn't get sick and he doesn't take
I
vacation.
don't get sick and I don't
Yeah.
take vacation.
Rick
so
hates
I'm not-
vacations.
I'm not the one.
Rick, you usually go away in
I gotta plan
August.
a vacation.
Remember when he went
If
to
you're
Disney
off,
World?
I'll take a day off. If you're not, then I'm not.
Remember when he went on a cruise?
Someone sent me these August dates, please.
PT, there are
That's
Well, it's not for everyone.
That's what I
It's not
texted you about, PT. Me coming to Ireland in August.
Hey, see?
You
Oh,
just
shit.
and all you did was respond with a picture of you and Shane Gillis. I was like, all right, well, fuck me.
I forgot what you even wrote to me. I was sending.
I was like, hey
whatever
man,
came
I'm
to
actually
mind.
really considering a trip to Ireland in August. You down? Picture of you
And what
and
did I
Shane
say?
Gillis. Just a
But
picture
no
of you.
text. No text.
No text.
Oh man.
I was like, all right, man.
Listen, everyone is free to go away. Everyone is replaceable. There's
Whoa.
no. I just mean like no.
No.
I just mean like
Who
you
brought
don't
your
have.
coffee into the studio today, huh?
That was very nice of you, Frank. Jordan from Perth. Salam alaikum, Ariel and team. Wa alaikum salam. With all the rumors in the lightweight division surrounding who's fighting who, is there any possibility we see Islam waits out until the outcome of JDM versus Bilal? Or maybe one more fight for him before he moves up? If not, how many more fights do you think Islam will have before eventually moving up? I think it depends on what happens in that Bilal fight, to be honest. I think if Bilal is there for a long time, he's probably not moving up. There are fights to be had at 155. The biggest fight for Islam right now is the Ilya fight. I know for his career, for his legacy, he wants that second title. But in terms of like money-making fights, there's no bigger fight than the Ilya fight. P.S. Shout out to JDM, Perth boys on top. P.S. Can I get a shout out from the GOATs, the boys in the back?
Shout out.
Shout out.
Let's go.
Do you not agree? If let's say JDM beats Bilal, Islam versus JDM, even if it's for a second title, isn't nearly as big as Islam versus Ilya. There is no permutation at 170 that is bigger than that fight, and there's no permutation at 155 that is bigger than that fight. And then if you want to go to the second biggest fight, it would probably be Charles versus Islam. So, yeah, if I were him, obviously you have to wait to see what happens, but there's big fights to be had. There's big fights to be had. Here's Chris. Ariel, in March of 2020, I was the first caller to the first episode of DC and Helwani on ESPN Radio. Wow, I remember that. I showed up wearing blue gloves. My question is this. Was GC the call screener that night? In retrospect, it seems the screener had the same voice and accent as Connor. I'm wondering if I was able to speak to two legends, one future legend, all in one call. Thanks, Chris in ND. Perhaps that's North Dakota from the Tractor. Shout out. No, that was not GC.
Was it Troy?
It was Troy. It was TST. Yeah.
Wait, this is when we did ESPN Radio?
This is the first ever episode. The only time we ever did it in person. It was March of 2020.
Okay.
It was right before the pandemic. They rented a studio for us at a Vegas radio station. It was Izzy Romero Fight Week. So I think that was 246 or 47. And DC and I did it together. I was very far away from him. I was wearing gloves because we all thought it was touching. It was anyway. And that was the last one. But then, due to the success of the show, we kept doing it as a pre-show for pay-per-views, and then I think you got involved, right? Because you were radio only.
Yeah, there were a couple ones where y'all did it on radio.
And you were the guy.
Yeah, I had to screen calls.
Did you screen calls, or did you do other stuff as well?
Yeah, they had me producing it, and in the ESPN radio days, the producers had to book all the guests, and they'd be like, Connor, we're going to have you producing Helwani this week. And I'm like, sweet, means I don't have to book any guests.
Yeah.
Makes this shit easy. And then you'd come in and you'd be like, yeah, I got Carlos Correa and bang and bang and this person, that person. I'd be like, wow, this is quite easy.
It was built different. Yeah.
It was a big talk of the town around the department, though. Everyone hated it having to be a board op because this is obviously ESPN national radio.
Oh, the swearing?
So much swearing. Callers would call in and be like, I can't wait for the fucking fights. We'd have to hit the dump button, and we'd use out the timing on the dump button, and then we'd have
a big thing.
Oh, yeah. There was this one board op who always had to do it who hated her life.
Oh, wow.
Troy warned me about that after I was on your show once as well.
About
I think
what?
I dropped a few fucks and shits on there. And he was
like FCC regulated radio, national radio. Yeah. You got the 10-second delay, and each time you hit it, you lose a little bit of delay. And so, we'd burn through all the delay, and it was just like, please don't cuss.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't remember any of this.
Good times. Yeah. You don't want to make the talent nervous. You
Sure.
On air.
I mean, I'm showing up with Steve-O and
Carlos
Action
Pereira.
Bronson. So, things are going to happen.
Names to which the game nights had never seen.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Kenny. Hello, Ariel and crew. I'm curious, how do you handle post-fight communications with fighters who are friends of the program, such as last weekend's main event? Whoops, I just lost it. Do you reach out to both the winner and the loser of the fight? Do you message them immediately or wait a day or two, especially in the case of the fighter who lost? So generally, I will never, I mean, I don't know if I'll say never, but I will more often than not ask a fighter who lost to come on the Monday after. Obviously, it has happened, but it's usually happened in an organic way. They'll reach out to me. We'll talk. There are times, obviously, especially when I'm close with the fighter, I'll reach out just being like, hey, sorry about that. Keep your head up. You'll be back, this and that, not ask of anything. There's one time in particular where I reached out to Ben Askren after he got knocked out by Jorge Masvidal, and he replied very quickly, and he was very communicative. And so I just kind of threw it out there. I was like, hey, by the way, do you want to talk about this on Monday? And he said, yeah, sure. And that was incredible. I remember that interview in 24 hours got 2.5 million views or something nuts like that. So it just kind of depends, but I will generally not ask a fighter who just lost to come on the Monday. As far as the fighter who won, I'm depending on the time zone, I'm either asking that night. I'm not usually asking them. I'll ask a manager if it's that night. If it's the next day, I'll ask them. But again, we could play the game all day long. I mean, yeah, you throw out a fighter, like, what's the best way to get in touch with this person? I could tell you X, Y, and Z. And when, how, where, WhatsApp, text, iMessage, green, blue, DM, coach, manager, agent, whatever. Brother, sister, mom, wife, dad, husband. There's all different permutations. I have it on lock. Now there are obviously there's new fighters that you have to try to get in touch with for the first time, so that's a little different. But in terms of the repeats, yeah. But anyway, you just have to be sensitive and you have to be empathetic. And even when you're asking a winner to come on, like you can't hit them up an hour later. Think of their phone. Think of the reaction. Like you got to wait for your time to make the ask. It's a science. It's a science. Connor from Canada. Hi, Ariel. Although it's more than a fair assumption to make, you guys have been talking about Khamzat versus DDP as though it's a done deal. And my question is, what would happen if Khamzat's travel issues prove to be too troublesome and he can't be booked for a title fight? They'd probably just put someone else in, but it's glaringly obvious he needs to fight for a title, and anyone else would be basically unacceptable. This is such a unique situation that seemingly no one is talking about right now. By the way, I feel like we've been talking about this for a very long time, and they seem, yeah, I think they all seem very confident that it's going to be okay. And if it's not okay, they've got some international shows, and in particular a show in October, and if it has to be that far away, it's got to be that far away. Now, the question is, can you have a champion who can't travel to any part of the world? That's a little bit restrictive and unique, but they seem confident that it's being sorted. I noticed that when, like on the broadcast on Saturday, and I don't think this is new, but I think it's relatively new, when they were showing the winning streaks, the longest winning streaks in the organization, and they showed Khamzat, it's a UAE flag next to him now. It's not Swedish or Russian. I don't know if that's like brand new, but relatively new. Kit's Corner. What's up, Ariel and the BITB? One question. Have you ever seen or heard a man have another man's name come out of his mouth more than Tom Aspinall talk about John Jones? I don't know if that's fair. I mean, come on, man. He is this close to getting the biggest fight of his life and feels very confident that he could be the guy that has never been beaten. What do you want him to do? Just sit around? And I don't think...
He literally can't work. He can't work unless he fights the fucking guy.
Also that. But also, like, Tom doesn't do a ton of media. He has his channel. He'll come here. I saw he was on Logan Paul, but he's not like out there banging. I don't think he's been obnoxious about it at all. No. And I think he's we just talked about the stat where he's like literally 30 days away from breaking the record for longest interim champ ever. Come on. He was very cagey on Monday, though. To me, it's getting borderline Chandler McGregor desperation vibes. Not even close. Not even close. What are you talking about?
Chandler was 2 years or something.
Yeah. Best part of it, to a hardcore fan, is nothing from John Jones. John is acting like a complete boss in this situation. That's fair. I think that's a fair assessment as well. John doesn't really address him. We haven't had like a classic John Jones tweet-a-thon. And I do think John knows he has the leverage. John knows that, he has the power here. And they want him to fight, and Tom wants to fight him. He's not begging to fight anyone. Now, if the UFC is offering $20 million and John wants 30, it's still a lot of money. If the UFC is offering 10 and John wants 30, it's still a lot of money. But he's sticking to his guns.
The Conor Chandler comparison too, like that, Chandler is chasing a money fight, like a gigantic fight that's going to earn him a ton of money and get him in front of a lot of eyes. Tom Aspinall is the interim champion, just trying to fight for the undisputed belt. Who else do you want him to call out?
Yeah,
but beyond that, this is and I don't know why this continues to come up and nobody can address this, the elephant in the room. It is the UFC. The UFC is the obstacle. Tom can't go, hey, UFC, give me John Jones. UFC, give me John Jones. He doesn't want to appear as combative with the UFC, but they hold the keys to all this. It is not John Jones and it is not Tom Aspinall. And so John saying Tom's name or Tom saying John's name is just a substitute for the fact that the UFC is not willing to make this fight yet. And we have to stop. There is no Tom versus John thing. There is no Tom versus John thing. They are much closer to collaborators than they are to enemies. Tom does not dislike John Jones. Maybe John's probably been turned off by some of the things Tom said, but he probably doesn't dislike him either. John wants his money and Tom wants his fight, and the UFC is the one with the keys to all this. There is no Tom versus John. There has never been a Tom versus John, just as there was no Francis versus John. They'll take a picture next to each other just fine. It's no problem. The UFC is the obstacle in all these scenarios. And so if Tom's going to come out and be like, UFC, I really need this fight to be made in public, that's probably not the best look to ask from your employer, even though he's quote unquote an independent contractor. There is, who cares? Who cares what Tom is saying? Who cares what John is saying? This does not move unless the UFC changes their tune.
It's very true. And the other thing is, what do you want? Tom ain't going to sit there and be like, shame on the UFC for not making this happen.
He's not going to say that.
We have to know better. They hold all the power.
Yes.
If they cut the check, and trust me, they can afford it. And trust me, John is worth it. And trust me, they won't be in the red if they pay him $30 million. We need to be able to be smart enough to decipher who's holding up the fight.
I think Tom's been very clear on the record on what he feels about John Jones. He is the GOAT of the sport. I want to fight him because I think I can beat him. Tom does not disrespect John nor care about anything other than fighting John Jones. And this idea that he's chasing him like the way Michael Chandler was chasing Conor McGregor, it's just not true.
Yeah.
He just wants to fight. He just wants to fight.
And he wants to fight for the undisputed title. And he has also said, if it ain't John holding the belt, that's cool with me too.
That's it.
Just make it for undisputed. So he's not saying I'm not fighting unless it's John Jones. He just wants to be the champ because he deserves to be the champ because he's good enough and he's done enough to be the champ.
And for the record, nor do I think John Jones should lower himself to taking a price tag that he doesn't believe is the right price tag. He should get every single dollar that he believes
John
he's
ain't the
worth.
bad guy here, in my opinion.
Neither side is doing anything wrong.
But to this man's point, Kids Corner, John is acting like a boss. Fair play to him. He is not engaging, he is not responding, and he's just showing up. He's now an investor in this dirty boxing. It's all good. I think they're both handling it in their own way, and now we see if the UFC comes to the table and comes correct. Sucker free. I feel the MMA community is really lucky Kane didn't actually hurt an innocent life outside of the situation. The headlines would have harped on the fact that he's an MMA athlete, blamed his violent tendency on the sport. He acknowledges that as well. But guess what? You get lucky. You get lucky. And he did get lucky, and you can't do the what-if game. Now, I understand you're trying to tell people, hey, you can't take the law into your own hands. You can't go around shooting people. And he's paying the price for that. He is paying the price for that. But he did get lucky. And that's the point. He didn't kill anyone. Any kind of violence or abuse is immediately blamed on CTE and emotional control issues. Could you imagine if an athlete or promoter publicly hurt someone during a holiday or something? Guaranteed long jail sentence plus terrible publicity, I imagine. Thanks for letting me sit at the cool kids table. By the way, if there was a different judge up there, I could see a different judge saying, you're a fighter, you're dangerous, you had a gun, you did X, Y, and Z, see you in 30 years. He did get lucky. He really did get lucky. If it was a judge that hated MMA or hated what he represented or whatever, he would not be getting out in whatever it is, a year and a half. So yeah, he did get lucky. And we sympathize with him because he probably lost his mind in that moment, as we all probably would. And it's scary to think what any of us would do in that moment. And I think that's why parents in particular sympathize with him. NJ Pack, Ryder, are we doing NJ Pack before 316? I don't know, man. Here's the thing. June 7th, the UFC is expected to go back to Newark. I got to be honest with you guys. June 7th, the UFC is expected to go back to Newark. Last year, around that time, it was a week before we did the NJ Pack show. We did the NJ Pack show in 3 weeks. We put that together. And we sold over 400 tickets. It was pretty much a sellout by the time it actually happened. I was super, super proud of it. And we did it very tight crews. Myself, Rick, GC, Frank, PT came in. And no one
didn't do anything, though, to be fair.
I know you were there for moral support, but the way we pulled that together, and obviously we had Brian Vistano who was helping us, and Jerry, my agent, was helping us as well. And that was pretty much it. Am I forgetting anyone?
Chuck was there.
That was it.
Yeah, and it was very fun. It was also very stressful. Now here's the problem. I would like to do another one of those very soon, and I'm kind of bummed we haven't done another one since. Thought about doing it in Montreal. Thought about Newark. The God's honest truth is, my son's bar mitzvah is a week later, and it is a beast, and it's a lot of planning, and I don't know if I can handle doing that a week before the bar mitzvah weekend on the 14th of June. So hopefully down the line we could do it very soon, but it just doesn't seem like the timing is great for this. It's a very exciting, fun, joyous time. But man, I can't wait for it. I'm also going to be very happy that Monday after because it's just a lot. It's just a lot. And
Sounds like a lot. Like you've struggled to get the invitations out, right?
well, the other thing is there's a ton of people coming from out of town because we're both from, my wife and I are both from Montreal, and so it feels if this is me kind of breaking the fourth wall, like this is the first time. No, being honest, this is the first time. Like a lot of our friends are we grew up with the same kids and we all have the same type of friends. And like, this is the first time a lot of them are coming to visit us. This is the first time and maybe the only time that they'll ever see where we moved to, like this place, what you live, like you don't live in the country anymore. Like, what's this community? Where did you decide to raise your kids? And there's a certain type of pressure involved in that, to make it good, to make it memorable and all this stuff. So yeah, I know I went a little deep there for a one.
But hey,
well, Frank will be there supporting you.
Yeah.
Always improve yourself.
I hope all you guys
Don't
will be
focus
there.
on improving yourself.
Oh, for sure. No doubt.
Why do you say it like that?
Oh, for sure.
What I don't understand. PT's
You
coming.
getting a keg in? Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Take a
guess I never got the invitation.
The invitation's coming. It's
Flight's booked and everything.
It's a text invitation. It's not a physical.
Address.
You're doing. I know what
I
you're
was
doing
asked for
right
an
now. You're doing. By the way, no physical invitations.
Wow.
It's very 2010.
Yeah. Seems very.
Paperless post. Are you familiar?
Have you not got yours? No? It's mad.
Well, for you, we had to do a physical one because you're
Yeah,
overseas.
thank you. Oh, sorry, boys.
What's
yeah.
the date again? 14th?
Yeah. Baked beans. Hi, Ariel and crew. Some over-unders. Francis Ngannou to fight again in the UFC versus Tom or John funded by Turkey. Over-under 50 million.
What
I'm just saying,
I don't understand.
not happening.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What's that?
Not happening. It's just not happening. Conor McGregor fights in the UFC before he retires. Over-under 2 fights.
Under.
Logan Paul to fight in the UFC, as he mentioned in the podcast with Tom. He said that he texted Dana about 300. He got ghosted, and that CM Punk ruined it for all of them. I'll say...
Is that even an over-under?
I mean, it's either a yes or a no then. If it's
let's
one.
just do some yes or no's.
Okay, what do you think? Does Logan Paul ever fight in the UFC?
Paul, 0.5
No.
fights in the UFC.
Yeah, under.
Under. Yeah, it's got to be a point. The age Dana White leaves the UFC.
How old is he right now?
I think he's in his early 50s.
I didn't know Joe Rogan was 57.
Yeah, bro.
Found that out this morning.
It's all that elk meat.
69, so he was born in 69, so he'll turn 56 this
Summer of
year.
69.
July 28th, shout out, another July birthday. We need to bring him
Yeah,
down.
literally he's from the...
Me,
summers.
you, Jordan, Pete.
But by the way,
Legends.
do you think Dana White, like, I think there's a very good chance Dana White ends up being like Bob Arum, like till his 90s doing his thing.
I hope that is not the case, but I agree that could be the case.
Wait,
I just
why do you hope
wonder
that's not
if
the case? Are you biased
Wow.
towards Dana White?
Are
you anti-Dana?
I would prefer that he doesn't stay promoter into his 90s.
For what reason?
We're also biased, man.
I don't know, man. I just like I feel like the promotion is losing its quality across the board, and
Okay.
yeah.
I just think it's good for his health.
I mean, I saw a tweet that it was like 10 fight nights before the Endeavor era started, and it's
Oh,
like,
I
this
saw
great-
that too
and it's
from
like,
our boy,
Here's
yeah.
the first 10 of 2025,
Yo.
and the biggest thing that I noticed, I was like, man, 5 of these are not like the other 5.
Yeah.
You do the math. It's the 5 Apex cards that you're like, oh, those are all shit.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The other
I saw
5
those
are
fights.
quality
Yep.
fight nights. They're quality fight nights. This weekend, last weekend. It's just like, man, when they don't take place in the Apex,
No, they can't do it. They can't do it.
Okay, but to be fair, this
Hey,
is
I
not
can't wait for 106. Barber, Blanchfield.
This is not Dana White.
Can't wait. Can't wait for that
Going
one.
a different.
Big old circle on the calendar, May 31st. Can't wait.
Oh man, I didn't think I'd stick up for Dana White, but
Yeah.
I think we're closer to it than further from it. I think we're closer to him being out than to Bob Arum. Just the
Bob
body,
100.
the body language, every time there's a new opportunity, he's way more passionate about it, right? Him doing interviews about the boxing. He doesn't do interviews for anything anymore except for, political stuff and boxing and power slap. He doesn't do any interviews about UFC at this point. I think the passion will wane and maybe he'll go into something else.
There's a lot of questions. These are interesting questions. This is from Your Mom Goes to College.
She does not.
How do you find managing the team, Ariel? Do you feel there's any area you can improve on? And lastly, do you find it hard managing someone like Rick, who has shown you a lot of loyalty, but you are still his boss? Any awkward PTO requests rejected? And then subsequent question, Baked Beans, hi Ariel and crew, are we approaching, or as we approach summer, have you and the crew got any vacations planned?
Jordan's been busy. That's all.
Jordan's
saying.
eight.
Jordan
already been on
Wait,
vacation.
so what I understand is we do work in the summer because I planned a lot of vacation in the summer.
No.
Jordan
Right
keeps
around
asking
your
about
birthday,
summer
around my
Fridays.
birthday, around Connor's birthday, Pete's birthday for sure, and we're all going to Dublin.
Absolutely. Yeah, just don't tell GC. Oh, you shouldn't have said it.
I'm
be-
telling you, August. Who's in?
Right? To be honest about the vacation, I do have a serious thought about vacation. In our past employment, somewhere that most of us have worked,
Yeah.
frowned upon. You'd be like, I got to take this day off. They're like, the Super Bowl's that week, and you can't work that week. And I'm like, I've never worked on NFL in my life. They're like, well, you can't take it off anyway. Kind of got
Moral
in the
support.
mindset of like, got to plan around the work calendar as opposed to your own calendar. And it took a long time to kind of get out of that mental habit of the work-life balance. So, as much grief as you guys gives me, and I know you guys, just because you
It's
guys
all from a
want
good
me,
place.
Mhm.
want me
ESPN
around.
radicalized them, so now he takes.
So now I
was wondering where we were
prioritize me.
going.
I
Yeah.
prioritize me, and
Okay.
then you guys are one
I
B.
like that, I like that, I
No
like that.
offense to you guys, and I think everyone should try
We-
and do that in their own workplace.
Me and Jordan
Wow,
are
wow.
planning we're planning a NASCAR vacation. We're gonna go to a NASCAR race.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Is this
yes.
one already
Okay.
booked too?
No, not booked yet. We were gonna send out the invites.
Oh,
We
okay.
did
Text invites though.
Ariel,
Very-
Ariel, do you want to
2010.
come? Sorry, did
Paperless
you want to
post?
come to
Paperless
Dover,
post.
Delaware?
Is that where it is?
Yeah,
Why there?
it's the closest one.
Man, you guys should go to F1 and you don't like F1, right?
No. I like F1. I'll go.
F1
What were
in
you gonna
Montreal
say?
is the best.
Oh, Montreal, Miami.
It's
team
not
trip.
though.
Team trip.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean it's not?
The Montreal is not the best track.
What?
Wow.
No,
Out
it's
of all
just
the tracks,
the vibe in the city.
cool. It's cool. Monaco.
The
blows it out of the water.
Monaco Grand Prix.
Miami's sick.
I'm talking about the vibes, bro. I'm talking about the city shutting down. I'm not talking about the track.
Listen, if
By the way,
Joe
do you
Rogan
even-
won't go there, you're not getting me over there. You know what I'm
do you
saying?
even know the
Not
name
facts,
of the
BT.
Facts.
track? Do you know the name of the track in Montreal?
Villeneuve, probably named after Villeneuve, is it?
By the way, it's not
Gilles
bad.
Villeneuve.
Wow, that is actually okay. You got me. You got me.
Hey, Pizzi knows
Gilles
race.
Villeneuve, the father of.
Yeah. Jacques Villeneuve.
Wow, Pete.
Wow, you really thought you had him.
I thought I had him.
All right, Pizzi, what F1 race are we going to, man?
I think we should go. I've been to Monaco
Austin?
and I don't understand how. Oh, that'd be great.
Whew. In the fall.
I got to go one.
Yeah, you got your mate.
Azerbaijan.
The Azerbaijan GP
Yeah.
followed by Azerbaijan Fight Night. Doesn't matter how far away they are. We'll just stay in Azerbaijan
Yeah.
the entire time between. It'll be fantastic.
8 months in Azerbaijan.
I'm
Oh,
renting
Just
an
blogging
Airbnb
every
for
day.
3 months.
Skinny, Unc Ariel, with his recent appearance, how would you feel about a potential Tate versus Jake fight? Work your magic, AH. Does he mean Andrew Tate? I think they were going back and forth at one point.
I don't think anybody cares.
I would assume, yeah, that's who. If he says Tate, he's probably referring to Andrew Tate.
Patrick McCrate, favorite segment of the week. Ariel, will we ever get El Nariz back on the Patrick McAfee show? We had a good run. We had a solid run. Do you guys remember when there was that whole thing with Aaron Rodgers, and this was like his first time addressing the vaccine stuff, and I think there was like 127,000 people watching, no joke, and then the next guest was me wearing the El Nariz mask, and I was wondering at the time, like, how did I end up here? Like, why are they following this up with me? And I said something about his comment that he asked Joe Rogan about the vaccine. I was like, maybe if you're consulting with Dr. Rogan, not the best move. Anyway, that wasn't my last appearance. But I don't know. I've seen Pat a couple times. I have the utmost love and respect for Pat. What he has done is inspiring, incredible. There is no animosity. Why he has not asked me on, I have no idea. But guess what? A lot of people don't ask me back on. I've gone on a bunch of different shows. Those ones were regular at one point, and they're not regular anymore. Would I love to go on? Of course. Am I begging to go on? No, I'm not going to beg anyone to go on. That's kind of a weird thing to do. But I enjoyed those appearances, and I do want to give Pat a lot of credit, and I've told him this. I think he helped get me out of my shell a little bit. Being a guest on his show allowed me to have fun and joke around and be a lot more comfortable as I was transitioning over from ESPN, where I was feeling soulless, and then going into the independent Helwani era. So I actually give him a ton of credit, and I'm very, very appreciative for those appearances and love what he's doing. I mean, how could you not be blown away and impressed by what he's built? Not just, the deals that he has struck and not just the relationships, but I love the team that he's built. I love the camaraderie. I love what they do. It seems like they all have a blast doing it. It's very, very impressive. It's extremely impressive. Ryan Holland, hola Ariel. Oh, wait. Do we have to go to our guest? I don't know. I haven't seen here.
Nope.
Okay. I'm late. Sorry, Australia. Am I right? You're right. Now the question, what's the go with Shane Burgos? Is his PFL deal done? Seems to be a lot of talk about him signing with the UFC. PSGC is a legend. Love, Ryan. Yeah, I saw that. He did an interview with someone. I apologize. I don't remember who it was with. And he talked about wanting to go back to the UFC. And I'm not sure.
I thought he would have been a great choice for Paul Hughes in Belfast if he had been available.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. It seems like, I don't know. It seems like he's had enough. Maybe with the tournament structure changing, with the prize at the end being different, who knows? Bebin, hello, Ariel. Sorry, but this question is exclusively for the crew. We know that you train boxing, and as confirmed by Dennis, who never lies, Helwani Boxing has some serious hands. However, the question is for the rest of the crew, do they currently train or have they trained any martial arts, and to what extent? If not, why not? By the way, GC, baked beans are the best. Well, I know Pizzi did jiu-jitsu for many years, right?
That's right. First Marcelo Garcia colored belt in Europe. I was back in the day.
Holy shit!
And then just fizzled out for old Petey. The lads I started with are fucking class now though, which I can't take any consolation from whatsoever. But I was training for about 8 years in different gyms and things like that. Like the gym we started is still open here. They're quite good. So yeah. I just, my back is fucked basically. I've been trying to lift weights now to correct the damage done to my back. All through myself because I was a guard player and I relied completely on flexibility. I was wildly flexible and I think I damaged myself quite significantly with my training over the years.
Are you still flexible?
No. I used to be able to like I'd be sitting down and I could put my fucking legs behind my head.
That is insane. That's insane.
Yeah, there's
also, I
lots
do
of
want to
pictures.
clarify. I also do love baked beans. I just don't love them at 9 a.m. with breakfast.
And on toast, right?
Yeah, don't love them on the toast.
I love it, man.
Are you
But I can
doing
understand how
during
it'd be
the
a
day?
strange thing.
Are you doing any boxing or anything?
Me?
Do you know GC?
I've taken a couple classes. I want to commit to it more. If I was going to do anything, I'd probably do boxing for now. I don't want to fuck my back like Pizza has.
Yeah, no.
But that was my fault, in
My
fairness.
My back's already on kind of dicey legs right now.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah. It was
Listen,
very bad.
whenever you guys are ready to, to join.
I've been getting the box bone right. Been getting the hand-eye
I
coordination.
mean, Helwani Boxing.
Oh yeah, I guess.
I mean,
He's an incredible ball boxer, GC. I've seen his work.
World
He's
class.
outstanding.
World class.
Yeah.
That's another challenge that I will
Olympic
take
level.
anyone on it.
in that, you think you can go toe to toe with me?
Smoke you. I've seen
Mate,
your
wait,
film.
he-
I've seen your
he
film.
put it on one
You-
day and did like
you keep-
50 out
You
of
keep
nowhere.
yours at your chest,
Yeah, yeah.
and you just do little
It's
taps.
quick.
I
It's quick.
I keep mine at my waist, and I let it rip. I mean, I did it on the watch party. Got like 107 or something. I saw you getting like 6 or 7.
That was early days. You haven't that's for
Whenever
also,
you're ready.
Also, it's
Whenever-
footage from
whenever
footage
you're
from
ready.
2020.
Okay, all right. You don't have to tell me to prove anything.
GC
Let's
was
just go
on a
head to
call
head.
one day.
Let's just
and
go
he
head
just
to
put
head.
it on and he banged out 50. Do you
Let's
remember
go
that?
head to
That was
head.
wild.
Easy work.
Head to head.
No, it's easy. Guys, we'll get to more questions, also super chats in a moment. We do have Alex Pereira joining us in studio. He'll be joining us in studio later in the program. Also, Norma Dumont is going to join us as well. And Charles Oliveira. But I do believe we have our first guest of the day. Did I see that correctly?
Yep.
All right. Let us go to our first guest of the day. Very excited to talk to this man. He had a nice run in the NFL, Arizona Cardinals and Indianapolis Colts. But of course, you know him from WWE. He was there for over 12 years, had an incredible run from a king to a baron to a happy to a sad to a lone wolf and many, many other different personalities, personas, gimmicks in between. But he is now a free man. He is independent Tom, and he's been doing some big things. He was just in New York in January for GCW, and he's got some big plans coming up. He's also a great jiu-jitsu practitioner and a former boxer as well. Let us talk now to Tom Pestock, who is kind enough to join us about all the things going on in his life. Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm good, man. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. It's great to talk to you. I hate your hat. I hate the Chiefs. I hate that you're wearing a Chiefs.
Who hates the Chiefs?
Oh, well, we're Bills fans here, and we're very salty. We're very, very salty. I know you're a big Chiefs guy. You hang out with Travis and Taylor and company, and you kind of jumped on the bandwagon and all this stuff.
Oh, okay.
I did see an interview where you were like, we're about with Chris Van Vliet, and you're like, we're gonna win 3 in a row. We're gonna go 3-peat. Commiserations. That didn't really work out for you guys.
I thought we had it, but listen, as far as the Bills go, I think Josh Allen, unbelievable quarterback. I wish he was in a different era because obviously he can't get past Mahomes, and I genuinely feel bad for him because he's such an incredible player.
That's nice.
I'm glad he got paid. He's super humble. I think appreciates it all, and he does great things. So, I mean, I hope you guys have success when we're done winning Super Bowls.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. That is very kind of you. I see the shiner on the right eye there. Is that from jiu-jitsu?
It is. It is. Marcio Cruz is my head professor, and I train at his gym, and his son, Hanan, decided to elbow me in the eye. I think out of anger because I hit the nastiest double leg on him that I've hit in a while. And he's a guy who, I mean, obviously it's in his blood to be an elite level jiu-jitsu guy, and his guard is impossible to pass. But I didn't think I'd be able to take him down, and I smacked him in the forehead and hit a really good blast double, and in the scramble to get up, I caught an elbow in the eye. And it's funny because I was like, man, did you just goose me? And he's like, what? Like looking at me like I'm crazy. I was like, no, did you just goose me? He's like, I don't know what that means, And I go, is my eye swollen? And it was like hanging down swollen.
Oh, wow.
It was pretty nasty.
You just competed, right?
It was a good one.
Yeah, look at this.
I did.
Look at you.
Yeah, I just won double gold at the Pans.
Wow. How long have you been training for?
So it's funny, man. When I was playing football, I started training out in Philly in like 2009, and then got my blue belt in Arizona training out of Lions Den. One of the O-linemen for the Cardinals owned the Lions Den out there. Got my blue there, and then when I stopped playing football and moved to WWE, I stopped doing jiu-jitsu just because I was trying to make a new career, starting from the bottom, trying to do something special with WWE. And I got back into the gym a little over 2 years ago, I think.
Okay.
And got my purple and just been moving up, doing competitions through IBJJF and some Jiu-Jitsu World League. And it's been a lot of fun. I got masters at the end of the year because winning Pans, put me pretty high up in the rankings for my class. And so I want to be a world champ, and if you want that title, you got to do it at masters.
When you're in WWE, are you allowed to compete in those tournaments, or do they not allow that?
I did 2 of them when I was still with WWE, and because I won gold both times, I don't think anything was ever said to me about it. But had I gone and gotten beat up or, wasn't looking good, if I'm taking, 8th place out of 8, they're going to be like, hey, we probably shouldn't do this. But I think when I was with WWE and doing it and winning the gold, it adds legitimacy to what we do. It's like when Lesnar fought in the UFC, it adds legitimacy to our athletes and our superstars and all of that. The same with Ronda and, Bobby Lashley, like all our elite level fighters. And, people who watch wrestling want to say things are, scripted or whatever it is, but we have a lot of really tough dudes that can do some damage.
In addition to that, way back in the day, 2-time Golden Glove champion?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I love
you still
boxing.
box?
I do. I mean, I go and hit the bag and I do the gym. It's great for cardio. When you're on television every week, it's not ideal to have, bruises or little burns from the gloves on your face or, a busted nose. So I stopped competing in boxing when I got with WWE, and NFL wasn't real high on it either, just because of the risk of getting hurt, your hands, your nose, your eyes, whatever. So I haven't fought in a long time, but no, I still train, still get in. I've been trying to do a little bit of Muay Thai lately too, just to work on the elbows and knees and flexibility with kicking and all of that. And I'm like one of those weird dudes. I'm like, I want to go to Thailand for a week and just train like in a real Thai gym where they just make you run 2 hours before your training, then run after training, and I think it'd be a cool experience.
And so you signed with WWE in 2012, developmental deal post NFL. Did you consider, given this background, at any point going into MMA as opposed to pro wrestling?
I did. Originally, that was like when I was done with football, I think that was the thought process for me. It was like, do I want to go? I've always been a wrestling fan. Do I want to go to wrestle for WWE, or do I want to try to fight in the UFC? Because originally, too, when I was boxing, John Brown was my trainer, trained Tommy Morrison. He owned Ringside, and he owned Combat Sports. And I got to go to a lot of UFC fights coming out of high school or college, and while I was in the NFL, because Combat Sports sponsored like the first Ultimate Fighter and the second season of Ultimate Fighter. So I would go to a lot of UFC events with my trainer, and I was like, maybe I could just try to do the Ultimate Fighter show when they did the heavyweights, when it was like Rashad Evans and Forrest Griffin and all those guys. And I was like, I could do that. And then when the opportunity came for WWE, they were like, hey, man, it's a longer career at the time. I mean, you're looking at 2012, better money for WWE. And it was just kind of the safer route for future for me, I guess. But I've always been a massive like fight guy. I like fighting. I like fighting people. I like watching it. And for me, WWE kind of was best of both worlds in that sense of I can bring my physical ability. I can dominate other people and be a little more vicious than most. And then I have the legitimacy to back it up.
So like I said, after a run with the Cardinals and Colts in the NFL, then you go to WWE, get the developmental deal in 2012. You have an amazing run over there. Some of the notable items on your resume: 2016 Andre the Giant Battle Royal winner, NXT Tag Champ with Braun Breaker, 2017 Money in the Bank winner, 2019 King of the Ring winner, all those different, personalities, gimmicks, personas, an amazing run. And then very beginning of this year, you part ways. What has life been like? It's only been 3 or so months. What has life been like? What has this reality been like for you post WWE?
I mean, I think it's a little scary sometimes because you don't know. Now nothing is. I mean, in WWE world, nothing's ever set in stone anyway. I can say that for a fact. But that steady paycheck, the consistency of traveling and working out and having like a goal in front of you. I need to be in shape for this. I need to work hard so that I'm, moving in the right direction to continue to put myself on top in WWE. So leaving that, you kind of lose a little bit of that, and the motivation can be a little bit harder some days when I'm like, I don't have anything for a month. Like, do I want to coast and eat junk food for a few days? Do I want to go get my workout in? Do I want to get my steps or my training? So jiu-jitsu has kind of filled that void of like giving me constant goals. Obviously, we have a really tough list of black belts at our gym. So when you go there, especially on like tournament nights or sparring nights, where you're going in there and you better be in shape and ready to go. So that was hard. But then it's also, I guess, the uncertainty of what's next. I have goals. I want to continue to wrestle. Obviously, I love wrestling. I want to go to Japan and wrestle. I'm excited for other shows that I'm doing with new talent that I've never been around. MLW is going to be amazing. What they're doing is amazing, and I get to be a part of that. And I'm going to do several shows with them. It's not a one-stop shop. Like, I'm going there to really, see what I can do in this scene. So that's crazy. And then, like, other goals I have. I want to get in a movie or get on a TV show. Like, all of that now is kind of an option, and it's just a matter of making it happen.
And I want to get to your immediate next steps in a moment, but just kind of building up to it here. I believe your first show post WWE was GCW here in New York, Hammerstein, Josh Barnett, Bloodsport. That first night when you're in there and that, you're going from massive arenas. Now, Hammerstein is a legendary venue, ECW, all that, but it's not, a 60,000 seat stadium. It's not WrestleMania. I wonder if there's any sort of like, I don't know, humble pie moment there where you're like, damn.
Oh, for sure.
Because you never had to work through the indies, right? Like, you went straight from the NFL to WWE. So how did you deal with that? How was the ego?
I mean, I don't have an ego at this point. I've been doing all of these things a long time. I lost 3 national titles in college for football. I got cut from the NFL after 3 years. Like, I've eaten plenty of humble pie. I've been in the ring with, better fighters than me and have taken a loss. Like, my ego died a long time ago. I have pride in what I do and what I present and what I bring to the table and a value to my worth. But like, it doesn't offend me to go, oh yeah, like, I've wrestled in front of 101,000 people and now we're doing 2,000 people. Like, it's still the art that I love, and so that doesn't bother me. And you talk about that, like that Hammerstein Ballroom on the corner. I went to get a bottle of water, and like, those are little things you're like, oh man, like, I'm doing an independent show, like, I forgot to bring water. Whereas WWE, you have catering, you have first class travel, you have all of these things that are just kind of taken care of for you. You pull up to the building, there's security, and you drive in through there, and you park your car, and it's usually valet. Like, now I'm like, I don't even know what door to go in, like, to this arena. But I was getting a bottle of water, and I'm just staring at MSG going, I main evented MSG right there across the street. And now I'm in this back road here at Hammerstein. But again, Hammerstein is an iconic arena. The rock bands that have played through there, and the GCW crowds are amazing. Like, I think for me, I was more nervous, like, how's this crowd going to react to me? Because they have hated me for a very long time when I was with WWE. I was a career bad guy. How are they going to react? And they were super stoked that I was there. And I think it earned a lot of their respects that, like, oh, yo, he's not just a WWE guy. He can come here, he can perform, he can hang. And then, facing Josh Barnett in his Bloodsport, which is his thing, was super awesome. I mean, he's a legend in his own way with the UFC and winning. I think he won Masters no-gi without even training jiu-jitsu. Like, he's an incredible talent, and he, showed me some cool stuff that I used in like a tournament that I won, I think in January or February. I won Jiu-Jitsu Worlds, and I used one of the things he showed me when we were training and working on the match. So it was awesome. But yeah, it doesn't hurt my ego to do that. Now, there's some things that I'm like, when they're, if someone reached out, hey, we're gonna do a show, it's on a baseball field outside of a high school. I'm like, well, I apologize, but that one's not for me. I think now I get to be more selective too. I've set myself up with the ability to be selective. Whereas if I was a guy trying to break into WWE, you kind of want to take every show you can get for opportunities to grow your name and grow your fan base to get in the door. But I was in the door for 12, 13 years. Now I can go, I want to do this because I want to work with these people, or like, I don't want to do it. It's a good place to be, but it still can be nerve-wracking not knowing, what's next completely all the time.
We had Daria Baranato in studio a few weeks ago, formerly known as Sonia Deville, and she told us that she was somewhat blindsided by I don't want to use the word release, because when the contract is up, they're not releasing you. It's just you're going separate ways. A new deal is not offered. You're not re-signed. And she figured that it was, done deal, fait accompli, that something would happen. And then all of a sudden she got the phone call telling her the opposite. What was the experience like for you? Did you think that it was a formality? Was your mind only thinking, re-signing and you'll be there for another few more years?
It's funny because, like, I don't know. I kind of had like that gut feeling that the way they were not using me at the moment, that's how it was going to go. Because I'm, again, I've been there 13 years. I'm not the cheapest guy on the roster. So, like, do they have another guy that for a third of the cost they can have to fill that void for me? But maybe that's it. Or, I don't know. I was a little blindsided, but I also kind of expected it. Like, it was just, I was in a weird place. And I think that it was hard. And it was hard on a lot of people. Like, I mean, the list of guys that called me, Randy Orton was dead set that I would be a lifer in WWE. And, when that happened, he was like completely shocked because, I've been a guy that never made waves. I always did what was asked of me. I made everything that was given to me really, really good. I never complained about having to, give someone else their flowers or put someone else over. I enjoyed the job of being a bad guy, which is rare. Most people want to be loved and liked, or not hear from social media that they're the worst person ever. I never minded that. I was a very, like, model citizen employee, social media. You can send me anywhere. Like I was excited too with the TKO partnership to maybe do some UFC stuff. I did a Arizona Cardinals football game with Sugar Sean, and it was like, this is cool. And like the social media rep from UFC was like, oh, we got to do some stuff. We're in Tampa soon. I was excited for that, like the partnership, the Netflix. So I think that maybe I just got lost in the mix there with, Hunter dealing with Netflix deal and being a part of that. And I didn't expect it to end like that or right now. But again, it was like there's that weird thing in the back of your mind going, hey, man, just prepare yourself. This could be it, because we hadn't really had any conversations about my contract. It was up January 1st. And so it's a new regime. And I think, the door is never closed, I'm sure. But, we'll just see where life takes me now. And I think it's exciting to have the ability to do anything now and not have that thing where you have to ask permission for anything and everything, for interviews, whatnot. And then I get to be home for a little bit with my kids and my wife. I got 2 daughters. They're absolute animals. And I want to get them doing some jiu-jitsu. Now that I'm home, I can do that a little bit. And, we'll see where all of it leads.
I've heard you say that you believe there's one person behind this decision, and you spoke about it with Randy Orton, and he seemed to agree with you. I've not heard you say who that person is, and so I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask who was that person.
I mean, I just, like I said, when I brought that up, I just, that's not something I want to put out there. Just the name, but like I do, and there's several other people that have kind of confirmed that person is part of the issue. They have a good amount of power, and I just don't, for some reason, they're not a fan of me or what I do, and they were part of the, thing to push me to go down to NXT and do some matches, which I think was kind of like, I will put him down there for a little bit. He'll complain or he'll do something and it won't work. And then that gives us a reason. And then when I went down there and just killed it and caught on fire and became a babyface for the first time in my career, and the audiences were behind me and they loved the Wolf Dog stuff, they couldn't like deny that it wasn't working. So then, when I got back up to the main roster, that person had power again. And it just, I think that, I got shelved. And then anybody, it doesn't matter who it is, if you have one person that's kind of that guy that's always like, not for him. Let's not use him for that. Let's, he's not working. Then other people are like, oh, well, I'm not going to pitch ideas for that person because this guy's going to shoot it down, stuff like that. So it's, like I said, I'm not throwing names out there. I'm just,
fair enough. Did you ever try to clear the air with that person to try to get on good terms with them?
Yeah, but I also don't know why or where it went south. I just don't, I never gave a reason for sure. I actually, enjoyed this person and thought they were, a lot of people have ulterior motives in this world, and, they will be fake to your face, and you have to be able to separate them. And sometimes I will give people the benefit of the doubt. And I think I gave it to them a few too many times. And I should have watched myself maybe better around them or whatnot. But I think that the reason they had an issue with me was not me. It was another situation that I think may have caused that, but who knows?
Okay. Well, by the way, when you mention regime, I think of like the Endeavor era and then the Vince era. I don't know if you were referring to that necessarily because this is like a new era with Netflix, but were there palpable differences once Endeavor took over and Vince was out of the picture?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything that was changing was pretty awesome because everything seemed like it was getting bigger and more global. And yeah, I love Triple H. I love what he does. I love his mind for the business and keeping guys tough and strong and wanting more badasses, if you will, in WWE, and not so many like comedic characters or, things that were more down my alleyway. He's a rock and roll guy, and, he's a great family guy, and like we got along very well. And from day one, I've had success because of Triple H when he, opened NXT and helped me create my persona in NXT and playing a part of it. And I think when he took over, it gave WWE a facelift that I think it needed. It needed to feel fresh for a while. It had become a bit repetitive in certain things. And I think they opened the doors for guys like Punk to come back, who may never have came back prior to that. He brought Nia Jax back, which has been a great addition for the women's division. So I think having him come in and Endeavor with a new way of filming things, and they're making it more global with sponsorships. Now you're seeing sponsors in the ring. Like Vince would have never put, a sponsorship on the canvas in the ring. And, it's difference of opinions. You love it, you hate it, whatever it is, but they're opening the doors for WWE superstars to find success, not just in the ring, but through sponsorships, commercials, TV, whatever it is. They're creating more opportunities for superstars. So I think it's a great thing that they came in and opened us up to new markets, and the cross promotion between the UFC and WWE is amazing. And I think that guys from the UFC, maybe when their fight time is done, they're going to have an opportunity in WWE. And then you're giving guys who are, like I said, I wish I was able to go to like some UFC stuff as a WWE like representative, because I could get on the mat and roll around with some of these guys. I've done it before back in like 2009, 10, somewhere in there. I was rolling around with Randy and Vitor Belfort before one of their fights. I think it would have been a cool crossover. So they've brought in some new great things, and not everything's perfect. They're going to adjust to some things, and I think some good talent has been let go because TKO and Endeavor are more of a business mode versus like Vince had relationships with all of his talent, and that was a little different because now you're dealing with people in an office that don't necessarily have a relationship with talent, and maybe guys will get lost in the shuffle because of that, but who knows?
I saw earlier this month you appeared on Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling, which I'm a fan of as a Canadian. I think Scott D'Amore is tremendous as well. Here you are, showing up as Bishop Dyer. You're now Bishop Dyer. You're the Nomad, right? And so there's a connection to Baron Corbin and the Lone Wolf and all that, but you're just leveling up. What's the experience like with Maple Leaf? They're relatively new. I think this was just their second weekend of shows, but it seems like they've got something great going on. And love also that they have Mauro Ranallo on the call, an absolute legend. So what was the experience like?
He's the best.
Yeah,
he is I love hearing his voice for major fights, and then I got to hear him calling my match again, which he did in WWE before he left. I had him as an announcer, and he was a guy who understood my background and could put that background over when I was competing in the ring. But that Maple Leaf Pro was awesome. Like the way they were treating talent, and they've got their own like streaming service for the shows, and the quality of talent in that building. Like that's one thing I think I really look at when I'm coming to do some of these shows, is like I have to protect myself. Like some of these guys are just learning, or they haven't been around very long, or they want to do like crazy stuff. And I'm like, well, I mean, that's not my game. So I got to go home to a family. So I can't, have someone dumping me on the back of my neck, or I've got to know who I'm working with. And his roster of talent are all high quality competitors that I would feel safe in the ring with. And it was just a lot of fun to get back out there, and the crowd enjoyed it. They were an old school crowd, which you get in Canada a lot. They love the history of wrestling from all different entities, and they're really fun. They're a part of the show, and I had a great time getting in the ring and competing there.
And so coming up next, I understand you did just reference Major League Wrestling, MLW. Yeah. I understand you've got some information to share.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited to be a part of MLW. They are doing some amazing things, and they just want to grow and be a massive entity in this world. And that's the most exciting thing about wrestling right now. It's so hot all over in all levels. And so when you're getting MLW, bringing the talent, they've got major stars with Riddle being their champion right now. And I'm going out there, and they are going to do some amazing things. And they, like our venue that we're supposed to do next month, they already had to upgrade the venue because it sold out. So they're moving to a bigger venue. And so that speaks volumes on what they're doing in terms of putting on a show and bringing stars in. And they got Paul Hauser, he's a major actor, won Golden Globes, all that stuff. And they're bringing him on to help write the shows and produce, and he's also on the shows as a superstar, which is amazing that a guy with that ability to be a major success in Hollywood is now stepping in the ring, and he loves wrestling, and that makes for the best kind of guys to have influence in how the show goes. And for me, I've already committed to a few shows with him, so it's not a one-stop shop. We're going to do a few and hopefully continue on. I mean, I would love to hold the MLW championship. I mean, and I want to work, like I said, I want to go to Japan, but there's also you have Minoru Suzuki. He's there right now. There's so many guys, Kojima, Tom Lawler, ex-UFC guy, fighter. He's there right now. Minoru Suzuki, again, is somebody that I would love to just step in the ring with and compete with. And I think it would open a lot of eyes seeing me go with those kind of guys. Kenta's there. I worked in NXT with him. To go to war with him again would be amazing. So the list of guys I want to work with at MLW is just, it's absolutely amazing.
And so this is Battle Riot 7 on Saturday, April 5th in Long Beach. And as you said, not a one-off, but Battle Riot is a 40-man battle royal match, one person per minute. So it's kind of like a Rumble, more Rumble than Battle Royal, right? One person per minute.
Sure.
Golly. And then the winner typically gets a shot at the champ, who currently is Matt Riddle, who we know very well.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I mean, I did the Greatest Royal Rumble in Saudi at one time, and it was like there was like 40. It's crazy. So this is like same level. It's going to be just absolute madness. And I mean, when you're going to load that thing with 40 guys every minute, like that crowd is going to be out of control in my mind with what kind of surprises they're going to bring to the table and superstars they're going to have out there.
By the way, how did you come up with Bishop? Like, what is the process to come up and not just use like your actual name, Tom?
Yeah. So it took a lot of process because I was like, do I want to, WWE obviously owns Baron Corbin and they were going to keep it. I asked if I could use it and they're like, nah, we're going to keep it. So I then thought like, okay, do I want to run by my real name or do I want to put something that's close to Baron Corbin and try to hang on to that? And I think it took a lot of reflection and I was like, no, I want to get as far away from that in a sense that I can. I want people to still recognize me, but I don't want to be trying to do like Baron something and like trying to keep it close because I want to separate myself. I want to continue to grow as a wrestler and as a superstar. And I don't think I can do that if I'm just trying to rely on what I did for the past 12 years. So it was creating something new and evolving. And then I was like, all right, I'm evolving. A bishop, a baron, a bishop is higher than a baron. So I was like, well, for evolving, let's go up the ladder. So that's where Bishop came from. And then, paying tribute to the lone wolf, changed the spelling a little bit, but like dire wolves. Like I loved the Game of Thrones, the dire wolves, the Arctic wolves, all those kind of like just badass animals. And I have like giant wolves tattooed on my back. So that's where dire came from. And then, there's some horror nods in there too for the dire, but it was a process because I'm like, man, when people see it on social, they're gonna be like, I don't know who this is. Oh wait, it's Baron Corbin. I remember that guy, and so and I just didn't feel like Tom Pestock was the greatest like fight name. It didn't have any like oomph to it like I wanted, so that's why we went with a new name and we're building that. And then the Nomad, like because now, as we talked, I'm not under contract. I can kind of go wherever, pick and choose where I want to go, and so. As a nomad would, I'm just kind of floating and figuring out, and going all over. And I would love to get like 4 different championships, to travel the world with. I'm doing it with the jiu-jitsu and the gold medals, but having that ability to just go where I please when I want is awesome.
A non-wrestling fan may not know this, but of course wrestling fans know, and especially as of late, we have seen guys like Cody and Drew and Matt Cardona is in the process of this. They leave. They become bigger stars and then they come back. Obviously, there's an art to the the negotiation here, and I don't expect you to tell me like what your 10-year true plan is. If you want to come back, if you're not, but are you inspired by that? Is a part of the thought process here like let me build myself up to become an even bigger star, and then they'll want me back?
Yeah, and I mean it's not necessarily like. It's kind of a weird thing whereas, I want to go continue to build myself and become a better, bigger star, whether it's in a movie or a TV show or wrestling, like all of those things. Like, how do I make myself the biggest star in all aspects that I can, and jiu-jitsu in the mix, and like, we say my real name, Tom Pestock. Like, I want Bishop to be an entity. Baron Corbin is an entity. The jiu-jitsu world, the movie world, whatever it is, those are all entities of me, which is the brand that I'm selling. And so I think creating the biggest brand for me and growing my name. But yeah, you look at Cody, look at what he did. He went from a guy where they said, no one will ever pay to see you, to, headlining WrestleMania. It's like, that's crazy. And so guys leave and come back. And then also too, like, it's good to kind of just go away sometimes. And whether it's for a year or 2 years, you leave, the crowd kind of forgets about you. It's a very quick-minded crowd. I mean, 4 months later, they forgot. And then when you come back, it's like, oh, this is the best thing ever. I haven't seen them in forever. So it's good to go away. And like, I also too, like, it's funny because part of me's angry, if we're being realistic, like, part of me's angry that I got let go because, again, I've always done everything that's expected of me and done it well. And I was getting great reactions on the shows. When I was on the show, the reactions were amazing. They were cheering my name. And it was funny because, like, even tagging with Apollo Crews, at times he'd roll over and be like, dude, they just won't stop chanting your name and I'm getting beat up. Like, so I think that's why I was most angry, because I'm very self-aware and I was getting fantastic reactions and doing great matches, and I reinvented myself. And Hunter told me, great job reinventing yourself, but you should really be proud. And then I got let go. So I was like, man, like, the first thought that comes to mind is like, all right, well, I'm going to become bigger and better. And then when you call me to come back, I'm going to tell you to stick it. Like, that's kind of the motivation for me at the moment. Like, the ability to tell that company, the world's largest company, like, when they call, hey man, we want you to come back. We're really proud of what you're doing. And I can go, you know what? I'm good. Like, in reality, saying that is crazy, but like,
right.
I think that's the motivation to, like, all right, well, I'll show you guys what you missed out on. And, you'll be lucky to get me back if you get me back. And granted, 6 months from now, hopefully all that irritation and anger, goes away. But like, I think that's what set Cody off for success. Cody was like, all right, middle fingers, I'll show you what I can do. And then he did it. His first match with AEW, he smashes Hunter's chair, and then Hunter's the guy that calls him and wants to bring him back. Like, that's the cool thing about the wrestling world, is like, sometimes it just takes time and all things are forgiven. And, or I'm going, hey, that person we talked about, maybe they're gone. They're no longer there. They're not a great human being. So maybe they're out. And then now it's like, oh man, we can get him back and let's get him running. You never know. Or like I said, I want to go to do some Japan stuff, the MLW stuff. Maybe I'm having so much fun with those companies, Maple Leaf Pro, that, I don't look back and I just continue to do those. I want to go do, 2 weeks in Japan and then, come back, do 2 MLW shows and then a Maple Leaf show. And like, now we're cranking and I got no worries.
I know you're also doing media now, Busted Open, SiriusXM Fight Nation,
Yeah.
well done. And so put the media hat on for me if you can. You could get rid of the Chiefs hat. Shoot straight with us. The Cena heel turn and the subsequent appearances. What are you grading them? You like it? Don't like it?
I love it.
Love it.
I love it. I love it. And I think the main reason I love it is because, the last time we saw Cena in the ring and going into WrestleMania, he was working with Austin Theory, who I think is tremendous. I think he has all the talent in the world, and he's another guy who doesn't complain. I think he's actually a legit tough guy. There's not many legit tough guys on that roster that I would say, like, oh yeah, like, I'd pick him to be in a fight, having my back. There's not many of those. I think he's one of those. But, when Cena, put him over at WrestleMania, it was like cool, but it was like, it's Cena. He's kind of at the end of his run. Like, I think now having this heel turn, saying the things he's saying, blaming the audience, telling him how spoiled and rotten they are, telling him he wants to ruin wrestling, I think it has piqued all of the interest for that match. Whereas if he was just the same John Cena, a baby face who people love, and he comes out and tells everybody how great they are, I think the match would be okay. They could still sell the match. People want to see John Cena still. People love Cody Rhodes. But now with this, I think that it has hijacked everything and all the focus is on that. And it's because no one has ever seen this John Cena before. So I love it. And I love irritating people. So I love that he's saying, I'm going to win the title, the 17th title. I'm going to break Ric Flair's record and I'm going to take it home and you'll never see it again. Like, what? That's so good. like, has this really been building up in John for 20 years? And now he's finally getting to let it all out. Like, I think there's some truth to everything we say in those rings. And I think, maybe some of this is some truth for John. And I love that.
Speaking of irritating people in and out of the ring, Logan Paul does that. Does he have the respect of the locker room? Do people accept him now back there?
I mean, sure. I don't know.
Sure is not. What is that? What is sure? Sure is not a great answer. What is that?
It's a terrible answer.
Yes. That doesn't sound like he does, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, look, he works hard and he wants to go out and perform. I think some of the stuff he says probably has some truth and some is part of the show, and some of it irritates me for the way he talks about the business. And guys who, and I know sometimes they're just doing it on social media, but when they're telling me how good they are or whatever, but they're not in these tiny towns doing live events, hitting the road. Like, I just don't like those guys that get that super special treatment. It's not like he earned it from working his way up through NXT and getting on TV. He's gets that treatment because of his stardom through social media and through YouTube. So I think he's handed a lot of things that I think there are more deserving talent of it, but he's getting the views. And so it's a double-edged sword. Like, what do you do with a guy like that? And again, he works hard. When he has big matches, they take guys out to Puerto Rico for him to train with, and they, he wants to learn, he wants to get better. I can't stand people who run around with an entourage. He's always got an entourage. They're nice people, but like, it just irritates me. So seeing that backstage, but I think people respect the work that he brings to the table and the work he's done to get his name where it is. I just think that I'm protective of this industry, and when outsiders come in like that with a gold spoon, or platinum spoon, or whatever spoon he's eating off of, I struggle to really, buy into it. And so I think, but some guys have, and some guys don't care. Some guys, Seth Rollins is a guy who doesn't care because he's like, I'm at the top. Catch me if you can. But there's 85% of the roster that are fighting for spots. And, when they bring guys like that in, it just takes those spots without any effort. And I think that can be frustrating. So it's probably, when I say like, maybe not, it's probably a 50-50 split. Like, I worked and did some segments with him, and he was fun. He's a nice guy. He's a celebrity in his own way and own right. And, if you asked me to go in the ring and have a match with him, I know we'd tear the house down, and we don't have to like each other to do that. I appreciate his love for the fight game. If he ever wants to throw down, I'm happy to do that as well. We can do it in jiu-jitsu. We can do it in boxing. We can do whatever. There's money to be made with people like him. And so I think that's what WWE sees, is the money behind what he can bring to the table and the millions of views he brings. And I'm about tired of seeing prime bottles, but it is what it is. So yeah, I don't have like everybody loves him, everybody hates him. It's split. Like,
I get
you
it.
think Roman Reigns has time to worry about what Jake Paul's doing? He doesn't. He's on a whole different level in a different stratosphere. If they go, hey, Roman, you can make some money with this guy, he's going to go, okay, let's do it. But like I said, I'm a guy who's kind of grounded out his whole career to get what I've gotten. Never really like just handed anything. Like, I had to go through like some rough spots with, being the constable and Shad Corbin and stuff like that. Like, so I like those guys in the middle of the card that are grinding it out to get better, and I want them to get more opportunities, and I want everybody to be successful, and I want everybody to make money. And when you just bring someone in from a different world and put them in front of those guys, I think it's hard for me to give you all my respect. I'll appreciate what you do, but we're not going to be buddies.
I get it, and I appreciate that answer very much. I hope you're okay with me saying this. Sad Corbin was my favorite, and I remember
so good.
I remember watching it and thinking like, this dude is a freaking incredible actor. Like, man, you lived it, letting your hair grow and just looking all disheveled. You were fantastic, and I know it wasn't maybe a bright spot in terms of like wins and losses, but the way you own that role and the way you have evolved over the years with so many different, like I said, iterations is really impressive. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next. I'm looking forward to you debuting with MLW. Love that you're with Maple Leaf as well, GCW. Love Josh Barnett, love Bloodsport. So you got a lot of good things going on, and the jiu-jitsu stuff is phenomenal and very impressive as well. So kudos to you, my man. And I'm wishing you the best, and very, very interested to see what this new chapter, this Bishop Dyer chapter, looks like, because it seems like you're all in, and that's great to see.
100%, and I appreciate what you do. I was excited when I saw your name. Like, he wants to talk. I was like, oh man, I've been trying to hang out with him for a few years. Like, the fight game appreciation and the knowledge of UFC and mixed martial arts and all of those things. It's fun to sit here and kind of chat with you, and I appreciate it, man.
Good luck. Good luck. We'll be watching and looking forward to doing it again. And good luck doing the radio stuff as well. That's awesome.
I appreciate it. Tell Alex to get his title back when you talk to him.
Okay. Yeah. He'll come up in an hour.
I was so angry.
I know. It was a close one. He'll be back.
Stuffed 11 takedowns, though. That's impressive.
You know your stuff. Thank you, Tom.
I love it. All right,
appreciate it. All the best. There he is. Bishop Dyer, the Nomad, formerly known as Baron Corbin. Happy, sad, lone wolf. Great guy. Legit chops. Jiu-jitsu, just won. The boxing. I feel like he's not a big fan of Logan Paul. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think you made that pretty clear. Yeah.
I wonder how many people share that feeling. I wonder how many people have that same vibe towards him. Want to read this again? Battle Riot 7, Saturday, April 5th, Long Beach, the LBC, California. Like you said, not a one-off appearance. It's a 40-man battle royal match, one person per minute. Typically, the winner gets a shot at the MLW World Champion. But for the first time ever, the World Champion, Matt Riddle, we know him, we love him. He will be defending his title during Battle Riot. It's also, by the way, MLW's first West Coast event. And as he said, it was previously planned for a smaller venue, but it got so big, they moved it to a bigger venue. Thunder Studios Arena in Long Beach. By the way, Paul Walter Hauser is a very big deal in the world of Hollywood. Are you familiar with him, Mr. Frank?
I am not familiar with him.
He's, as he said, multiple-time award winner. He's now their executive producer. He's an Emmy winner, and they're looking for a new TV and streaming distribution deal. And so perhaps they should talk to their old friends over at Uncrowned. He's great on social media, as Tom. He's a big chef. He likes to cook. I was going to ask him about my personal favorite way to cook a steak, but we ran out of time. So I'll have.
What's your favorite way? Microwave?
Oh yeah, look at this. Look, he's got the gold, the double gold. What is that? Ribs? What do we got there?
Ribs and butter.
Butter on the ribs.
Hell yeah.
What do we got here?
Maybe a little scotch or something.
What do we got?
I think that's wine.
Do you think it's beef or do you think it's
Yeah, it's wine in the bottle, Frank. He was not drinking wine right there.
This is okay.
Are those beef ribs or pork ribs? And what's that? Is that steak?
Yeah, it looks like some steak.
How do you feel about steak on the
cast iron?
On the cast iron.
Hell yeah.
There's a little wine for you, Frank.
What's he got here? Ooh, look at that. What is that? What would you say? Medium?
Yeah, that's medium. I'm down for that.
Hello, Charles. This is Eric.
Oh.
So we got old Charlie on the line, eh?
Hello, Charles. This is Eric. What are the chances Charles even understands what Eric is saying right now?
Yeah, he just shrugged his shoulders.
He's like, "You're not Ariel." You just got to see a behind the scenes look at how New York Rick interacts with the.
Hello, Charles. This is Eric.
Hello, Charles. This is Eric. We are very excited.
Everyone, stop chatting shit.
We couldn't be more excited to have you on the program. Can you tell?
Just making sure they can. I feel bad.
Bye. In a matter of moments, we are going to be joined by Charles du Bronx. You can't say it any other way. An absolute legend, one of the most popular fighters in the UFC, currently ranked number 2, most finishes in UFC history, 20, most submissions in UFC history, 16, most fight night bonuses in UFC history, 20, joint second most wins in UFC history, 23, alongside Andre Arlovsky and Donald Cerrone, just 4 behind now, the great Jim Miller, 89% career finish ratio, 10 career wins via knockout, 21 via sub, 4 via decision, 35 wins overall, 35 years young. And of course, we last saw him in action right here in New York against Michael Chandler. Remember that fight? Quite one-sided. Michael had a moment in the 5th round there, but it was all she wrote. And now it appears as though he is in the mix. Is he next for Islam Makhachev? What's going on with Ilia Topuria? Is he ready to go? We're not quite yet. Okay. And so without further ado, let us say boa tarde to the great Charles Dubronx Oliveira. He's being joined by our interpreter, Everton. We say hello to him right here and now. Ah, yes.
Boa tarde, Charles.
Obrigado.
Ariel, como você tá, na paz?
How are you doing, Ariel?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great, Charles. It's great to have you. And you know, I saw you recently. You were at the American Dream Mall in New Jersey doing some sort of seminar. Did you see the mall? It's a gigantic mall, right? It was huge. And I saw you with Terrence Crawford.
Eu vi que você estava recentemente ali no American Dream Mall fazendo um seminário lá, você viu? O negócio é gigantesco lá, não é não?
Lá é fora do cabo. Eu nunca tinha visto um lugar como aquele, de tantas coisas dentro de um shopping. Foi muito top poder dar um seminário lá e poder vivenciar aquilo.
That's unreal. I mean, I've never seen a place that huge, and it was great to do a seminar there and be able to live through it a little bit.
What is this room that you're in right now? This is like a trophy room for your horse racing? What is this behind you?
Qual que é esse ambiente seu aí que você tá agora? É uma sala de troféu, algo assim, não?
Cara, na realidade é minha nova casa, né? E aí estão alguns dos troféus dos meus cavalos que estão correndo dentro da sala, na parte de fora. Então é um lugar top onde eu gosto de estar.
This is my new house, and yeah, there's a few trophies here from my horses. You know, just images of them. They're right outside, so I'm in love with this place.
Did you win those trophies, or did the horses with someone else riding them win those trophies?
Você que ganhou esses troféus, ou os cavalos com outras pessoas neles foi que ganharam os troféus?
Alguns comigo, alguns com outros jockeys, né? Tanto eu corro como outros caras também que ganham. Então, alguns dos troféus, sim, foi eu que venci. Outros foi outros jockeys com os meus cavalos, sempre com os meus cavalos. Ou eu correndo ou um jockey correndo. Porque quando eu tô no tempo que eu tô lutando, treinando, eu não posso competir. Então, alguns comigo, outros com outros caras tocando.
So yeah, some of them were with me, some of them are with other jockeys riding them. You know, if I have a fight coming up, I'm normally not riding it. So yeah, sometimes it's with other guys, but it's always my horses. But yeah, some of them with me, some with other guys.
Okay. So let us talk about your fighting career, Charles. We last saw you in action in November, Madison Square Garden. You beat Michael Chandler, very convincing win. And recently we've heard you speak about what you want next, and it sounds like you want to fight Islam Makhachev for the lightweight title at International Fight Week. And so can you tell us where you are right now and why all of a sudden you have decided to become very vocal about what you want?
Então, a gente está falando aqui um pouquinho da sua carreira. A última vez que a gente viu você estava no Madison Square Garden, teve a luta com o Chandler ali, foi realmente bem definido, mas queria falar agora, você mencionou já o Islam algumas vezes, a gente quer saber na sua carreira onde você está, o que você está querendo.
Cara, a gente fez uma grande luta, né, no Madison Square Garden, foi uma grande luta, onde eu saí com o braço levantado, com a vitória. Cara, eu tô em busca de um título, eu acho que eu mereço essa oportunidade de lutar pelo título de novo, por tudo que eu venho fazendo, vamos fazer 15 anos lutando no UFC, então são muita história. Então, só faltou por uma ligação. Quando, onde, é isso.
So, yeah, I mean, we're coming out of a great fight. I had the issue with my arm there, but, you know, essentially, I'm really looking for a title fight now. It's been a lot of work that I've put into it, 15 years with the UFC, and essentially just waiting for a phone call. That's it.
What happened to your arm?
O que aconteceu com o seu braço?
Nada.
Oh, nothing.
Oh, okay. I thought he said that he had an issue with his arm. So no injuries.
Achei que você falou que você teve um problema com o braço em algum momento, não teve
Na,
nenhuma
na
lesão?
realidade, na realidade, eu tive uma lesão no joelho, né? Na última luta eu tive a lesão no joelho, mas também não tenho mais nada, já tô treinando, tô fazendo minhas coisas normais, né? Eu lutei com o joelho lesionado.
No, sorry. Yeah, the last thing that I had was the issue that I had with my knee. But that was the last fight. You know how that went. But no, nothing since then.
Were you told when you took the Michael Chandler fight that if you win this fight, you will be next for Islam, that you will be the next man to fight for the belt?
Quando você aceitou a luta com o Michael Chandler, você sabia que eles disseram para você que você teria a oportunidade de lutar pelo cinturão, não? Depois
Não,
desse?
na realidade eles não falaram isso, mas todo mundo já sabia. Na realidade, né? Quem vencesse daquela luta passaria direto pelo título. Então, é isso que eu tô fazendo. Eu mereço essa oportunidade. A luta contra o Michael Chandler foi uma grande luta. Eu venci todos os rounds. Então, eu mostrei que, cara, mesmo lesionado, o campeão se chama Charles Oliveira. Então, não tem como mudar.
So yeah, nobody really said that to me, but it's kind of understood. We saw that if I won that fight, that would be the natural route of things to go. I did a great job there, won all rounds, and the person to beat now, it's gonna have to be me. It's Charles Oliveira.
And I think everyone agreed with you right after the fight, but of course something new has happened since then, and that is Ilia Topuria vacating his title and moving up. And since you made those remarks about wanting to be next, very convincingly, he responded via Twitter, and he said this: Charles, it's better if you stay quiet. You have 10 losses, 5 by knockout, 4 by submission, and 1 by decision. You are the contender, while I am the champion, the father of the entire division. I haven't come here to ask anything. Here I am, the one in charge. What was your reaction when you heard this from Ilia?
Quando você falou aí depois da luta, viu que o Poirier subiu e teve toda aquela coisa que ele postou no Twitter aí, falando para você ficar quieto, que você já perdeu muito, que você é realmente quem quer subir, mas ele é que é o campeão. Como que isso caiu para você aí?
Cara, de verdade, como eu falei, vou falar de novo. Eu vou fazer 15 anos no UFC, eu respeito todo mundo, né? Eu não ligo para aquilo que falam, deixam de falar. Sobre história, a minha história está escrita, né? Sou recordista de bônus, recordista de finalização, né? Ele foi campeão da categoria, né, da categoria de peso de baixo, né, dos penas, então tá subindo para a categoria, né, tentando trazer esse hype, querendo fazer algo gigante. Eu sei do poder de fogo que eu tenho na mão, eu sei o quanto de jiu-jitsu eu tenho pronto, preparado, mas eu não tô focado nele, sim no cinturão. Eu tô em busca de um título, não numa luta contra o Itupúria, e sim numa luta pelo título.
So, there's not much I can say about that. It's been 15 years again, in the UFC, respecting everybody, I've said it already. My story is written there. Everybody can see it. He's coming from a champion in the feather division, and now just trying to come up and show all this. But I have firepower on my wrists, and I'm really focused on the belt itself. It's not about who's going to be on my way, but getting the belt.
And so after he said that, Charles, it didn't seem like you responded to him in any kind of way. But since then, Ilia has done more media, and someone asked him if he wanted to go for a walk with you. This is when he was at a ceremony to unveil a new street in his honor in Spain. And he said, yes, to give him a bit of culture and to teach him something. I'm sure I would, because it's obvious that kid hasn't even read a single page of a newspaper. So another question, please, because this isn't a good time to talk about someone like him. That very strong statement there, insulting statement about you. Did you hear this comment from Ilia, and what was your reaction to it?
Falando do Ilian, tava numa entrevista aí, teve uma entrevista com ele andando lá pela Espanha, estavam nomeando uma rua, né, no nome dele, e ele falou que queria tá andando com você ali para te ensinar umas coisas sobre cultura e tal, que você nunca leu nenhuma página de jornal na sua vida e tal. E então foram declarações bem fortes, assim, bem incisivas sobre você. O que você tem a dizer sobre isso?
Cara, eu acho que ele tá querendo cavar uma luta, né? Entrando de qualquer forma, falando um monte de besteira, né? Eu não vou cair na pilha dele. O que ele pensa, deixa de pensar, não faz diferença pra mim, entendeu? Como eu falei, eu respeito ele pelo que ele vem fazendo, pelas lutas, da forma que vem lutando, mas ele tá sendo muito desrespeitoso as últimas vezes comigo naquilo que ele vem falando. Mas faz parte. A luta é isso, alguém quer cavar, então uns cavam de a luta de uma forma, outro de outra. Mas ele tá falando muita besteira.
I think he's just trying to dig out a fight, like he's saying a lot of crap, and it's just I really respect his fights, the way he's come up and everything, but he's being very disrespectful now, and he's saying a lot of things that he shouldn't.
Would you be upset? Would you be disappointed, Charles, if he fights for the belt next? He and his team have said, we didn't drop the 45 belt to just fight a contender fight. We fought at 45 as champion. We're going to fight for the belt at 55 for the championship. Would you be disappointed if that's the way it ends up?
Como é que você se sentiria se derem a luta para ele, né? Porque ele saiu como campeão do 45, agora quer lutar como campeão no 55. Como é que você se sentiria se de fato for nesse sentido que as coisas seguirem?
Cara, na realidade eu não tenho que. Eu nem falo nada, na realidade é assim: o campeão da divisão é o Makhachev, né? Eu sou um empregado da Zufa, né? Na onde que eles me colocarem para lutar, eu vou estar lutando. Então, assim, se ele for o próximo a disputar pelo título, eu simplesmente vou continuar trabalhando em busca do título, não tenho o que fazer, né? A realidade é que as pessoas têm que entender que somos todos empregados da Zufa, então eu tô só por um título. Então, na realidade, se for ele o próximo, beleza, legal, eu vou esperar.
The bottom line is Makhachev is the guy that has to be beat. So, you know what? If he's the next one to fight him, then so be it. I'm just an employee here. You know what? If he's given the chance and not me, I'm gonna keep fighting. I'm gonna keep preparing, and I'm gonna keep waiting for my turn to come around. But it is what it is. I don't think much about it. I'm just an employee here. I'll fight whoever comes to fight me, and that's about it.
If it's not a title fight against Islam next, who would make you happy? Which fight would be of greatest interest to you if it's not a championship fight?
Se não for uma luta de título com o Islam na próxima vez, qual seria uma luta que seria interessante para você nesse momento, não sendo essa luta do Islam?
Na realidade, eu estou em busca de um título. Então, se não for essa luta, por que não o BMF? Então, só que tem muita... Na realidade, Ariel, você sabe, tem muita coisa sendo falada. Dusty Poirier versus Max Holloway pelo cinturão BMF, né? Diz que o Isla vai subir. Então, são muita coisa a ser cogitada. Então, na realidade, não adianta ficar isso ou aquilo. Na realidade, estou em busca de um título.
So again, to me, it all comes down seeking the title. If it's not Islam, maybe BMF. There's a lot of talk about Poirier fighting somebody else, Islam going up. I don't know. I can't concern myself with all these things. All I got to do is prepare myself and be ready when it comes to time.
One other name I wanted to ask you about, because it seemed like some people thought maybe it would be you and Arman Tsarukyan in a rematch. You fought at UFC 300. Is that a fight that interests you? Would you like to get that one back?
Teve já pessoal mencionando o Arman, que você lutou na UFC 300. Você teria interesse de revisitar essa luta, não?
Não, nesse momento não, foi como eu te falei, respeito muito, é um grande lutador, mas eu tô em busca de um título, então não adianta a gente querer fazer uma luta que não seja pelo título.
Right. I understand that, but not at this time. Like I said, I respect him, I respect his style, his fighting, but right now I'm seeking the title. That's the fight that I want. I want to fight for the title. That's it.
Were you surprised, Charles, that he didn't end up fighting Islam, that he withdrew from the fight 24 hours before back in January? Were you surprised when you heard this?
Você ficou surpreso quando ele se retirou da luta com o Islam 24 horas antes, lá em janeiro?
Cara, a gente tá falando sobre MMA, é tudo muito previsível. Eu acho que ele fez tudo o que ele podia fazer para lutar para estar aí pelo título. Infelizmente, por causa da lesão, acabou saindo. Então, a gente fica triste com isso.
It's a championship, and we are saddened by things that happen like that. I'm sure he did everything that he could to be there and fight for the title, but you get injured, you can't do it. That's all there is.
In October of 2023, you were getting ready to fight for the belt, and then you suffered that cut, and then Volkanovski stepped in and had to replace you, and then he eventually lost. Were you always expecting, because you were supposed to fight for the belt and it was so close to the fight, that your next fight would be for the belt? We bring this up a lot now when talking about Arman because it doesn't sound like he's going to get a title shot next, and you didn't as well. At the time, though, when you had to withdraw due to the cut, were you expecting that your next fight would be for the belt?
Em outubro de 2023, você teve corte, e aí o Volkanovski entrou lá e acabou perdendo e tal. Então, depois daquilo, você ficou com alguma expectativa que que a próxima luta já seria pelo cinturão, ou tem alguma outra questão que você coloca nesse momento?
Cara, na realidade, de verdade, quando aconteceu aquele momento ali, eu simplesmente entreguei na mão das pessoas que trabalham comigo, meus managers para trabalhar, e eu simplesmente fiz aquilo que eu sei fazer de melhor, que é treinar e me dedicar em busca de um título. Eu ainda continuo sonhando com isso e eu vou fazer isso se tornar real. Eu vou se tornar campeão mais uma vez.
When that happened, I really, I just handed over everything that I had into my team's hand, my managers, and we're gonna still be working out as hard as we can and try to do our best in order to get a title fight. I think I deserve it, and that's what I'm working for. I think that the title will be in my hands once again.
By the way, I had heard that in January of 2024, so just a few months later, there was a plan for you to fight Islam in Toronto, so a little over a year ago, but then obviously that fight never happened, and you ended up fighting at 300, and he fought Dustin Poirier. Was that ever close to being done? So you fighting in January after his win over Volkanovski?
Em janeiro de 2024 teve algumas falas aí de ter planejar uma luta com você e o Islam em Toronto, mas aí acabou que ele acabou lutando no Poirier, você fez a UFC 300. I'm sorry, the question again.
Okay, yeah. So in October he suffered a cut, and then the fight didn't happen, and Islam fought Volkanovski. I had heard that there was a plan for him to fight next against Islam a few months later in January of 2024, so a little over a year ago, but then the fight never materialized, and he had to fight in April against Arman, and Islam went to fight in June against Dustin. And so I was wondering if that was in fact true, and if so, why that fight didn't materialize back in January of last year.
A pergunta, então, é por que aquela luta acabou não acontecendo em janeiro do ano passado? Tudo aconteceu que você acabou lutando com o Arman e ele com o Poirier, mas essa luta que supostamente deveria acontecer em janeiro de 2024 acabou não acontecendo. Você sabe o porquê?
Cara, eu não sei te dizer porquê. A gente são empregados da ZUFA, que o UFC decide a fazer acontecer, eles fazem, né? Eu, na realidade, a única luta que eu não pude lutar foi a que eu tive a lesão, que eu cortei o supercílio e eu não pude lutar. De resto, todas as vezes que me chamaram, eu estava pronto.
Yeah, I can't tell you why that happened. Again, we're just employees here, so whatever they put us to fight is where we fight, and we can't really question much who's fighting who. But the only time that I'm not ready is if I have some type of injury. But other than that, I'm always here.
Understood. Can I ask you, when we said that you were coming on the show, a lot of the fans were asking us about this photo of you at UFC 312 in Sydney just a month and a half or so ago. You and Alex Volkanovski and Uriah Faber, and there's Ilya right next to you. So it seemed like you guys have always had a pretty good relationship, right? Does that make the recent comments a bit surprising to you?
Essa foto aí que apareceu na 312 lá em Sydney, um mês e meio atrás, mais ou menos, tá você e a galera toda ali, incluindo o Elian. Parecia que aparentemente vocês tinham um bom relacionamento aí, e isso faz você pensar alguma coisa diferente desses comentários que ele tá fazendo?
Cara, na realidade, o cara me viu lá, me tratou super bem, como eu sempre tratei ele também bem, e agora ele vem falando essas coisas, eu não sei por quê. Da minha parte continua a mesma coisa, eu vou continuar tratando ele como qualquer outro cara bem, eu nunca vou desrespeitar ninguém, nem nunca vou falar besteira para tentar cavar uma luta. Cada um vende a luta de uma forma.
He saw me there, he treated me very well, respectfully, as I did, towards him as well, and as I treat everybody. I treat everybody respectfully, and, if he's gonna come out saying different things here, just trying to dig out a fight, I don't think that's the way to do it, but everybody's got a different way of doing things, so that's just not my way. I'm here respectful of everyone, really.
In a couple of weeks, your old foe Michael Chandler fights Paddy Pimblett. I'm curious, who do you think wins that fight? How do you feel about that fight?
Em algumas semanas o Michael Chandler vai lutar o Paddy Pimblett. Quem que você acha que sai melhor nessa luta?
Cara, o Perry Prince tá vindo, né, vindo muito bem, num hype muito bom. Só que eu acho que agora é a prova de fogo dele contra o Michael Chandler. O Michael Chandler é um cara perigosíssimo, muito agressivo, muito explosivo, né? Então vai ser uma grande luta.
I think Pebble has been doing very well. He's been coming up very well, but I think this is going to be, the test of fire here against Michael Chandler. He's a very aggressive, very fast guy, so I think it's going to be a great fight. Awesome.
How many kids do you have now, Charles?
Quantos filhos você tem agora, Charles?
2, um menino e uma menina. Tayla e Dominique.
Repete os nomes?
Tayla e Dominique.
Tyler and Dominic, boy and a girl.
And I saw recently, here you guys are at Disney, and I saw recently you were carrying, I think, your daughter in like a Bjorn, which I used to love as a father when my kids were. Look at this. This is amazing. You like doing this? I used to love it. And maybe that's your son. Is that your son in the Bjorn?
Quem que é essa criança que você está carregando ali?
Esse é o Dominique. Esse é o meu filho, Dominique.
That's Dominic. That's my son.
Yes. Do you enjoy walking with him in that thing? I used to love it when my kids were younger.
Você gosta de andar com ele naquilo? Eu amava usar aquilo quando meus filhos eram mais jovens.
Sim, com certeza, porque consegue fazer as coisas junto, né? Passear junto, tá sempre perto, então isso é importante.
Yeah, no, it's great because you can actually go about your life, do things together, and he's just right there. It's very important.
Yes. He's in the room right now, Dominic.
Ele tá aí com você agora, o Dominic?
Não, ele tá no Rio Grande do Sul com a mãe dele, ele chega amanhã.
No, he's in the south of Brazil with his mom. He's arriving tomorrow.
Okay. And do you want your kids to follow in your footsteps and do jiu-jitsu and maybe fight as well, or would you prefer they don't do that?
Você gostaria que seus filhos seguissem seus passos, fizessem jiu-jitsu, lutassem e tal? Ou você tem algum projeto diferente para eles?
Cara, na realidade isso seria mágico, mas eu deixo por eles, né? Aquilo que eles quiserem fazer, com certeza a gente, se for o caminho certo, a gente vai estar tentando ajudar, mas isso seria muito mágico, seria muito louco.
I think that would be really magical if that happened, but honestly, I leave it up to them. Whatever they want to pursue, I'll be supporting them 100%. But if that was the way that it happened, it would be magical, really.
Okay, final thing. So you have said you want to fight International Fight Week. We don't know who is headlining International Fight Week. Since you have said this over the last few days, have you or your team heard from the UFC about their interest in you fighting on that card? Do you have any sort of idea?
Você tem falado de lutar na International Fight Week. Você ou alguém da sua equipe tem escutado alguém da UFC falando sobre isso, trazer vocês para aquele card?
A gente estamos trabalhando sobre isso, faz muito tempo que eu estou falando sobre isso, então estamos trabalhando firme sobre isso. Vamos ver, quem sabe de repente eu luto na Fight Week.
We are working hard on that. Our whole team's been working on that for a while now, and it would be great. Hopefully, you could see me on Fight Week.
Are you confident your next fight will be for the belt?
Você tem confiança que a sua próxima luta vai ser pelo cinturão?
Com certeza.
For sure.
Okay. Well, we look forward to that. Thank you, Charles. Obrigado. Appreciate it very much. And we'll talk to you very soon. Thank you so much for coming on.
Obrigado, Charles.
All the best. And great job, Everton. All right. So, Charles, not mincing words, not happy with Ilia Topuria's words, but not necessarily shooting back, if you ask me, not trying to go lower, saying actually that he was... a fan, is a fan, and enjoys his fighting style. And as you can see in that photo that we showed, they were quite chummy not that long ago. UFC 312 was what? February 11th or something? February 8th, 9th? Not that long ago. Month and a half or so ago. And so let's see what happens. But an absolute legend of the game. Everyone loves Charles. And what a room that is. I mean, you got the horses, you got the trophies, you got the medals, you got all kinds of things. In a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by one of Charles's relatively new teammates, Norma Dumont, making her show debut. And in about 30 minutes' time, the great Alex Pereira Portanda will join us in studio. His first interview since the fight against Magomed Ankalaev about 18 or so days ago. A refresher on Norma Dumont, ranked 4th right now in the UFC's women's bantamweight division, has won 5 in a row. Her last win was that win against Irene Aldana with the gnarly cut. Do you remember that cut? I mean, that was something. That was an incredible fight, an incredible win. That was at the Sphere in Las Vegas. And lately, she seems to be getting a little itchy here. She wants to get back in there. She wants some activity. She wants some big fights. She was in the women's featherweight division, and she actually holds the record for most wins in UFC women's featherweight history, 5. So she's been doing work. She's a personal favorite of one Chuck Mindenhall as well. She recently left her old team, CT Rules, in Belo Horizonte, and is now training in Sao Paulo with Shooter Box, led by the great Diego Lima. You saw Diego Lima on Charles's shirt. Of course, Ian Gary and many others speaking very highly of that team and speaking very highly of Diego as well. And so it seems like she has the team around her. It seems like she's revved and ready to go. She has suggested an interim title fight against one Kayla Harrison, although I don't know if that's going to be necessary because, by all accounts, it seems like we are moving towards a Kayla Harrison versus Juliana Pena fight for the bantamweight title sometime in the near future. Will it be in Newark on June 7th? They haven't officially announced that card just yet, so you may be confused as to why I keep saying it, but it seems like we're moving towards that. It seems like we're moving in that direction. There's the rankings, by the way. 135 pounds. Norma Dumont sitting at number 4. Caitlin Vieira, number 3. Kayla, 2. Raquel, 1. 5. Macy Chechon, another former featherweight. Irene Aldana, who she just beat, 6. Mayra Buena Silva, 7. Eileen Perez, 8. Carol Hosa, 9. Yana Santos, 10. Seems like she's got a chance. Maybe next. The winner of the Pena Harrison fight. That is, of course, if Amanda Nunes doesn't come back. That's the big question mark right now. But it seems like that's kind of quieted down. I would imagine that talk will really heat up once again when that title fight happens, because she has a built-in storyline, a built-in relationship, a history with Pena and with Harrison, former teammate of Kayla Harrison at ATT, and of course has fought Juliana Pena twice, 1-1 against her, and then suddenly retired after a win in Vancouver. Has it been 2 years already? Golly, I guess it has been 2 years. 2 years in June? That's crazy. Time is flying. The current winning streak for Norma Dumont includes wins over Danielle Wolfe at UFC 279, Carol Hosa, the aforementioned, Chelsea Chandler. Didn't someone get a Chelsea Chandler super rare card? Someone tell us about that recently. Jermaine Durandamy.
The Chelsea Chandler glitter green.
Yes, that one.
Shout out.
And Irene Aldana back in. Can we get? I didn't ask for this. I just thought of it. But can we grab that photo of Aldana's cut, the before and after? Would love to get her reaction to that.
Yeah, man, we're on it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Who the fuck is we?
I don't know. Someone back there. It seems like everyone's pretty chill.
Efforting.
Some of us are on vacation.
Oh wow! Already?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Who's that?
I don't name any names, but
Is that shots fired?
No, not at all.
Sorry, just one second.
Jordan, we miss you.
Jordan's gone?
No. What are you doing here? You just chapstick time? Chapstick 30?
Do you ever see the movie Billy Madison?
Absolutely.
Do you know the part where he's like,
slow down?
The part where he's like, hey, is that Billy? Billy Madison? The Billy Madison who went to such and such school?
Right.
Yeah. I was a bit of a jerk to you back in No. Sorry, it's Billy calling in.
Oh,
God, I screwed that up. Yeah.
No, I get what you're saying. But it's funny that you mentioned that because when Charles was talking so fast.
Yeah, he was.
I was thinking of the Billy Madison part where he's trying to learn Spanish.
Slow down.
And then he just repeats it. He's like, oh, okay, I got it. It's like, you didn't get it.
I actually don't think it was Spanish. It was French. And the guy's telling him it's like a sort of, it's not.
Pretty sure it was Spanish.
No, I'm pretty sure it was like Creole, and he calls him an imbécile. He calls him an idiot. Tu es un imbécile. He's like, huh? That part?
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't Spanish.
Man, I'll find out.
Speak French myself, you know.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
I'm big in Haiti. I speak Creole. I speak patois. I don't know if you know this about me.
I did not.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how we go. Oh, yes. My, what's the name of that actor? Oh, what's his name?
Steve Buscemi.
Steve Buscemi.
Buscemi.
Gosh, sometimes I think you're so knowledgeable when it comes to movies, and then sometimes you let me down.
I have a speech impediment.
Oh, Steve Buscemi, absolute legend of the game. Buscemi. And then he has the list of the people. Can I tell you, in the 8th grade, a classmate of mine told me that she had a list and that I was at the top of it. And I was actually quite nervous about this because I felt like she had it in her to kill me.
Good God.
Yeah.
Have you reconnected with her and made sure you're all in the clear?
No, but she actually lived pretty close to me too. And so I thought legit. She told me she had a list and I was in the top 3. And
you sure it wasn't like a crush list?
It might have been her way of expressing it, as we determined with Dahlia way back in the day in the 1st grade. I think there was a little bit
that's definitely
something there. But 8th grade, it's weird to say I want to kill you when in fact you like the person.
Well, I mean that's 8th grade behavior.
That's banter?
I think so, yeah. There's a certain point where it's like it's gross to be friends with the opposite gender. It's weird, right? So oh, I hate you, but in reality, you were on the top of the crush list.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Maybe I should call her up and ask her.
She's listening right now. So.
Well, like Buscemi. I should call her up and be like, by the way, when you had me in your top 3.
And my favorite is he pretends like he's like, oh, yeah. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's like been fixating on it.
Maybe we could go for coffee sometime. Yeah, I'd like that. And he crosses off the name with a lipstick thingy.
I think he uses a marker for that, and then he puts the lipstick.
Ah, you got it right. It's been a while actually since I watched Billy Madison. I was actually talking about this recently. When is it appropriate to show your kids Billy Madison?
I mean, I was like 11 when I saw it. So.
I think I was in 7th grade, and my oldest is in 7th grade.
Now's the time.
You think so?
I mean, look,
there's some questionable stuff in there.
Questionable, and then you resolve it for them.
No, I just mean there's some adult-like conversations.
It's pretty light.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Now, the Adam Sandler special.
Oh yeah,
I wouldn't
that's right.
show that to
that's a good one. Are you excited about Happy Gilmore too?
I don't think we could talk about that until you've seen the special. Like you're doing the guy dirty. Like I want to see your new feature, but I'm not bothered with your special.
Top 5 Billy Madison movies, and if you can't tell, we're just trying to kill time here as we connect with Norma.
We're almost done.
Top 5 Billy Madison movies.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Top 5 Adam Sandler movies.
All right. Starting at number 1, Billy Madison.
Yes. Number 2,
Happy Gilmore.
Yes.
3, actually is Wedding Singer for me.
No, I don't mind that at all.
Click in there for anyone?
Is
wait, what was that? What was that?
Click.
I love Click.
No Click. For
what happened? What happened back there?
Rick just took a tumble. Now something's caught.
He's on vacation.
Hello.
Rick is really struggling.
Norma, this is Eric. We're struggling back here.
Oi, Norma, aqui é o Eric. A gente tá tendo umas dificuldades aqui.
Wait, is Norma here? Oh, there she is. Hola, Norma. How are you?
Tudo
Olá, papai, tudo bom?
Bom dia, bom dia.
Bom dia. Boa
Actually,
tarde.
boa tarde. Yeah, I screwed that up. Sorry, I screwed that up. It's nice to have you on the show for the first time. Thank you very much for the time. I'm getting the impression from talking to your team and from talking to your manager, Alex Davis, you are getting antsy. You would like to fight. You want to get back in there. Is that accurate?
Eu tô tendo sentido aqui que tendo falado escutado você falar um pouquinho, escutando do seu time, do seu gerente, o Alex Davis, parece que você está querendo uma outra luta aí, não é não?
Sim, na verdade, eu preciso lutar, né? Eu acho que o lutador tem que lutar e é isso que eu tô batendo nessa tecla com a organização já há algum tempo. Eu me encontro numa situação complicada ali em cima agora na categoria, porque eu venho de 5 vitórias, venho em busca do cinturão, mas eu não consigo casar a luta com nenhuma das 5 que estão ali junto comigo no top 5 da categoria dos galos.
So yeah, I mean, a fighter needs to fight, right? So we've been talking about this point with the organization for a while now. I'm coming from a complicated situation with 5 victories, but it's tough to get a belt fight here. I mean, we're trying to get something, but it's just the way the whole thing is set up. It's really tough to get a fight there.
You're coming off a huge win over Irene Aldana at the Sphere in September. Like you said, you've won 5 in a row. Why do you think it has been so long between fights for you and still till this moment you don't have a fight booked? Why do you think that is?
Realmente, você está vindo de uma ótima... venceu muito bem contra a Aldana na esfera, mas realmente, por que você acha que está demorando tanto tempo assim para conseguir uma próxima luta para alinhar isso?
Cara, a verdade, assim, a realidade é que eu não sou a primeira opção de nenhuma delas. Eu entendo, realmente, eu acho que dentro das opções que a gente tem ali do top 5, eu seria a atleta mais difícil de ser enfrentada, porque eu tenho jogo em pé, tenho jogo no chão, sou uma atleta forte, tenho gás. Então eu acredito que pelo grau de dificuldade, elas tendem a desviar e tentar pegar umas lutas um pouco mais tranquilas. E isso é uma coisa muito ruim, porque eu entendo elas, que eu também não iria gostar de me enfrentar, mas elas têm que fazer o trabalho delas. Inclusive muitas vindo de derrota e ainda assim consegue desviar de uma luta comigo, que na verdade seria quase que uma obrigação lutar agora. Essa é a realidade.
So the truth is, I'm really not the top option for any of them, really. If you look at all top 5, there's nobody really that wants to fight me. They know I have a good standing game, I have a good ground game, but the degree of difficulty to fight against me, they just don't want to face it. They're looking for the easier fights, and to a certain extent, I understand that. They have to do their work. Some of them are coming out of defeats, even, but I'm here for whenever they want.
So, to the best of your knowledge, have fighters said no to fighting you because of that?
Que você saiba, alguma lutadora já falou não para lutar com você por causa desses pontos?
Não, primeiro a desculpa que elas davam era que não ia lutar comigo no peso pena. Depois a desculpa era que não acreditavam que eu iria conseguir bater o peso galo. E agora, depois era que eu não era uma atleta bem ranqueada. E agora que tudo isso se resolveu, eu estou nos galos, eu bati o peso muito bem, e eu estou entre as 4, todo mundo está lesionado. É essa a desculpa. Não, na verdade, quem deveria se apresentar para lutar agora seria a Raquel, que era a luta se fazer eu e ela, está lesionada. Falou que só volta no final do ano. E aí só que antes ela estava aguardando a vaga pelo title shot, se caso a Juliana e aquele não acontecesse. Eu acredito que ela estava ali na baia esperando, e aí não rolou, então agora eu e ela, e aí agora não. Agora ela tá machucada. E eu fico nessa situação, porque eu falo, tá, mas e quando vai ser então? Quando vai ser a chance de eu lutar pelo título? Eu preciso de vencer de uma das top 3 ali. E quando isso vai acontecer? Não me respondem. Kayla vivia postando em rede social pedindo adversárias, e eu falava que eu lutava com ela. Ela visualizava e não respondia. Juliana nem se fala, nem toca no meu nome. Então, é uma situação muito complicada.
So it's come down to a lot of excuses, really. I mean, first, they thought I wasn't going to be able to. First, they said they gave the excuse that I was feathered. Then they said that I couldn't get into bantam. Then they said, the ranking wasn't good enough. And now that I got all of that out of, I got all that squared away, and I'm on a top 4 now, everybody seems to be injured. Raquel was supposed to be the next one, but she's saying that she's injured and she's not going to fight until the end of the year. And before that, she was really waiting for a title shot, but now that's not there, so she's just saying she's injured. As for me, I'm saying, when is this going to happen then? Just give me a title fight already. I know Kayla used to post a lot online, asking for fights, and I used to reply to that, but nobody would take it forward. And not even, can't even mention Juliana anymore. I mean, so I'm just waiting.
So I've seen you say that you'd like to fight Kayla for an interim title. Is that because you're hearing Juliana isn't fighting anytime soon?
eu tô ouvindo que você tá querendo lutar a Kayla pelo título interino. E você tá falando isso porque a Juliana não tá disposta a lutar no futuro próximo?
Então, a gente não sabe exatamente o que está acontecendo, né? A previsão era que elas enfrentam no dia 7 de junho. Se acontecer, ótimo, pelo menos a categoria anda, né? Já é um avanço. Mas se caso não acontecer, eu estou pedindo sim para entrar como reserva da luta, porque eu acredito que possa ser que aconteça alguma coisa ali. Eu acredito que a Juliana pode sim sair da luta. Ela sabe que é uma luta ruim, ela contra a Kayla. E eu acho que ela vai tentar segurar o máximo possível do cinturão. Então, eu acredito que pode sim essa luta cair. E eu me apresento, obviamente, para essa reserva da luta sem nenhum problema. Mas, caso de fato a luta aconteça, o que é positivo para a categoria, eu não sei se Macy e Kathleen já foram confirmadas também um casamento novo, né? Já foi a terceira vez o casamento de luta delas. Caso eu ainda não tenha confirmado, eu também poderia lutar com qualquer uma das duas, já que Raquel disse que só volta no final do ano.
So I don't really know. I mean, there was a fight scheduled for June 7th. And if that happens, I think that would be really great for the category for things to move along. And what I've done is, for my part, I've actually asked to be, a backup for that fight if any one of them, drops out. I think the fight between Juliana and Kyla would be a hard fight. That's why maybe Juliana is pushing it, just to keep holding on to the belt for a little bit longer. And I think there's Macy and Kathleen as well, that they're out there. There's been talks of different fights, but if any of that drops out, I'm here. I'm willing to fight.
When you volunteered to be the backup, did you get a response? Do you think you will be the backup for the title fight if it happens in June?
Quando você se voluntariou para ser a reserva, você teve alguma resposta sobre isso? Tipo, se a luta não acontecer entre elas em junho, você já teve alguma resposta?
Não, a gente não teve resposta ainda. Não sabemos qual que é o andamento, né, da luta. Ficou uma luta que já tinha anunciado há uns meses, uns dias atrás, e ficou um silêncio, e ficou todo mundo sem saber se a luta tinha confirmado ou não. Parece que está confirmada a luta, mas a gente não tem certeza, não sei se é uma coisa, né, um acordo verbal, ou se realmente a luta já está marcada dia 7 de junho. E ninguém sabe, a Juliana ficou um tempo sumida, não postou nada da luta, não tocou no assunto, acho que parece que voltou a treinar esses dias, então ficou uma coisa meio vaga, ninguém sabe exatamente o que está acontecendo, e eu ainda não tive a resposta do UFC sobre uma possível reserva dessa luta.
So no, actually, I didn't have a response, really an official response to be the backup for that fight. I know that there's been the talks of the fight. The fight seems to be confirmed. I don't know if it was confirmed just verbally or if it was a contract and everything else. But the bottom line is Juliana was MIA for a while, but now I hear that she's training again. But up until now, I haven't really heard or gotten a response to say that I would be confirmed as a backup for that.
Okay. By the way, are you feeling sick today? What happened to your voice?
Está se sentindo pouco doente hoje? Sua voz está pouco rouca.
Não. Minha voz é mais grossa mesmo.
No, that's my voice, really.
Okay. Well, this is our first time speaking to each other, so I just wanted to make sure all is okay. You recently joined Diego Lima's team, Shootabox. Why did you make that switch from Belo Horizonte?
Só queria assegurar que você está ok. A primeira vez que a gente conversa, não conhecia sua voz muito bem, por isso eu falei. Mas parece que você fez a mudança agora para estar com o Diego Lima no Shoebox. Por que você fez essa mudança?
Então, eu fiz essa mudança porque eu morava em Belo Horizonte e treinava com meu ex-marido. E antes da luta da Irene Aldana, faltando ali umas 3 semanas para a luta da Irene Aldana, eu descobri que ele estava me traindo. E aí eu terminei o casamento, mantive o profissional, entrei no octógono, lutei normal, o que eu precisava fazer, ele foi o corner também. Só que depois eu realmente prefiro encerrar a parte profissional, porque não ia ficar um clima muito bom, não. E aí eu encerrei, e aí, consequentemente, logo em seguida eu conheci o Marco Túlio, que é o atleta da UFC também, que é da Shootbox. E aí eu vim para cá, para São Paulo, e acabei entrando na Shootbox, né? Já a indicação dele ali.
So yeah, I mean, there was certainly a change. I was working out of Belo Horizonte with my ex-husband then, but what happened is I actually found out just before, a little before the fight, that he was cheating on me. So we went through the whole thing, got a divorce, worked through it because obviously he was still my corner at the last fight. But after that, I just decided that the professional aspect of it had to go away too. I mean, there's no climate for that anymore. And shortly after, I met Mark Tulio and from Shootbox, and he just brought me in.
Wow. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, and I hope that you are doing okay. That's not fun. That's very traumatic. Did you know about this before the fight against Aldana, or you found out afterwards?
Eu sinto muito de ouvir isso. Eu espero que você esteja bem. Você ouviu isso? Você ficou sabendo antes ou depois da luta da Aldana?
Foi antes. Foi 3 semanas antes da luta. E aí foram 14 anos de casado. E ele sempre foi meu treinador. Então, realmente eu fiquei numa situação complicada ali. Tive que manter ele. Não dava tempo de trocar o corner, porque ele me treinou a vida inteira, então não teria tempo de adaptação de outro corner. E a gente fez a última luta ali, e depois dele já encerrou a parte profissional em seguida também. É estranho, né? Eu não tinha divulgado isso para ninguém na época, porque eu não queria que a minha semana da luta virasse esse assunto, então não foi divulgado na época da luta por causa disso.
So it was before the fight. As a matter of fact, it was about 3 weeks before the fight. This was a 14-year marriage. He was always my coach the entire time. But what happened is, the fight was there, and there was no time to change corners. There would be no time to really adapt to somebody new. And I know it's a strange thing, but we didn't want to speak about it really before the fight, because we didn't want that fight to become the subject to overshadow really the fight. The fight was really what was important there, so I didn't even want to mention it then.
That makes the win and the performance that much more impressive. So much respect to you. I can't imagine what you were going through. How difficult was it to go through that whole process? I can't imagine it was easy to compartmentalize all your feelings.
Realmente a vitória e o processo todo se torna ainda agora mais impressionante, sabendo que você estava passando por isso. Você pode contar um pouco para nós como é que foi esse processo, como que você conseguiu colocar isso num compartimento sozinho ali e realmente não deixar isso afetar o resto?
Cara, assim, foi muito difícil, não vou falar que foi fácil, não. A primeira semana ali que eu descobri, faltavam 3 para a luta, eu fiquei sem dormir, sem comer, eu fiquei um pouco em estado de choque, porque realmente foi uma surpresa para mim, eu não esperava aquilo. Só que entrou faltando 2 semanas para a luta, eu viajei para Las Vegas e eu precisava colocar minha cabeça no lugar, e eu precisava lutar, porque é o que eu fiz a minha vida inteira, então eu não iria deixar isso me abalar ali nesse momento final, que era a luta mais importante da minha carreira, era o que eu precisava. Então eu não contei para muitas pessoas, apenas a minha família e o meu time sabiam. E do meu time também só sabiam as pessoas que estavam comigo no meu corner. Então eu fechei isso entre a gente, conversei com meu ex-marido, falei, olha, vamos fazer a parte profissional, tá tudo certo. Eu não levo muito isso para nada, assim, eu acho que a escolha dele ele fez, entendeu? E eu simplesmente falei, cara, eu só não quero que me atrapalhe profissionalmente. Eu vou fazer meu último trabalho e a gente segue cada um o seu caminho. E foi feito dessa forma. Por incrível que pareça, foi minha melhor semana de luta, minha Fight Week. Foi a semana mais leve em que eu estava e foi a luta onde que eu entrei mais tranquila de todas, mais leve, mais solta dentro do octógono. Então eu acho que talvez foi um empurrão positivo. Hoje eu vejo que foi um empurrão positivo, porque eu me sinto muito melhor hoje do que quando eu estava casada. Apesar de que não era um casamento ruim, tá? Não tô falando mal dele. Mas eu acho que chega uma certa hora que talvez a gente comece a fazer mais mal do que bem para as pessoas. Então, de fato, hoje eu me sinto melhor.
So, I can't say it was easy to do this. It was 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out. The first week, I really didn't even eat anything. Really, I was completely in shock. And then the following week, I had to travel to Las Vegas, and I had to fight. I mean, this is what my life is. This was up to this point the most important fight in my life. And so at that point, it was only my family and my team, or people closest in my team, who really knew about this whole thing. I had a conversation with my ex-husband, and I said, let's do the professional thing here. Let's do the professional side of this. And the bottom line is he made a choice, and I said, that's fine. You make your choice. We'll each follow our own paths. And honestly, that fight week was the best fight week for me ever. I mean, I felt very light. Felt very positive going in. I took it as a very positive push for me to go into that fight. And I feel better now. I'm not saying anything bad about the marriage. It was a good marriage while it lasted, but it got to the point where it was, causing more damage. So more harm. So you know what? It's time to go. It's time to go. And it wasn't easy, but we got through it.
Wow. Much respect to you, and what a performance, and what a cut you inflicted on Irene Aldana. When you see that cut, when you see this, when you see the work that you did, does this make you proud? Are you proud of this? Are you happy with this?
Mais uma vez, parabéns por tudo e parabéns pelo desempenho. E agora falando um pouquinho desse corte aqui da Irene Aldana, quando você consegue ver que você conseguiu fazer isso aqui, você se orgulha desse trabalho?
Eu não diria nem que é um orgulho, porque a gente não entra, por incrível que pareça, a gente não entra ali para literalmente rasgar a cara da pessoa toda, mas a gente quer, lógico, vencer, até nocautear. É estranho falar isso, mas a gente não quer lesionar ninguém grave. Mas acontece, então é uma consequência da luta, né? Eu realmente, assim, na hora eu achei realmente que o juiz ia parar. Por alguns momentos eu olhava para ele para ver se ele ia parar ou não, ele continuou. E eu falei, cara, estratégia de luta, ela tá bem, ela tá ativa, ela tá vindo pra cima, eu preciso continuar batendo no mesmo lugar. E aí foi aonde foi abrindo mais o corte, porque eu estava realmente repetidamente batendo do mesmo lado. Então, não é exatamente um orgulho, mas é uma consequência da luta, né? Faz parte.
So, proud of it. It's really not the word that I would use. You don't really go in there to rip somebody's face. You want to win when you go in. You don't want to necessarily cause any injuries. It does happen. It's a consequence of the fight. I really thought at some point that the ref would stop the fight, but she was good. She was active. She was responding, and then it became kind of like somewhat of a strategy for my fight to keep hitting the same place, and kept opening and getting bigger. But it became a strategy, and that's what we use. But can't say I'm proud of that.
Okay, fair enough. Could I ask, are you comfortable making 135 now? You obviously had a great run at featherweight. Do you feel 100% comfortable cutting down to 35?
Você se sente confortável agora cortando para 135? Você, passou um tempo no pena, tranquilo, mas agora se sente bem no 135?
Sim, me sinto muito bem. A gente fez um trabalho muito longo, né? De uns 2 anos ali trabalhando para poder conseguir atingir bem a categoria. O UFC foi muito paciente, inclusive. Esperou, né? Me deu algumas lutas no 66 para que eu conseguisse ir descendo de peso de forma saudável. E hoje em dia eu consigo bater o peso bem, tranquila, saudável e bem. Me sinto mais rápida, mais leve e mais forte até do que no 66.
Yeah, no, it's good. I feel comfortable. It was a long work. It took about 2 years to come down to that category. I'm grateful to UFC. They gave me, they were very patient, and they gave me different fights in between to, make sure that I was acclimating to the weight. But now I feel light. I feel agile. I feel great.
And so if it is in fact Kayla Harrison versus Juliana Pena next, hopefully in June, call your shot right now. Who does Norma Dumont want to fight next? Who's the next opponent? Who's going to be number 6 on the resume in the winning streak?
Se for de fato a Kayla Harrison contra a Juliana Penha no próximo, como é que você acha que vai sair essa luta? E como é que você acha que quem que você vai enfrentar depois? Quem que vai ser número 6 aí nessa lista?
Então, bom, eu acredito que tem 2 cenários para essa luta. Eu acredito que Kayla, com seu porte físico, vigor físico e as técnicas de queda, consiga derrubar a Juliana e colocar muita pressão ali nos 2 primeiros rounds, talvez finalizar ou até acabar no ground and pound. Mas, se a luta se estender, todo mundo sabe que Kayla Harrison não tem um pulmão muito resistente. Não acho que ela passe de 3 rounds bem. E a Juliana, apesar de haver muita falha técnica, a maior qualidade da Juliana é ser uma atleta extremamente resiliente. Então, se a luta se estender, 3º, 4º, 5º round, a Juliana pode sim trazer umas certas perguntas difíceis para a Kayla, porque ela é uma atleta muito insistente, muito gás, e a Kayla realmente chega na metade do 2º round, ela já decai muito. No 3º round é sobrevivência, eu nem sei como é que ela vai ficar no 4º e 5º, batendo 6-1. A gente ainda não viu, e eu realmente, pelas últimas performances delas, eu não sei como é que ela chega no 4º e 5º round.
So I think, it would be a tough one. But I think I think Kayla is a very strong opponent. I think she's very well prepared, and with her technique and everything else, I could see her taking down Juliana in the first 2 rounds, and that would be a good thing. But if it really goes to ground and pound, and if Kayla Harrison has to continue fighting for 3, 4, maybe 5 rounds, I know that Kayla doesn't have the lungs for that. I know that Juliana is a very resilient fighter, and if it goes long, she's gonna make it a really hard fight for Kayla to remain there. I really don't see how Kayla could stay there and keep exchanging for that many rounds. So I'd be impressed if that happened.
Norma, great to have you on the show. Good luck. Hopefully you get a fight very soon and we get to see you back in there. Appreciate you very much, and hopefully the first of many appearances here on the program. Thank you so much. Obrigado, and parabéns on all your success.
Norma, muito obrigado. Parabéns por todo o seu sucesso. Espero que a gente te veja outras vezes aqui também no programa. E realmente a gente está bem empolgado por você e bom saber um pouquinho da sua história. Tudo de bom para você.
Ok, obrigada. Tamo juntos.
All good. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Everton. Great job. We appreciate you very much. All right, what a great interpreter. Move aside, step aside, Fabiano. There's a new king in town. That was great stuff. Great stuff with Charles. Great stuff with Norma as well. And yeah, I think we're all looking forward to the next one. It's a bit of a Brazilian theme on the show today. He's one of the most popular fighters in the sport. Many would say still the face of the UFC. We just saw him in action 18 or so days ago in Las Vegas at UFC 313, and I do believe this is his first extended conversation since then. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the man himself, former middleweight and light heavyweight champion of the UFC, the great Alex Poatan Pereira. There he is. Are we doing it with Plinio Cruz? Alex, how are we doing? Doing it? We still do it. We still do it, no matter what, right? No matter what, Alex. There it is. That's better. That's better, my friend. Plinio, you're the man. Come here, Plinio. You're the guy. Yes, my guy. Thank you so much. Here, Plinio, in there. Thank you. I wanted to make sure you still had it in you, that it's still the same old Alex.
Quero ter certeza que isso ainda está em você, né? Que é o mesmo velho Alex, né? Com certeza. Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you both for coming. We appreciate you. I want to, as they say, break the fourth wall for a second, Plinio. Usually, when I want Alex to come on the show, I text you. But on Sunday, you texted me. And I was very surprised, but I was very happy, obviously, because I always love talking to you guys. Can I ask, why did you text me about coming on the show?
Ele falou, pô, vamos quebrar essa parede de uma vez. Normalmente, eu mando mensagem para vocês virem. mas nesse domingo eu que mandei mensagem para ele falando pra gente vir. O porquê?
Porque a gente sabe que é um programa que todo mundo está assistindo. Tem muitas entrevistas também que as pessoas querem fazer, mas é um pouco complicado também. Então a gente vai pelos os canais que são os maiores, que a galera vai ficar sabendo.
Well, because your show is a show that everybody likes to watch. It's a very famous show. You're our friend. You know what I mean? We got to do an interview, and there's many channels, many people that ask for interviews, but of course, we're going to give preference to you.
Obrigado. Thank you. Thank you very much. What has life been like since UFC 313? How would you describe the last almost 3 weeks?
Como é que tem sido sua vida depois do UFC 313? Como é que você descreve essas últimas 3 semanas?
Bom, para mim está sendo muito bom, muitas oportunidades ainda de patrocínio, parcerias. Tá a mesma coisa sem o cinturão, né? Mas não mudou nada.
Life's still been great, still very good. A lot of sponsorships, partnerships, even without the belt, so it didn't change so much.
Is there any sort of aftermath, for lack of a better word, a depression, a down moment, because he was the champion, he was, the champ at 205 for a while now, and now no longer. Emotionally, how is he dealing with it?
Pô, e dá uma deprê depois de você ter sido campeão, agora não tá sendo mais o campeão, tem aquela que dá aquele down. Como é que você tá se sentindo emocionalmente, né?
A minha cabeça está muito boa, né? Cara, tudo que eu passei na minha vida é coisas que eu nem imaginava alcançar. Tudo que eu conquistei, tudo que eu alcancei, né? Então eu posso falar que eu alcancei o que eu nem imaginava, né? Então o que vem agora é lucro, mas mesmo assim eu estou bem motivado, né, de estar buscando o meu cinturão novamente. E nada mudou.
For where I come from to where I got here, you know what I mean? I was able to conquer things that I never imagined that I could conquer. Right, great things. I think right now I achieved so much that I should just be happy, and whatever comes after, you know what I mean, is extra. But I'm still very motivated to win the belt back.
Okay. It has come out recently, actually, Joe Rogan said that you had a hand injury and you were dealing with the norovirus before the fight. Is any of this true?
Saiu o Joe Rogan agora que você tava com a mão machucada e você tá com aquele norovirus, né, tipo Covid, antes dessa luta. Alguma coisa disso daí é verdade?
Como eu sempre falei, eu não gosto de dar desculpas, né, de querer tirar o mérito do adversário, mesmo não concordando com a decisão. Mas não quero tirar o mérito, né, dele. Cada um tem os seus problemas, eu tive os meus problemas, talvez ele também tenha tido problemas, mas o que eu posso falar é que não, minha mão estava boa, mas muitas coisas aconteceram.
I do not try to take credit from Ankalaev. Many people try to do that kind of thing. I'm not this type of guy. Everybody go through problems. I'm sure he had his own problems too. I had mine. My hand is fine, but it did happen a lot of things, but I don't want to use that as an excuse.
Okay, so can I ask about them, what he was dealing with, or would he prefer not to talk about it at all?
Ele pode perguntar o que você tava, o que passou, você prefere não falar sobre isso?
Muitas coisas, não quero dar desculpa, né? Eu sempre falei que talvez se eu tivesse ganho, né? Eu teria falado tudo o que aconteceu, como eu fiz das outras vezes, mas não. Vai chegar o meu momento, eu tenho a chance de estar disputando o cinturão novamente, então vai chegar um momento que eu posso estar falando.
I don't want to make excuse. I don't want to use this as leverage for anything. My moment's going to come to win the belt, and then I can disclose everything for you guys.
Okay. Could I just ask, were any of the issues big enough to where he considered not fighting?
Alguns dos problemas foram grandes o suficiente de você considerar não ter lutado?
Sim.
Yes.
Wow. How close?
Quão perto?
Quão perto?
De ter arrancado pro lado fora da luta.
Essa foi uma das lutas assim, mais complicadas, né, de tudo que aconteceu.
One of the more complicated from everything that happened.
Wow. Does he regret fighting?
Você arrependeu de lutar?
Não.
Why not?
Por que não?
Por que não? Como eu falei, eu conquistei tudo que eu conquistei. Eu venho motivando muitas pessoas. Eu tentei fazer algo, né, que era difícil para mim. Já fiz várias coisas ali parecido com as dificuldades de lesões, algo do tipo, né, e veio dando certo, né. Chegou um momento que não deu certo, mas mesmo assim não me arrependo.
I do not regret because, like I say, I conquer a lot. I've been motivating a lot of people. Many times I pushed through things I was able to overcome and tell a story. Many times work. This time was not my moment, but I do not regret.
I am obviously asking you questions, so I don't want anyone to think that you're offering any excuses or you told me to ask this. That's not the case. Before the fight, I remember seeing Daniel Cormier and Chael Sonnen say, you're traveling too much. Maybe you're not taking it serious enough. Was there anything to that? In retrospect, do you think that you did not take the fight seriously enough?
Tô te perguntando várias coisas que para você não parecer que você tá fazendo desculpa. Antes da luta, o Daniel Cormier e o Chael Sonnen falaram que você estava viajando demais, que isso prejudica o seu camp. E você não estava tão focado. Você acha que a viagens prejudicou você e você acha que você não estava tão focado quanto outras vezes?
Não, acho que a viagem não... Claro que se eu não viajar, talvez isso vai fazer alguma diferença, mas eu acho que não é algo exagerado. Eu já fiz isso a minha vida toda. As pessoas estão conseguindo ver isso agora porque eu estou em evidência e as pessoas estão me acompanhando, mas eu fiz isso a minha vida toda. Então, pô, desde do amador até agora, pô, sempre fiz coisas assim que de verdade não dá para acreditar. Dificilmente outra pessoa ter feito o que eu fiz, nas condições que eu tinha e fazer todas essas lutas e ter bons resultados.
No, I'm not gonna blame it on the trip. Okay, it's not good to be traveling that much, but I did this all my entire career. People being seeing this now because I'm more on the spotlight now, but since the amateur days, I've been doing things that people will not believe they know. So I'm not going to say that there was a breaking factor.
Have you rewatched the fight?
Você assistiu a luta?
Eu assisti.
In the immediate aftermath, it seemed like you and your team thought that you had won 3 rounds to 2. Do you still feel that way?
Logo que terminou, parece que você e seu time achou que você tinha ganhado 3 rounds a 2. Você ainda sente isso?
Eu sinto.
He does, and I do too.
And so you guys, just for the record, think you won 1, 3, and 5?
A gente acha que você ganhou 1, 3 e 5?
Sim.
Me too.
Okay, you both agree. When you watch the fight, though, and anyone who even thinks that you won, obviously it was a different version of you. You weren't as active. You didn't throw as many strikes. But we saw the takedown defense. He was 0 for 12, I believe. And so when you see yourself fighting against him in that fight, what do you see? Are you happy with the body of work? Are you frustrated by what you see? What is your assessment of your performance?
Que todo mundo viu ali, que o pessoal acha, por exemplo, um gigante que perdeu, mas você parecia não estar sendo você naquele dia, certo? Mas ao mesmo tempo, pô, você lutou de uma maneira diferente, mas parou 12 de 12 entradas de queda. Quando você vê tudo aquilo ali que aconteceu, o que você tem a dizer sobre aquela noite?
Bom, eu acho que eu também não estava na minha melhor performance comparado com todas as que eu tive, né? Pelo menos no UFC. Mas eu acho que eu fiz ainda um bom trabalho com todas as condições que eu tinha. Não concordei com algumas coisas, com a decisão ali mesmo, né? Aquela queda que eu dei, acho que foi no terceiro round, se não me engano. Não sei se contabilizou ela, também até agora não sei. Né? Não fui atrás, eu estou querendo, na verdade, meio descansar e sem pensar muito nisso. Mas não sei se foi contabilizado. E, de repente, se eu tivesse acertado ele ali, um nocaute, então eles iria me desclassificar, no caso, se não contar aquela queda, entende, Plínio?
Se você tivesse acertado ele, não tivesse caído, tivesse desmaiado. Exato. Definitely was not my best performance. I was not on an on day, it was more like an off day, like I didn't feel like, right? But still, I think, like, comes and goes, like I still evaluate the fight. Sometimes I watch because at the same time, these few weeks, I try to stay out of it for a little bit so I can rest and absorb everything. But I saw things that I agree, things that I don't disagree. For an example, the decision, I don't disagree. I don't remember which round was the takedown, but I took him down, and then people say that didn't count. So instead of the foot sweep was a knockout, they will have disqualify Alex. So things that like agree and don't disagree, but.
And in the aftermath of the fight, I saw his coach accuse you of greasing. This is his coach, Suhrab Magomedov. This is the quote. We have it there as well. When Magomed pushed him to the fence near our corner, it seemed to me that Pereira was greased with something. Ankalaev said afterwards that he smelled like he had ointment and was sticky. The sweat didn't flow off his body. It gelled up. That's what it looks like on his body too. And then he also, the interviewer says that Glover Teixeira is really experienced in this kind of stuff, which is a crazy accusation in its own right. And so have you seen this? And if so, what is your response to this accusation?
O professor dele depois falou numa entrevista que o Ankalaev estava empurrando você contra a grade, não estava conseguindo te puxar, porque parecia que ele estava saboado, né? Estava com óleo. Falou que os brasileiros são muito experientes em fazer isso aí, de passar antes e depois já fica saindo durante a luta. E falou que o Glover é muito experiente em fazer essas coisas também. Você viu essas acusações? O que você diz sobre essas acusações?
Eu vi os comentários, né? Mas o que eu posso falar é que não passei nada no meu corpo. Eu acho que isso é uma forma de... O treinador dele, né? O treinador dele tá arrumando desculpa. Talvez não tenha feito um trabalho bem feito, porque tentou me quedar 12 vezes e eu defendi, né? E por mais que as pessoas falam, né, da minha luta agarrada, que eu ia pro chão com facilidade, então eu acho que isso frustrou eles e principalmente o treinador dele. Então isso é uma desculpa de estar querendo garantir o trabalho dele, né? Ou, sei lá, quando você faz alguma coisa de errado, não tem um bom resultado, fica ali, pô, não tô dando um lucro para a empresa, tal, vamos mandar embora. Eu acho que é algo do tipo, porque, sinceramente, eu não passei nada no meu corpo.
Absolutely didn't put nothing in my body. The way that his coach is putting on this sounds for me that he's trying to make an excuse, looking for an excuse to justify the fact that he trained a guy to take me down, but the guy got stuffed 12 of his takedown attempts. It's almost like you're in a company, you mess up, you didn't do what you're supposed to do, and then you're trying to make excuses to justify that. Absolutely not put nothing in my body.
Does that piss you off? Sorry.
Eu perguntar para ele, pro treinador dele, se eu passei vaselina na lona do octógono, que a queda que ele levou ali, acho que foi isso, né?
You also got to ask his coach if we put oil, put Vaseline on the mats too, because that's why Ankalaev fell on his back. He got taken down like that.
Does that piss you off, that accusation? Does it bother him?
Isso aí, tipo, pô, deixa chateado com uma acusação dessa?
Com certeza, porque, cara, eu sou um cara que eu não gosto de trapacear. Pô, difícil. No Glória, eu recebi uma advertência, mas se você assistir, eu não tive culpa. Pô, o árbitro quis dar uma advertência ali pra mim falando que eu tava agarrando, mas eu não tava agarrando. E na minha vida toda, pô, muitas lutas amadoras, muitas lutas profissionais no kickboxing, MMA, nunca fui chamado a atenção, nunca tive uma falta, eu nunca tive, entendeu? Eu não gosto disso. É por isso que as coisas vêm dando certo na minha vida.
Things been work. It upsets me because even my Glory career, man, like I never did nothing that I was not supposed to. Like if you watch one time that I got a point taken on me, I think it was my last fight because the referee wasn't on some point saying there was too much clinch, which was not. But I always did everything by the book, and that's why everything worked so good in my career.
I know the fight didn't go your way, you didn't get the decision, but the fact that you stuffed all of his takedowns when everyone thought he'd be able to take you down so easily, was that a point of pride for you? Are you at least, happy is a weird word, but do you take pride in the fact that you did what everyone didn't think you could do?
A gente sabe que a luta não foi da maneira que você gostaria, mas também não vou te dizer feliz, mas te deixo orgulhoso e satisfeito o fato de você conseguir fazer o que ninguém fez, que foi parar todas as quedas dele, principalmente 12.
Fiquei feliz porque todo mundo sabe da minha história. Muitas pessoas falam, pô, é um kickbox, pô, muito pouco tempo, vai pegar um cara experiente. Eu mostrei a minha evolução, né, o tanto que eu me dediquei para fazer aquilo nessa luta.
Well, it makes me happy because people always criticize me. You know, I'm a kickboxer. You know what I mean? He's been training such a short span of time of grappling. This guy's going to be too experienced for his grappling. And then I go and I show what I show, so it's satisfying to me to show my evolution on the game.
You don't often show emotion, even in your interviews and in your victories, but I remember seeing the face-offs, like it looked like there was intensity there, and obviously there was a bit of a back and forth between you and Magomed. Was it personal for you? Did you feel emotional going into that fight?
Você normalmente não mostra emoções em nada, mas parece que foi pouquinho mais emoção nessa luta com o Ankalaev, nas encaradas, tal, parece que teve pouquinho mais intenso dos dois lados. Você sentiu pouco mais de emoção do que normal?
Não, estava normal.
Or was it just normal?
Just normal. Okay, you didn't feel any differently about him. Okay, and so in the fight itself, obviously the second round seemed significant. It seemed like he may have rocked you. How much did that bother you? Because you think that you won the third round, so clearly not enough for it to affect you. But in between rounds, did you feel like you needed a moment to gather yourself?
Segundo round a gente viu que foi no round que entrou a mão dele, né? Quanto que aquilo ali te incomodou? Porque você acha que você ganhou o terceiro round, então você recuperou bem, né? Mas quanto que demorou pra você recuperar daquilo ali, do segundo pro terceiro? Como é que foi?
Não, do soco dele? Não, foi algo que, tipo, eu senti as mãos ali, mas eu tava bem consciente. Nada de... Pô, na minha mente tava assim, longe de tomar uma queda ali pelos golpes dele. Não foi algo que me balançou ali. De sair fora de si, igual você tomou umas porradas fortes, você meio que apaga ali e volta. Essa tava longe disso.
I was far beyond to be knocked down. The hand got in, yes, but was not even close to be something that I had needed time to recover extra round, anything like that, I was just fine.
Okay. Was he tougher at all in any facet of the game? Was he more talented than you expected?
Você acha que ele foi pouco mais duro e talentoso do que você esperava em alguma parte do jogo?
Não, achei que ele foi o que eu já achava mesmo, normal.
No, I think he was what I expected, normal.
For someone watching, like I said, you weren't as active as far as your strikes are concerned. Why is that?
Para alguém que assiste, você não foi tão ativo com a sua trocação, com seus golpes como você normalmente é. Por que isso?
Sim, claro que eu tive algumas dificuldades, né? É óbvio que eu vou querer jogar em pé. Eu vou querer usar o meu strike onde que eu sou melhor. Então, eu não estava querendo ir para o chão, estava tomando muito cuidado. Então, isso faz com que você esteja numa distância, né, diferente. Então, isso, claro que atrapalha, né? Mas eu acho que, mesmo assim, ainda foi uma boa luta.
No, a few things, of course, like to adapt, because, you know what I mean, I'm a guy that I want to stand up with this guy, and this guy trying to take me down. You create an awareness, and you gotta fight on a different distance to adapt. So, things that I had to adapt, that was not too on point, but I still think that was a good fight.
Do you think, in retrospect, you were too concerned about the takedown, and that's why you weren't as aggressive?
Você acha que você estava muito preocupado com a queda e por isso não foi tão agressivo?
Talvez.
Maybe.
Yeah, is that a regret for you? Like, the next time around, do you think that you will be more aggressive against him?
Você acha que é um arrependimento? Você acha que na próxima vez você vai ser mais agressivo com ele?
Não, acho que não é arrependimento. Eu fiz o que eu podia fazer ali, naquele momento.
It's not a regret because I did what I could on that moment.
Okay. In the immediate aftermath, in the cage, you said something to the effect of, like the judges are awarding him for stalling, for pressing me up against the cage. Do you think this is a problem in judging, that they're kind of getting it wrong, that they're not seeing or awarding the right tactics in a fight?
Logo depois, você na entrevista falou, né, que você, tava, não vou falar preocupado, mas tava chateado com o jeito que os juízes incentivam de pontuar um cara que tá só querendo segurar na grade. Você acha isso algo que tem que mudar?
Eu acho que deveria mudar isso, né? Essas regras de, se a pessoa coloca a pessoa na grade, ela tem que estar ali machucando, mostrar, mas, ele não fez nada, né? Então, às vezes, até a organização não gosta, né, desse estilo de luta, criticam, né? Então, acho que deveria mudar para eles treinar para tentar colocar na grade ali e, ao mesmo tempo, tá machucando. Tem que ser efetivo.
Well, because these guys go and put people on the fence, but they don't stay active, they don't cause damage, they don't hurt. And I think something that not even the organization likes, you know what I mean, becomes boring. So I think it's something that should be evaluated and start taking points on a way that when the guy puts somebody against the cage, he gotta make damage, otherwise it doesn't count.
I saw a video of you in the hotel room with your family after, and your perspective seemed very good. You were very happy to be there with your boys, with your team, and your perspective now seems great as well. Do you think maybe the Alex Pereira of 5-6 years ago would have handled all of this differently, but now because you're older, because you've had success, the losses don't hit you the same way?
A gente viu depois o vídeo de você com seus filhos, com seu time no hotel, você tava com um semblante bom, você tava um cara entendido, né? A vibe não tava tão ruim. Você acha que você, do jeito que você tá mais maduro hoje, com todo o seu sucesso, você consegue enxergar e aceitar a derrota do modo melhor do que seria 5 anos atrás?
Com certeza, né? Eu acho que a gente vem aprendendo. Eu já passei por isso algumas vezes, né? Eu acho que foi mais difícil na condição que eu tinha também, na condição que eu tenho hoje. Eu acho que, fora em questão financeira, isso muda muito. Porque quando você está ali, você está começando e você tem algumas derrotas e, isso te preocupa muito, porque isso pode te impedir de chegar em algum lugar, né? Então, mesmo assim, eu não desisti, né? Trabalhei duro. E eu conquistei as minhas coisas, tive agora essa perca de novo, mas como eu falei, hoje, graças a Deus, eu tô bem, mas não desisti ainda, né? Eu tenho mais lutas para fazer, tenho mais treinos para evoluir, mais tempo para motivar pessoas, as pessoas conhecer mais a minha história, não parou por aí.
Well, absolutely, because 5 years ago, the financial man will be much harder on me. And sometimes when you fight for different things, a loss can block you to get it somewhere, right? Right now, I'm on a point of my career that is better now, right? But I still got more fights to win. I got more trainings for me to evolve. And I got more people to motivate still.
And so he has said that he has been offered the rematch against Alex in August. Has Alex been offered that same fight, a rematch against Magomed in August?
Foi dito hoje que foi oferecido para o Ankalaev a revanche em agosto. Foi o mesmo oferecido para você?
Não, ainda não estou sabendo de nada. Ele falou quando isso?
That was today, I think so, right? Something like that. When was that?
He said August.
But was that today that he said?
I think we have the tweet. We could show it here in a second. Yes, no, maybe. Anyway, he tweeted. I saw. There it is. I have a date. He said this 7 days ago. I have a date and I accepted already. I hope my opponent will accept too. This time will be no 5 rounds. I don't get paid by the hour. He didn't say Alex, but we assumed that he was talking about Alex. Is he not talking about Alex?
Eu tenho dia, já aceitei. Espero que o meu oponente aceite também. Isso. Dessa vez não vai ser 5 rounds que não sou pago por hora.
Não chegou para mim ainda, mas agosto é uma data muito boa. É só o contrato chegar que eu também estou assinando.
Nothing got to me yet, but August is a good date. As soon as the contract gets in, I'll sign.
Do you want your next fight to be against Ankalaev?
Você quer sua próxima luta ser contra ele?
Sim.
Yes.
Do you expect that your next fight will be against Ankalaev?
Você espera que sua próxima luta vai ser ele?
100%.
100%.
Have they told you any other time frame? Earlier, later, anything at all?
Te falaram alguma outra data? Mais cedo, mais tarde?
Não, ainda a gente não conversou, né? Eu falei, pô, quero dar uma descansada, né? Eu sei que isso vai acontecer, não é agora, mas eu vou estar pronto. Se for agosto, é uma data muito boa para mim também.
Well, I did not spoke with them too much because I wanted to take a little break. A lot of fights in 1 year for this guy, right?
Yes.
So I'm just waiting. But if they come out with a date and be August, I'm going to be prepared and I'm going to be ready for it.
If it was up to you, when would be the ideal month for the fight?
Se fosse por você, qual seria o mês ideal para essa luta?
Mês ideal? Agosto.
August.
Okay, that is good. I saw the video blog right after the fight when you were on the plane, and you had said the day after that already talks have begun about the rematch. And so what were those talks and where do they currently stand?
No vídeo da gente voltando no avião, viu todos nós conversando sobre já está sendo conversado uma revanche. O que foi conversado e o que tem mais ou menos por aí que você pode falar?
Não, com certeza eu falei. É óbvio que eu quero uma revanche com ele e, pô, eu não aceito outra coisa, outra luta. Eu acho que eu tenho esse direito pelo trabalho, todo o trabalho que eu fiz. Então é isso, foi o que a gente falou, mas a gente não conversou nada, né? Na verdade, com a organização, né? Isso a gente estava comentando ali, pô, com a moral que os meus empresários têm, com a organização, de todo o trabalho que eles vêm fazendo há um longo tempo, a gente, pô, tem uma boa relação, então eles já meio que garantiram isso para mim.
Well, right after that, that's when we spoke about the rematch, and also Alex feels that he's right after everything that he did on that division in the UFC to have an immediate rematch. That's what we're all deciding. Don't think nothing was spoken with the organization yet. If it did, I don't know, but we believe that our managers have a very good relationship with the UFC. They are always in good terms with each other, and I know they can make it happen. I need a rematch.
Can I ask you, Plinio, as his coach, when would you like to see him back, considering all the fights over the past year?
August against Ankalaev.
You like that?
100%.
That's enough time?
I want him to fight tomorrow.
But you want him to, you don't want him to have a break?
No.
Why not?
No, I want him to have a break like he's having right now.
Yeah.
Right? The guy fought 4 times in 1 year. But I don't want to let it sit 1 year, 2 years, 6 months. Alex lost in the eyes of the judges, and he was on an off day, right? Some people sometimes can go to work and be the best day, sometimes you're not. But it's not that he got to reinvent the wheel. Alex is ready, he was a champ, and he's ready to become the champion again tomorrow.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ele perguntou, eu falei que pra mim pode ser amanhã essa luta. Claro que eu quero que você tire esse break pra você descansar e tal, mas eu falei, nós não temos que reinventar a roda. Você era o campeão e tá pronto para ser o campeão de novo amanhã. Porque foi a decisão dos juízes e são coisas que às vezes a pessoa vai com um dia bom pro trabalho e vai num dia não tão bom. It was off day at work.
Do jeito que eu fiz ali, cara, eu não tenho que mudar nada.
The way that he was ready for the fight, there's nothing that we really gotta change.
Okay.
Besides tactics, of course.
When you watch the fight, what do you think? Are you frustrated?
I got me frustrated because honestly, when me and Glover got up on that 5th round, you gotta understand one thing. When you watch a fight, cage side, and no commentators talking about the fight, because sometimes the comments can lead you to
Sure.
You know what I mean? Some guys go towards more the grappling, some guys go towards more. So they can lead your opinion sometime. For what I saw, 5 feet from my eyesight, Alex won 3 rounds. I think the statistics, even for significant strikes, the 3rd round was Alex. So if it was not real takedowns on that round, how come they can score to that guy? But I don't want to go back and forth on this because we cannot cry over spilled milk, right? Now let's move on and just get this guy in front of Ankalaev again and let him finish the job that he started.
Okay. There were a lot of big plans being discussed leading up to the fight. Usyk was discussed. Jon Jones was discussed. Could you tell us, had you won that fight a couple of weeks ago, who do you think you would have fought next?
Teria muitos planos, né, se você tivesse ganhado essa luta. O Usyk no boxe, o Jon Jones, peso pesado. Se você tivesse ganho, qual seria o tiro que você ia dar?
Igual eu falei, era defender o meu cinturão, mas se eu tivesse a oportunidade de ter essa decisão, não seria na minha categoria. Ou seria peso pesado, ou seria no boxe.
Probably maybe defend the belts, but if I could go in like after that choose, not my weight class, would be either fight for the heavyweight in the UFC or fight Usyk on the boxing.
Were there any discussions about that? Did anyone say, we won't talk about it now, but if this all goes well, we have this and this plan for you?
Algo chegou a ser mencionado, tipo, bom, a gente não vai conversar agora, tem essa luta, mas se der certo, vai ser mais ou menos isso e isso.
Não.
Nothing. Usyk?
Não.
Jon Jones? Aspinall? No, I understood that.
Por isso que eu falo, na minha categoria, o próximo passo que eu teria certeza era a minha categoria. Mas se eu tivesse o poder de escolher, eu faria qualquer um dos dois, menos a minha categoria.
Like you say, the reasonable following step would be his weight class to defend. But if he was on his choice, he'll not have defend the belt after this fight. He'll have went to the heavyweight in the UFC or for the boxing. He wanted to move up.
Heavyweight title or just any heavyweight fight?
Mas qualquer luta, se eu tivesse ganho aquela, seria título de peso pesado no UFC ou com qualquer pesado, se fosse no UFC?
Não, aí seria uma luta grande, né?
It had to be a big fight, like a super fight, like a belt.
Sure. And is that still a plan? Is that still a hope?
Isso ainda é um plano.
Sim.
Yes.
And boxing as well?
E o boxe.
Sim.
Yes.
Okay, so this is just a detour.
Isso é só desvio no caminho só. Yes.
Does this, in any way, shape, or form, change how you feel about your longevity in the sport? How many more years left in the sport? Because his age is discussed a lot.
Isso, de algum jeito, faz você pensar novamente da sua longevidade no esporte. Quantos mais anos você quer ir? Porque o pessoal discute demais pelo fato de você estar com 37. Isso aí fez você ver de outra maneira ou não?
Um pouco. Eu acho que sempre a gente tem algo a aprender. A minha perca mesmo com essa Adesanya, isso mudou algumas coisas, né, que eu tive que mudar, né, na minha vida pessoal, até não nos treinos não muito, mas atitudes que eu tive que mudar, e isso fez com que melhorasse, né, toda a minha vida. E a mesma coisa agora, né, foi mais uma perca, né, mesmo depois de conquistando muitas coisas, corrigir algumas coisas e voltar melhor.
Well, got me thinking, right? Like, I always get to think, for example, when I lost to Israel Adesanya, a few things I had to reevaluate in my life, my personal life, things to get better, things to get worse, and the same right now. Reevaluate, see what you can get better from there. Not too much in training, but overall in life.
Does he think he'll fight past 40?
Você acha que luta depois dos 40?
Não sei.
Don't know.
Eu gostaria, mas eu não sei.
I would like to, but I don't know.
Okay. Speaking of Adesanya, how would you describe your relationship with him? Because I think a lot of us never thought we'd see the day where you guys were sitting together at a fight in Australia. Him watching you, sad that you lost, his reaction. It's amazing to see your friendship forming. How would you describe your relationship with him?
Falando em Adesanya, como é que você descreve hoje o seu relacionamento com a Adesanya? A gente jamais esperaria ver vocês dois sentados lado a lado na Austrália. E ele triste pra caramba de ver você perder depois, né? A reação dele. Descreve pra gente um pouco como é que tá vocês hoje.
Eu acho que não é uma amizade, né? Eu acho que é mais respeito, né? Por tudo que a gente já construiu, né? Nesse esporte. Eu acho que um respeita o outro. Claro que a gente teve ali alguns mal desentendimento ali, né? Tipo, mas, promovendo a luta. Eu acho que isso faz parte, né? Mas hoje a gente tem, uma relação boa comparado com o que a gente tinha, como essa rivalidade. Mas a gente tinha até conversado naquele dia, de repente, de treinar junto, fazer algo junto. né? Então acho que a gente tá num caminho legal.
I will not say a friendship yet, right? But definitely a super mutual respect. That day we spoke, like, it's like, if we ever had some bad terms, I think it was because we also promote the fights, right? We had our story together. But even on that day we met this last time, we were even talking about training together and things like that. So let's see if that happens.
Did you ever expect to have any kind of relationship with him, given your history?
Você já esperou alguma vez, já esperaria que você teria qualquer tipo de relacionamento assim com ele na sua história?
Não, acho que já.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw you guys sitting together quietly, privately. Have you had conversations about training, about like not the stuff at the arena? Like, do you now talk offline, if you will?
A gente viu vocês ali interagindo, mas fora dali, hoje em dia vocês às vezes conversam, tipo vai treinar, alguma coisa extra assim do que tava sentado ali?
Não, primeiro contato mesmo foi que eu comecei a seguir ele, depois ele me seguiu também. Aí ele mandou uma mensagem, acho que só assim chama. Aí depois eu, tipo, falei, pô, respeito você e tudo mais e tal. Falei, pô, alguma coisa relacionada a isso. Depois ele respondeu também, não lembro o que foi. E aí, tipo, parou ali. Aí depois a gente se encontrou pessoalmente. Aí falamos isso tudo aí que a gente acabou de falar aqui. Sobre treino e tal. E também de lá pra cá, não. Mas o Plínio, às vezes, conversa, né, com o irmão dele. Falando alguma coisa até do canal do YouTube, fazer alguma coisa junto, coisas assim.
Well, he first started with him following Alex, and then Alex followed him back. I think he DM Alex Shama, and Alex said, bro, I really respect you a lot, like, spoke like a gentleman. And then stay like that. Then I think he say something else. They were back and forth. And then we all met together on that day for the UFC. We all talk, we clear everything, right? And then from there, not much, but like Alex said, I still keep contact with David, his brother, with Israel sometime, like things that we're planning for the future, like do some content together.
Amazing.
Like we all in good terms as a team. We have a lot of respect, and I have respect them too.
Às vezes, né, a gente não sei se você já escutou falando assim, pô, o Adesanya é mala, pô, um cara, sei lá, não é humilde e tal. Talvez as pessoas também falem isso de mim, mas já escutei pessoas assim falando, ou comentários, mas eu, pô, nunca enxerguei isso, né? E hoje ali, mais próximo dele, o irmão dele naquele dia, pô, os caras bem respeitosos com a gente. Eu vejo, assim, que eles são pessoas boas, assim mesmo, de coração. Pelo menos eu sinto ali, né? E, pô, acho que os amigos deles devem ter muita sorte também de ter amigos assim como o Adesanya e o irmão dele também, que são muito próximos. Eu vi uma energia muito boa ali neles.
It's funny because people sometimes they might say that about Alex, who knows? But some people think that Israel is cocky, that he, like, you know what I mean, he's a little flashy. But Alex saying that what he saw from the heart is a very good guy. Like he's a very cool guy. Him and his brother, gentlemen. Like I can state that too. They're complete gentlemen with us. And Alex said that his friends are really lucky to have Israel as a friend because he's a very good-hearted person.
Nice.
And I think that's it.
That's great. Speaking of a former opponent of yours, we found out yesterday that Artem Vakitov, who we thought was going to sign with the UFC after Contender Series, is going back to Glory to fight Rico Verhoeven. Were you surprised when you heard this? Because you were there when he won Contender Series. We all thought he would go to the UFC. Were you surprised?
Falando de outro oponente seu, ficamos sabendo ontem que o Vakitov vai lutar com o Rico no Glory 100, né? Isso te surpreendeu um pouco, porque você estava no Contender quando ele supostamente foi contratado e agora aparece no Glory. O que você disse isso daí?
Então, acabei de ver isso, perguntei pro Plínio, eu não consigo nem responder, porque eu não sei o que aconteceu. Para mim, ele estava ali esperando uma data para estar lutando no UFC e ainda estou sem entender. Eu não sei se o Plínio já sabe de alguma coisa aí.
Não sei nada.
What was that?
No,
eu não sei, eu perguntei pra você agora.
Because I just told him on the back. I don't think
he didn't know.
Eu te falei aqui atrás agora, praticamente.
Oh gosh. He doesn't watch the show. He came on the show yesterday to say it.
Yeah, but eu nem sabia, nem tinha visto. He came yesterday? I didn't know too. Vakitov was on the show yesterday.
Yeah.
Vakitov veio no show onde falou. Eu não sabia não, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So I just told him on the back, he go, look, I don't know because everything that is going on, so like I don't know what was the reason, you know what I mean? Say, Plino might know, say, I actually know. We met Pierre Saturday in Monaco. We were in Monaco.
Oh, wow.
So the Honor Glory was there. And then when I asked, he just said that there were things at work. Because I say, bro, between you and I, who's going to be Rico's opponent? He goes, you'll see in the next few days. Eu perguntei pro Pierre, falei, entre eu e você, quem que é o adversário do Rico? Ele falou, daqui uns dias você vai saber. So, like, this is all new for us, but like...
Is he surprised, though, that he didn't go to the UFC?
Você tá surpreso que ele não foi pro UFC?
Tô surpreso.
Surprised?
Porque ele buscou aquilo, aí, pô, falou meu nome pra tentar ali, pô, porque a gente já lutou ano passado, e aí fez tudo isso e eu não entendi ainda. Eu não sei o porquê.
It's surprising because, you know, he used Alex has leverage, mentioned his name, went to the contender series, made that noise. We also, Alex spoke with the guys over there on the back, help him out to get in. And now for us to see him, the poster from Glory fighting even Rico, for me, it's awesome, but it's also surprising.
Ele não falou por quê, não?
He didn't say why?
Yeah, he said that he didn't like what they offered him, basically, that the way it is in the contender series, you win the fight, they offer you a contract, they assume that you're going to take the contract. He didn't like the terms, and Glory offered him a lot more.
O contrato do contender vem daquele jeito que eu te falei, vem de um jeito que já é esperado você pegar. E ele achou que no Glória ia fazer muito mais.
I think, if I'm being honest, that he wanted terms similar to what Alex got for his debut, but Alex didn't go through that system. This is what I understand, and so when he found out it was much lower, he was not happy.
Pelo que o Ariel entendeu, ele queria mais ou menos um contrato igual de quando você chegou no UFC. E quando ele ficou sabendo que o dele ia ser muito menor, ele não quis aceitar.
Entendi.
What was that?
Mas ele entrou pelo contender, entendeu?
Você entrou fazendo barulho, nocaute. He got into the contender series, bro. Alex got in on Madison Square Garden on a flying knee knockout.
Yeah. I think what he was saying was he was 3-1, Artem, and Alex at the time was 3-1. So he's like, same thing, Glory champion, why don't I get the same deal?
Que ele falou, era 3-1 o recorde dele, você era 3-1 e os dois eram campeão do Glória, por que ele não tem o mesmo contrato? Posso falar?
No shama. Oh. No shama. Oh. Yeah.
Fala, não.
Is one day would he like? What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? What do you say?
Maybe he should hire Alex managers. Then.
Yeah, that's true. Ed and George, right? Joinho.
Yeah, Joinho and Ed Suarez.
Yeah, the legends. I love those guys. One day would he like that fight? A third fight, whether in MMA or kickboxing, or?
Dia você gostaria dessa luta? MMA ou kickbox com ele? A revanche? A terceira?
Pô, não.
No. That doesn't interest.
Pensando em algo, sei lá, algo maior, né?
Think about things bigger than that.
Okay. Can I ask, who does he think wins, Artem or Rico?
Quem você acha que ganha, Rico ou Akhmatov?
Não, Rico, a experiência que ele tem, vem aí, fazendo um estrago, ninguém ganha do cara. Dificilmente ele ganha do Rico, mas é luta, não dá pra saber. Não dá, mas, pra mim o Rico ganha.
Rico, all the experience that he have is very hard to beat, right? But it's a fight. You know what I mean? So you can never really tell, but I think Rico wins.
Yeah, and he's moving up to heavyweight, too.
Ele vai subir peso pesado.
Mas assim, não tem essa estrutura, né? O Rico, velho, do lado do cara, o cara parece...
But you see, like, it is a different structure. Me speaking, Rico is massive when next to him, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's a different bone and mass structure over there. But you never know, a fight is a fight. You know?
Sure. When he talks about big fights, would Rico be of interest to him?
Quando você pensa em lutas grandes, o Rico seria alguma coisa que te interessava?
Não, na época do Glória, a gente falou de lutar com ele. Eu tinha isso até no contrato. Um contrato que a gente negociou, de se eu subisse para lutar com ele, o quanto eu iria ganhar, já tinha tudo isso no contrato, mas aí eu saí antes.
To be honest, this breaking news nobody knew, but our last Glory contract, it was on the contract that if Alex won, the next fight would be Rico Verhoeven heavyweight super fight, but then he left to the UFC.
Wow. Agora fica mais difícil. Agora, a gente já conversou depois, a gente já trocou umas mensagens, eu, o Rico, e a gente falou de treinar junto também, e, quem sabe aí, eu subindo para os pesos pesados, com certeza eu vou estar querendo treinar junto com ele também.
But then after that, we also spoke, we trade messages, like almost like a friendship, mutual respect, and then we actually spoke about even training with each other. So if Alex move up to heavyweight, maybe they can even train together. You know what I mean? As a respect is big.
Any truth to the rumor that if he was sick going into the fight, that it's Dylan Dennis's fault, that Dylan got him sick?
Say it again?
Any truth to the rumor that Dylan got him sick, that it's all his fault?
Ele não gosta de Dylan Dennis. Ele falou algum rumor que você ficou doente na luta porque o Dylan Dennis que deixou você doente.
Não. What does he think of Dylan Dennis training with him?
Você é o Dylan Dennis treinando com você lá na academia?
Pô, a gente não tem muito contato ali, né? Pô, a gente às vezes faz alguma coisa ali, o Plínio faz tradução, mas só treino mesmo ali. E, pô, categoria diferente também. Pô, não vou dar um 100% ali, a gente vai adaptando, né? Com os treinos, vai lutar boxe, pô, a gente troca mais boxe ali. Pô, às vezes também a gente vai fazer um treininho de chão ali, pô, pra ir aprendendo. Mas a gente sempre treino light, né?
No, you know what I mean? We interact more in the gym. Like when I translate, he comes to my gym, right? So it's more like that. Different weight classes, of course, is not fully high, but like if Dylan go box, Alex will box with him. They trade experience on the ground. Nothing too crazy, but good.
Okay. You like him?
Você gosta dele?
Eu gosto. É um cara legal ali. Pô, nunca fez nada de mal pra mim. Eu acho que ele é meio tretado com a galera aí, né? Mas, pô, eu não sei o porquê, mas... Igor, ele me trata bem. Então, por que eu vou tratar ele mal?
He's a real nice guy. You know what I mean? I don't know why people don't like him like that. Like people mind, but he always treat me good. And I like him. I'm always going to treat him good.
By the way, will you help him prepare for Tony Ferguson?
Yes, I would.
Are you going to, or?
We talks. Let's see. He's supposed to come to the gym this week. I was happy for the KSI. I didn't know the KSI pull out.
Yeah.
But no, he's a good kid. You know what I mean? He lives close to the gym. He's a brother. He helps. He comes in. We help him. The doors of my gym always going to be open for Dylan Dennis. I know Dylan Dennis 15 years. We used to roll back on the Marcelo Garcia days.
Right.
When I was active. So he always gave me utmost respect. He's always going to get back utmost respect.
I love it. By the way, I loved seeing you kind of spar with Action Bronson. What was that like? Does he have power?
Falou que gostou de ver você fazer spy com Action Bronson da academia. Falou que tem força.
Pô, o bicho é forte.
Strong.
Cara, tem que tomar cuidado.
Big guy, right?
Very strong. Gotta be careful.
Maybe he doesn't have the reach, but he has the power.
Falou, não tem envergadura, mas tem a força.
Não, é forte. Pô, pesadão ali. Bom, as braçadas ali vem o peso do corpo ali. O bicho é grande, né?
Yeah, big boy, you know what I mean? Those punches go all the way from his body. Gotta be careful.
Do you think he could compete in one of these, like, grappling influencer boxing? Would you like to see him do something like that?
Você acha que nós treinássemos ele, dá pra ele dar uma brincada nesses boxes de influência?
Dava sim.
100%.
You would train him?
Oh, absolutely. We spoke about that.
Yeah?
Yeah, let's see.
Oh my gosh. That would be so, in boxing and striking or in grappling?
Well, let's see. Me and Bronson were talking, but like, who knows in boxing? I think we'll find
legal,
somebody.
Né?
Yeah.
Wow.
Fechadinho ali.
Ele já falou uns nomes pra mim. He threw some names, but I'm not going to say who, but I think he'll be cool in boxing.
Wow. Okay.
Bronsolino.
I like Bronsolino, the man. Going back to Magomed, when you see the footage of him going home with the belt that was yours, and all the hoopla and stuff, how does that make you feel?
Pô, como é que você se sentiu vendo o Ankalaev ir embora com o seu cinturão e tudo aquele glamour em volta dele?
Cara, eu ali na hora não pensei em nada, né? Mas depois, assistindo a luta, vendo, pô, uma luta meio contestada, né? Onde muitas pessoas tinham dúvida. Então, na dúvida, se desse um empate ali, pô, eu sairia campeão ainda. Eu não digo que, pô, o cara tem que provar, tem que bater muito no campeão para levar o cinturão. Não, ele tem que bater mais. Mas eu não vi ele batendo mais.
Not on the moment, because everything was happening so fast. But later I saw everything, then I reflect, because the fights that people say that he won, people say that he lost, people say that I win, like very contested, right? But when a fight is contested, I'm not saying that he got to go over there and kill the champ, but was very close both ways. Why didn't give it a draw and a left to the belt?
A draw. Interesting. So you are very motivated to get the belt back.
Você tá bem motivado em recuperar seu cinturão?
Não, com certeza. Eu não vejo a hora de chegar esse momento e com certeza vai ser uma luta diferente.
Absolutely. I can't wait for this moment to happen again, and it's going to be a very different fight.
Wow. Can you tell us about that? How different?
Quão diferente?
Pô, diferente. Igual muitas pessoas falou, pô, não é o mesmo Alex. Se vem igual, pô, já é diferente do que eu lutei. Mas pode vir muito melhor.
If people say that day was not the same Alex Pereira, so if come the regular Alex Pereira, it's already more than that. But imagine now if it's different.
Do you need to knock him out? Do you need to make an exclamation point?
Precisa nocautear ele, fazer um ponto de exclamação?
Não precisa nem nocautear, cara. Se nocautear, ok, mas, pô, eu tenho um jogo, eu sinto que eu tenho um jogo pra fazer o que eu quiser com esse cara.
Doesn't have to be a knockout, but I feel that I have enough game to do whatever I want with this guy.
I want to ask you about a few other things in the division, and we will let you go very soon. He called Jiří Procházka, a guy that you know very well, he called him a fraud afterwards. How do you feel about the things that he has said about Jiří? He's been respectful, I think, towards you for the most part, but he's been very active on Twitter. We're not sure if it's really him on Twitter or not, but what do you think of him calling Jiří a fraud?
Ele tem sido bem respeitoso com respeito a você, mas ele chamou o Procházka de fraude. Falou que o Jiří é uma fraude. O que você tem sobre falar isso sobre ele? A gente foi no Twitter, a gente às vezes não sabe se é ele ou alguém falando, mas foi falado.
Mas teve do nada, eu não sei.
It was out of nowhere?
It was right after the fight against you. He was going after Jiří. I don't know who it was, but on his account, calling Jiří a fraud, and then Jiří called him a fraud. And, Jiří is someone who's very respected, I think, by a lot of people. So I was wondering what he thought of that.
Foi logo depois do solo, porque eu sabe que o Procházka é um cara bem respeitoso com todo mundo, né, mano? E a gente não sabe se foi o Ankalaev ou quem tá na conta lá e começou a chamar de fraude, aí o outro começou a chamar de... Aí o Jiří chamou de fraude e ficou nisso daí, meio desrespeitoso. O que você acha disso daí?
Não dá pra entender, não. Olhando assim, de repente ele querendo chamar a atenção de outro lado pra tentar desviar, falar assim, pô, vamos aproveitar, vamos tentar não lutar com o Alex novamente, assim, em seguida. Vamos tentar promover alguma outra luta, porque o Jiří tá mais próximo também. Só pode ser isso, porque, falar mal do Jiří, pô, é um cara que não fala mal de ninguém, eu acho. Então, acho que eles tentando desviar ali pra não me enfrentar novamente.
The only thing that I can see this is they deviating to not fight me again, because honestly, Jiří is a respectful guy that don't talk bad about nobody. So I don't know if they because he's the closest one for the belt, he's already digging something to not fight me again.
Do you think he is trying to not fight him again?
Você acha que tá tentando lutar com você de novo?
Eu acho que ele, falando isso, acho que sim.
Well, now they say this, maybe yes.
Like that tweet where he doesn't mention Alex and he says, I've accepted a fight. Do you think he's not speaking about Alex?
Aquele Twitter que ele fala da luta de agosto e tal, você acha que ele não tá falando sobre você?
Não, acho que de mim.
Okay.
Não, Alex,
de mim. I saw when he
não tem como.
Não.
Okay. Não, ele não. Essa luta é minha.
There's no way. Alex is fighting the next fight, bro.
Okay. I saw when after that tweet, you were on the plane. I think you were going to Monaco, and you were sitting there, and you had the meal. And I think in Portuguese you said, "Let's go, Ali."
Let's go over there.
Let's go over there.
Because Ali in Portuguese means over there.
Ah. You know, I thought he was...
He interpreted like, let's go Ali, his manager.
Because he's tweeting him.
Yes. Porque você lembra que a gente tava vindo pra Mônica, você falou, vamos ali, né? Mas ali, vamos no lugar, né? Aí eu acho que ele entendeu que era pro empresário dele. Aí ele falou, então vamos lá ali, vamos lutar.
Bora ali.
Let's go fight.
I thought, because everyone thinks that it's Ali tweeting for him.
Que todo mundo pensa que você esperando que todo mundo pensa que o Ali escreveu no Twitter pra ele, né?
Pô, nem preciso falar desses caras. Eles estão falando porque, pô, é a única forma que eles têm, pô, pra estar visto aí. Porque todo mundo sabe que ninguém gosta de ver o cara lutar, porra. Eu não preciso falar nada porque, como eu falei, tenho uma boa relação com a organização, os meus empresários. Então a gente sabe do que a gente consegue, do que vai acontecer. Pra que eu vou ficar provocando um cara e dando moral pra ele aqui?
Honestly speaking, bro, nobody talks about these guys. I don't have to talk about these guys. I don't have to tease Ali for that. Everybody knows nobody likes to see Ankalaev fighting. I have a very good relationship with the organization that I don't have to go through shots at people.
Sure. And you would never let someone tweet for you, right? You tweet for yourself.
Você nunca deixaria ninguém fazer os Twitter pra você, suas mensagens, você faz você mesmo.
Não, eu faço.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Did you see Carlos Ulberg this past weekend? And if so, what do you think of him?
Você viu o Carlos Ulberg ganhou do Blachowicz no final de semana? Se você assistiu, o que você achou?
Eu não assisti. A gente tava...
Em Mônaco.
Uma horário diferente, né?
We actually did not watch because we were in Monaco, like, doing a bunch of obligations.
Okay.
There, so we're different time zone.
Did you like Monaco?
Gostou de Monaco?
Muito bom.
Did you go to the casino?
A gente não entrou, né, Vini? Nós ia no cassino, e aí eu tava sem documento. Aí, tipo, a gente não queria voltar, a gente tinha muito tempo também. Aí não quis ir no hotel buscar o passaporte pra voltar.
We actually did not went to the casino. We went for the birthday from our good friend, David, over there. And we were going to the casino, and then they just allowed the passport. He did not bring the passport.
You have to have the passport.
Yeah,
yes.
Bom que já economizei um dinheiro, né, Prince?
It's good that he saved some money.
Yes, that's true. Did you? I saw you got a new car.
Viu que você comprou carro novo?
Did you have it over there? Because you would fit in over there in Monaco.
Se tivesse carro lá em Mônaco, tava certinho. Se você não tava com ele lá, não, né?
A gente viu, não.
Uau.
Era igual, né?
Perfeitamente.
Em Mônaco tinha um carro que a gente até tirou uma foto ali, acho que eu não postei, não sei. Eu falei pra ele, pô...
Eu tirei do lado.
Igual o meu. Eu tinha comprado o carro, né, antes de viajar, mas aí eu não tinha visto o carro, porque a gente tinha essa viagem, aí eu falei, pô, Vou ver o carro na volta. Aí quando chegou lá em Mônaco, eu falei pro primo, pô, igual o meu esse aqui, primo.
Funny because, you know what I mean, he bought this car before we went to Monaco, but he couldn't get it. We knew we were going to get the day after, the day that we arrived. But we were at the casino, and right in front, the hottest car they had over there. You know, in Monaco, they have Rolls Royce, they have everything. They had the Ferrari, and they were like, I say, this is exact like mine.
Wow. So how many cars now?
Quantos carros agora?
Eu tô com 3 carros.
Only 3.
Only 3?
O Corvette, porque não tem, pô, pra que mais carro?
The Corvette,
Corvette eu vou vender ele.
I'm gonna sell because why too many cars? Only 3.
Which is his favorite?
Qual que é o seu favorito?
O favorito é a Land Rover.
A Land Rover.
Wow. And you have one?
Você tem uma?
Big.
Yeah.
What's your dream car?
Qual carro do seu sonho?
O carro do meu sonho? O carro do meu sonho é pegar o meu primeiro carro que eu comprei, que eu tô tentando localizar, mas tá difícil. É um Fiat Uno.
My dream right now, to be honest, is to be able to locate in Brazil, and we're on the process of the first car that I bought is a Fiat Uno. It's the first little car that Alex had. We're in the process of tracking that car and buy it. That's his dream car.
Wow. The same one, or just the exact same one, or just another one like that?
O mesmo, né? The exact same one. We're pulling the title, gonna find where it's at, gonna renovate and bring it to America.
Wow. And you think you have found it?
I think we're gonna be able to. Você falou, você acha que você achou? Eu falei que a gente não consegue achar.
A gente tá tentando.
We're trying.
And what does that car represent to you?
E o que esse carro representa para você?
Pô, representa muito. Meu primeiro carro, onde me lembra, assim, da dificuldade, mas que fez com que eu não desistisse, né? E, pô, vindo conquistando tudo aí, hoje ter a oportunidade de ter esses carros, para mim é algo assim muito especial.
It represents a lot because that's where everything started for me. It was a big achievement back then. So even between all those cars, seeing this one is something really special for me.
Yeah. You know what's my dream car? This one.
Uma Kombi.
Uma Kombi.
Volkswagen. We call Kombi in Brazil.
Why you call it Kombi?
That's why it calls over there. Volkswagen é Peru, a Kombi. Kombi, acho que é Kombi. É o carro do sonho dele.
Ah, é?
The old one, not like from the 70s. Not
a velha, dos anos 70, tá?
Ele já andou, não?
You ever
No, I never did.
Eu nunca entrou numa, não.
Levar lá no Thiago pra ele...
O Thiago tem a Kombi lá.
Tem.
You're gonna come to Newark. Our friend Thiago RT, that's the guy that got us our cars.
Yeah.
He have a luxury garage of all these cars from Brazil. You have one there. You are a guest to come in and drive there.
Mas o Thiago é diferente, que a dele é de carroceria.
The only difference is the one that we have in RT in Newark is half a wagon and the part is like a little truck on the back.
Yeah.
But it's the exact same car.
Wow. What color?
Acho que era azul marinho, não era uma coisa assim? I think like
azul,
baby blue, something like that. No, it's beautiful.
That's not bad.
You come to the garage for hang out with us.
And what about the gym? You have the gym now in Nutley?
Yes, the gym in Nutley is amazing. You guys can see, you have the champ there, have Dylan, have Bronson. We have everybody coming in. It's my headquarters. Cruz MMA, you go Cruz MMA official, cruzmma.com. You can see. And now we're going to expand the empire a little bit.
Wow.
So I'm going to open a second location. Because not everybody want to cross to the Jersey side.
Yeah.
New York have a lot of people that want to do the world-class kickboxing that we deliver. So in the spring, I'm going to open Cruz MMA in Manhattan.
Wow.
It's going to be on Midtown, on 27, between 6th and 7th Avenue. So I'm going to be announced on the internet soon. You know what I mean? My headquarters is still Jersey, but I'm going to be there a few times a week. So I'm going to have a world-class staff of coaches so we can deliver the same level of training that we have everywhere.
Incredible. So in Manhattan, and later this year you're opening?
In the spring now.
In the spring?
April and May.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's already begun.
Yes.
And is it for all ages? Or?
All ages. Kids, we're going to start later, but right now, like adults, beginners, intermediate, we're going to deliver the kickboxing level that brought this guy to be a glory champ, UFC champ. The way that we believe, you know what I mean? You guys come join the Shoma crew.
You'll announce on your Instagram.
Yes.
What about kids in Jersey?
Kids in Jersey, I started already.
You started? I want to bring my daughter.
Yes. I have 5 times a week.
Well, what ages?
Any age, like 6 and 7 and up.
Perfect.
Yes.
Everything. Amazing. What about his boys? We see them. Are they going to start fighting?
Ele perguntou do programa de campo, ele falou que seus filhos vão lutar. Falei, vão. His kids are doing really good, bro.
In what? Kickboxing?
Everything.
Well, are they going to become pro fighters too?
Eles vão se tornar profissional. Yeah.
Wow.
They train at Glover's gym. Glover's doing fantastic. Glover's expanding his gym too. In the summer, Glover vai expandir agora no verão, né? It's going to be a big gym over there. Now it's already big. It's going to be prime time.
Bigger.
And Alex kids train over there. we were just joking, falando que um é melhor de jiu-jitsu, outro melhor de. We were even joking, because we like one is better on the ground, other is better stand-up, but they complement each other.
No geral, estão mesmo ali, né? No
general is very similar level, but one thing is better ground, other thing is better striking, but...
É um pouco mais agressivo, o outro é mais técnico, né?
One more technical, the other more aggressive. Já competiram no jiu-jitsu pra caramba, they compete at this grappling tournaments local, they've been destroying all the kids.
Wow.
4 lutas assim no campeonato.
Like winning 3, 4, 5 matches in one day.
What ages?
15 and 14, 14 e 15, né?
When does he want them to be pro?
Quando que você quer que eles sejam profissionais?
Eu não sei. Não sei, vai depender do que eles estão fazendo.
Well, it's gonna depend on what they're doing. We don't know yet, but definitely it's gonna happen.
Okay, wow. In MMA or kickboxing?
MMA ou kickboxing?
Eu gostaria que eles fizessem, né, as competições de jiu-jitsu separado, né, de kickboxing e fazer também a de MMA.
We like first to them compete separate in BJJ and kickboxing and eventually merge to MMA.
Okay. One more on the division, Jamal Hill and Khalil Roundtree next month. Who does he like?
Mais uma na sua divisão, Khalil Roundtree, Jamal Hill luta mês que vem. Quem que você acha que ganha?
Pô, difícil. 6-6 ali, mas acho que Khalil.
Hard, half and a half, but I think Khalil.
How come?
Por quê?
Não, acho que ele é mais técnico, né? Pô, o Jamal ele é mais forte, né? Mas o Khalil acho que ele é mais técnico, sabe ali se defender melhor.
Because I think he's more technical. Jamal is stronger, but Khalil knows how to defend himself and is a little more technical than him.
Okay. You have come on our show. It's an honor. You're speaking for the first time. Is there anything that we didn't talk about that you want the world to know? Is there anything that we didn't discuss?
Você veio no nosso show, é uma honra. Algo que não foi discutido, que a gente não mencionou, que você gostaria de mencionar?
Não, para mim, perfeito.
Perfect. One last thing. There's people who love you. They look up to you. They love you. They were so sad when you lost. What is the message to your supporters about what's to come?
Pessoal que ama você, que estava com o coração partido que você perdeu, qual a mensagem que para os seus fãs do que está para vir?
Bom, muitas coisas aconteceram, mas eu não quero dar desculpa. Eu acho que foi uma perca, mas acho que, como eu falei, eu vim fazendo muitas coisas, né, e muitas pessoas me apoiando. Eu já vi também alguns atletas que, pô, quando tava ganhando ali, as pessoas sempre elogiando e mandando mensagem, e quando perdia, pô, esquecia. E eu ficava assim, com medo, assim, pô, será que comigo vai ser assim também? E muitas pessoas nos comentários falando, essas pessoas que torcem, quando o cara perder, vai ser os mesmos que vão criticar. Mas só que hoje eu vejo, cara, que pra mim é a mesma coisa, as pessoas me amam e eu gosto muito disso. Então só quero agradecer a todos os meus fãs por isso, num momento difícil pra mim, eles não me deixar de lado. E pra mim, eu vejo a mesma coisa.
My fans, stay tuned. I know I'm not putting an excuse, but I'm going to put a much better fight for you guys this time. I'm really thankful for the love from all you guys because back in the days that you see when some people lose, everybody abandoned them. The fans abandoned them. And some people sometimes go in the comments on my posts and say, when you lose, everybody's going to leave you. Like, nobody's going to... And honestly, I even question myself if everybody let me go. And the love is the same. So thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the loyalty.
Eu vi alguns jornalistas no Brasil, né, falando, agora que o Alex perdeu, tá todo mundo metendo pau e falando as paradas. Aí eu falei, caramba, velho, tá sendo feito o que eu tava, tipo, meio com receio, né? Aí eu fui dar uma olhada pra ver, né? Cara, não vi nada. Tipo assim, aí um ou outro ali, sabe? Mas os caras pegam a parte negativa de, tem lá 1000 mensagens, tem uma mensagem de fã. Aí tem uma que o cara tá lá, tipo, fã daquela Eve, ou sei lá, não gosta de mim, tá falando mal. O cara só vê aquela mensagem e faz uma matéria em cima daquilo, sabe? Tipo,
jornalista brasileiro.
Entendeu? Eu não entendo isso. Porque será que os caras não vê do jeito que eu vejo? Que, lógico que, pô, vai ter alguma mensagem ali, entendeu? Mas será que eles não falam assim, caramba, eu vou fazer uma matéria aqui que o Alex está sendo apoiado e tal. Não tem um aqui. Eu tenho que fazer que os caras estão pra ter algo pra falar, entende?
E falando tipo que o Kalaev é isso, aquilo, levantando o Kalaev. The sad part is some Brazilian journalists If you go on the million comments over there, fans giving love, giving props, staying with us, loyal, you see one comment, Ankalaev this, Ankalaev that. The guy grabbed that comment and used that. That has a base to make an article saying how everybody's with Ankalaev, think Ankalaev one, think Ankalaev that. Why they don't just do the contrary and see and say, look, it's amazing to see that win or lose or draw, how much people love and support Alex, you know.
I agree.
It's sad to see how some Brazilian journalists twist and just use that for the bad.
Cara, eu amo meus fãs, velho. São, pô, pra mim, falei pra ele, eu amo demais.
Bro, I love my fans. Like, I love them a lot.
And here, there's support. Look at it. We have this.
Aqui, ó, support here. Aqui, ó.
And even the new edition behind them. You see that?
Oh, aqui,
look at this.
This was not here last time.
It's new, yeah.
Igual meu.
We haven't left. Even my guys, they went to the Brazilian steakhouse. You saw this?
Oh yeah, Conor. He actually wanted to do that with me, but I was booked.
You're a busy guy. They were look at them, my guys.
Não, os caras foram na plataforma. Até me chamaram para ir com eles no dia, mas eu tinha ido com você. Foram para dar um suporte
com você lá
no Baberico. Esses são os caras daqui da produção.
Yes.
Levaram o cara de pedra, fizeram para torcer.
What do you think? Is it good? Chama or no chama these guys?
Chama ou não chama?
Chama.
Yeah, they're good. All right, okay, guys, you did it. Well done. Alex, pleasure. Thank you. Obrigado. Looking forward. Plinio, you're the man. Thank you so much. Congrats on the new gym opening. Good luck. Good luck to you, and we look forward to the big announcement of the fight.
Parabéns para minha academia, parabéns para você. Estamos esperando o grande anúncio da luta.
Eu também tô.
We are too.
Yes. We'll take a quick break. Classic interview with Brock Lesnar. We'll be back to answer your super chats. Do not go anywhere. Ariel Helwani in Midtown Manhattan alongside the former UFC heavyweight champion Brock Lesnar, who of course will be a coach on the 13th season of The Ultimate Fighter, which premieres this Wednesday night beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern. And Brock, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, great to talk to you in person for the first time in a very long time. The first question, let's get it out of the way. I want to address it at the top. Everyone wants to know what happened to the beard. It wasn't just the most epic beard in MMA, one of the best in the world. Really.
Winter time's over and it had to go. So no, it was. I've been growing the beard the last few winters because of hunting season and fishing and so winter's just about over. I'm hoping. One last snowstorm though, but no, we just had to take it off.
So it won't be coming back for your next fight?
I don't think so. No, I think it took me like 4 months maybe to grow. But no, I appreciate people enjoying the beard though.
Yes, it was a phenomenon, and I predict that you being on The Ultimate Fighter will be a phenomenon. I think a lot of people are excited about this. And before we talk about that experience, I think we really need to start October 23rd, 2010. That's when you did lose your title to Cain Velasquez. A tough night for you. I'm sure you've been able to digest it since then. If you can, and look back what happened, what went wrong for you out there?
Well, I just actually watched the fight a week ago and wasn't sure how to approach it. And I think it boils down to last year I had a lot going on in my life. I fought through diverticulitis, made my comeback, fought Shane Carwin, and then fought Cain Velasquez. As I watched the fight, I could see that that there was probably I just wasn't able to overcome Cain's. I really don't know what happened. He beat my ass. That's what happened, if I put it that way. But it's one of those things. I don't like to lose, and you dust yourself off and get back on the horse, and here I am. I mean, it's been able to work out. I don't know how it worked. I'm fighting the guy that if I would have beat Cain, I'm fighting Junior Dos Santos. I'm doing the Ultimate Fighter. Somehow I was able to land on my feet throughout this, and I suffered a loss, but I'm learning a lot from it. I made some changes in my training camp, and you got to just evaluate things, and hopefully these things are going to make a difference.
Do you still think about the loss?
I think of how I can fix things. It's water under the bridge, but it's one of those things where I've got to be able to go back and look at it and analyze it. And as I analyzed the fight myself with my coaching staff, I didn't do so bad. You know, I rushed the fight.
That's a classic interview right there with the great Brock Lesnar, March of 2011, a few months after his loss to Cain Velasquez. So thought it would be fun to look back. And coming up in a couple of weeks, we'll do volume 2 of our classic interview look back series. We've got some good ones planned, so stay tuned for that. Right here on the channel, we're just rolling along. You know, the operation is fully up and running. Exciting things in the works. Another big week of interviews banked. But, I mean, we're not done. We've got Boys in the Back tomorrow and, of course, the Crack on Friday. What validation for the Boys in the Back to have the man himself say that he liked your dance moves. I mean, that is...
Yeah, I think the official rating was Shama.
I mean, that was amazing. I was expecting you to walk in wearing the jacket, but you shed the jacket.
Yeah, you got a little warm back here.
Yeah, here too.
Plus, I didn't want to be fully tacky, It's just like, you never take that thing off, huh? You're wearing it in the dance video, and then you just pop up in it?
By the way, any thoughts, and perhaps you guys will talk about it more tomorrow on the program, but thoughts on Alex?
He seems adamant. Yeah. He seems adamant that the next fight is going to be Magomed Ankalaev, and the fight's going to go much differently for him. So I'm excited to see what happens. I mean, I thought it was very interesting that he said, had he beat Magomed, he was going to look to move up to heavyweight or potentially go to boxing.
Yeah.
And now the fact that he wants to stay and get the belt back is very interesting to me.
Small detour. But let's see if it is. I'm pretty sure that I saw August somewhere.
I thought I did too. But maybe it wasn't on a tweet. Maybe he said that to someone when he was doing his belt celebration or something like that. Another thing I'm very intrigued in, Plinio opening the gym.
Oh,
right here in Manhattan.
City.
Gonna have to be here for the big grand opening.
This is it.
I told him, I was like, me and Rick are there. We're gonna get Ariel there too.
Where do you say 6th and 7th? Like Midtown, right?
He said like 27th and 6th Ave.
Easy work.
Right around the corner. We're there. 3 stories. Skip. He said.
It's a hop skip. Is Frank back?
Frank sure is, man. I'm looking right at him.
Frank, any super chats?
Super chats. Damn right there are.
Okay.
And to kick us off, Shivs writes, did you guys notice the referee at UFC London?
Jesus.
That looked exactly like GC.
Yeah.
Back to what I said.
We got it.
Back to what I said earlier.
Yes.
I don't think anyone's sleeping on it. I do not think anyone's sleeping. Look at that handsome lad right there.
Yo.
Looks good.
By the way,
quite the compliment.
That is actually quite...
KSW rep.
Who looks more like you, him or Gorab?
I think him because of the beard. The beard's shorter. I think if I went and got a tan, it'd be pretty indecipherable.
Yo,
shout out to him.
He actually looks more like you in that photo than he did on Saturday, in my opinion.
When they get the picture of him like walking to the center and he's not looking directly at the camera, it looks a lot like me.
What else?
AAK writes, 5-time national champ Carter Starachi, thank you. Made history Saturday. Do you see a place for a dominant wrestler like him in UFC's welterweight division?
Close enough, yeah, welterweight.
The coming year.
5 national championships for him. And Bo Nickel shouted him out, Penn State guy. And I don't think that will ever be, topped because of COVID and whatnot. So he was able to get the extra one in there. Seems like, according to Bo, and I think someone else told me this, is it DC? Someone told me that he's got his sights set eventually on a potential MMA run. But of course, there's still some things coming up for him, Olympics and whatnot. So, I mean, super impressive. And look, those are the kind. There was once a time where the Scott Cokers of the world were trying to sign these guys before they got to the UFC. So the Aaron Picos, these guys who didn't have Coker for a while there was trying to sign everyone out of college. And so if I'm an up-and-coming organization, and right now there's really just one with the PFL, I'm trying to get these guys in from now. You offer them a contract so that they don't go the Contender Series route or any other route, and then eventually go to the UFC. And by the way, what about the future of Contender Series? With Artem saying yesterday, hey, I want to fight. They offered me the fight contract, and I didn't take it, and I'm going to Glory now. Does this change the way people look at those contracts? Now, I would imagine most of the people who win on Contender Series are thrilled to get any kind of contract, but very interesting. He kind of challenged the system and won.
Love that. You asked Alex about it, and Alex was like, he's coming in through Contender Series. I'm knee KOing people in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, let's, tomatoes. I thought it was. He also didn't even know that he was going back to glory. What else?
John Duty writes, last week someone said Sugar Shane and you guys clowned on him. Reference to Snoop Dogg on Contender Series. Did you know Marab has split custody of a cat with a dancer? June 7th and new. Shout out Tim Welch.
Gosh, that's a lot. I mean,
I still can't parse it, to be honest.
What's going? I mean, there's got to be some sort of like checks and balances here. I mean, we're talking about split custody of a cat.
It is pretty important.
And also June 7th. Oh, I guess he's talking about Sugar against Marab.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw someone say that we missed it. Who said that? Sugar Shane last week. Who knows? I can't even remember who was on the show yesterday. Who said it?
Right?
Was it Frank? No. It was a guest or an interview.
Thanks, Connor.
I think it was Frank.
What else?
Cole writes, this is GC versus New York Rick and DSM soon. Cyclones gear worn equals beer on me.
No. GV, clear typo there. GVX New York Rick. So me and New York Rick collabing in DSM, speaking Des Moines, Iowa, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Soon. So we'll be going to Des Moines, Iowa soon. If you wear Cyclones gear, he'll buy a beer, referring to the Iowa State Cyclones. Well, good news. Beer's on you because I already got a hat in the mail this very week. Shout out. A little vintage Iowa State Cyclones. That'll be the hat. Shirt to be revealed.
Is that vintage?
Oh, vintage. Yeah, that's a 90s Iowa State Cyclones.
Yo, 90s ain't vintage.
Did you see the sweat?
What are you talking about? 90s is vintage?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the 21st century.
Nah, 90s ain't vintage.
Who, me?
We're not there yet.
What is your vintage?
When I see that logo, I think of Marcus Pfizer. You know Marcus Pfizer of the Chicago Bulls, second pick overall.
Shout out. I think of Seneca Wallace.
Nah, that's later. That might be vintage. No, Marcus.
No. Seneca Wallace is more
recent
than the guy that you said. What is vintage? If someone was driving around a 90s car, you don't think that's vintage?
Absolutely.
I drive a 2004, and you want to know what?
Not vintage.
I have a classic car license plate.
No, get out.
I swear to God, it's sick. It's sick. I paid an extra $20 for it.
There's no chance that anything past 2000 is vintage.
Oh no, I drive an 04 Acura. Classic car license plate, wheeling around.
Big Red.
Oh yeah, Big Red got the classic plates now.
Acura, isn't it a 4x4?
4x4, yeah. It's got 4-wheel drive too.
No, but I didn't know the Acura is a 4x4. They make Acura 4x4? Like a SUV?
Yeah, SUV.
I didn't know that. To me, it's 70s. It's anything post like pre-79.
That's ancient.
Once we get to the 80s, it ain't vintage anymore.
You don't think the 80s is vintage?
What? What are you trying to say?
The 90s
Bro,
are vintage.
Stop.
Yo.
I mean, the 2000s are getting to the point.
Stop the cap.
Stop the cap, brother. Stop the cap. If someone pulled up in 80s fashion playing an SENS,
by the way,
like, what is this?
But by the way, everyone wears 80s fashion now. Like bell bottoms are in, baggy. Like it's all cyclical. So what is 80s fashion? You know?
Is bell bottom 70s? I feel like that's
70s, 80s, high waist, low waist.
Wedding singer, the vibrant
apple
colors.
bottoms.
Brad, you're saying further back even?
Shout out to the apple bottom.
Oh, hairspray.
The shoulder pads.
Yeah, 90s is vintage.
No, there's no
doubt
way
about it.
So the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is a vintage show?
Holy shit, yeah.
Get the fuck out.
Ask your kids about the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
I mean, obviously, they'll say it's old.
Anymore.
Generally, an item is considered
Stale
vintage
Prince.
if it is at least 20 years old.
Yo.
That was the ruling for my car getting the classic plates.
That is.
The reason you think the 70s is vintage is the same reason that people are arguing the 90s are vintage.
Well, it depends how old they are, right?
Right.
Antique is 100 years or older.
You know what's crazy? 1980 was 45 years ago.
Sure.
When I was born in 1982, 45 years prior was like...
Yes, ancient times. They were
1940s. If you would have asked me about the 1940s as a 10-year-old, I would have said that's like history book stuff.
1937.
Now people think about my birth year as history book stuff.
That's correct.
When you were growing up, kids born this year, when you were growing up,
this is
1937. How old
How
did
did
that
this
sound?
happen? How old
did 1937 sound? Because that's what 1982 sounds like.
How did all of this happen?
Ariel, do you remember the song 1979 by The Smashing Pumpkins.
Sing it for me real quick.
We're not going to do that. But he's pining for the times in 1978. We are now further away from when that song came out in the 90s than he was.
Summer of 69.
No.
That's another one.
I mean, that's ancient times at this point.
Oh, sorry. Wait, who do we determine was born? Oh.
Dana White's born in the summer of 69, actually. July 28th, 1969. Shout out to the summer of 69.
What else?
Jake from Windy City says, Ariel, we know you're the predominant MMA journalist.
Thank you.
Curious if you also consider yourself an MMA historian. Who else would fit that term?
Like Burt Sugar, the late great? You know, there used to be a classic character, Burt Sugar, legit boxing historian, would have the hat with like the ticket there. Press would be always chewing on a cigar. Have I reached that status? Am I that old?
Yes.
I don't know if it's...
You're going to be like Lampley in like another 3 years.
What does that even mean?
Wait, he would pull up like in modern times with the hat and like the tickets.
We're already doing the classic episodes.
Burt
like,
Sugar?
Burt Sugar, BERTSUGAR, and he would always have a cigar.
Oh,
I mean, he was classic.
Legit with
classic.
The cigar and everything.
Legend.
Dare
Hall
say
of Famer.
vintage.
This is vintage.
I can't, it's not appropriate for me to call myself a historian, you know? Do I feel like I can hang with anyone as far as MMA history is concerned? I feel pretty good about my chances.
I think I will call you a historian.
Tell you what, just as much as I can hang as far as MMA history, I think I can hang with basketball history too. In particular, like, you know, the old day stuff, like 70s, 80s, 90s. Easy work. People don't know. I know ball. Like now, if you talk about Jaren Jackson's PER, they're like, oh, you don't know ball. Yeah, bro. Like, let's talk about the 1973 NBA Finals. Do you want to talk about the Knicks beating the Lakers in 5 games? Oh, you're a Knicks fan. You know about that. All right, we could talk about 77. We could talk about, the Blazers and the Sonics and the Bullets. We could talk about that era. We could talk about Gar Hurd hitting a shot to send the 77, what was it, Game 6 of the 77 Finals to a third overtime, and then John Havlicek wins it, but then Gar Hurd scored going to the third overtime when the Celtics
We're struggling halfway through that.
Cool flex, bro.
All right, so you're the perfect person to ask about this. You're the perfect person to ask about this. Earlier today, or whenever it was recorded,
tell me.
LeBron said on the Pat McAfee show that if they sent Giannis to the 70s, he would score 250 points in a game. What are your thoughts on that statement?
I mean, I don't know if that's... I mean, I think you could say that about a lot of people. Like,
I would say that about a lot of people.
No, meaning I don't know what kind of a statement you're making by saying that, because you could say the same. Like, how would Victor Wembanyama with his athleticism do?
Scored 300.
Yeah, exactly. So what? But I think
imagine Bob Cousy trying to defend.
Yeah,
Giannis
but I
guard up on Kyrie, bro.
I guess my point is, I thought we all knew this already. I thought we all understood this.
Well, Mad Dog didn't seem to get the memo. He said,
he's mad about it? Is this what everyone's talking about?
Yeah,
this is why I'm happy when I get to do the show, because I don't get to see any of this bullshit.
Yeah, listen, as the basketball historian, I'm just trying to, tell you what's going on.
JJ's going to chime in and say Cousy played against plumbers.
Cousy did play against
Mind the Game is back.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Steve Nash, LeBron.
Steve Nash, yeah. But I think it was on First Take when JJ said that Cousy played against plumbers, and then Mad Dog got mad about it and all this stuff.
Yeah, LeBron and Pat McAfee have reinvigorated this conversation. Can't wait for First Take
dribbles like a middle schooler.
Yo, that is blast.
As a historian, what do you feel about this?
I hate the Celtics. Cousy, Russell, Havlicek. No, come on, man.
I would love to see these dudes just guarding SGA. I want to see these dudes guard SGA.
It's a different world. But by the way,
one of them guard Wemby.
It's like saying Issa Makhachev fighting, I don't know.
Yeah.
Eve Edwards back in the day.
That's totally exactly right.
Yeah. And that's not even that long ago. It's not even that ancient. But yes, 250 is a stretch. But I thought we all agreed that the players today are infinitely more athletic than they were back then.
Yeah, Giannis is.
But let me tell you something. Let's see.
Tell us about something.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see Giannis go up against the likes of Earl the Pearl Monroe, Black Jesus. How's he gonna fare?
Pretty well.
Probably pretty well.
Pretty well.
Okay, okay.
I'd guess pretty well.
Different positions. What about the great Bob Pettit of the St. Louis Hawks?
What, in the
Giannis
50s?
Yeah. Bob Pettit, legend. You know about Bob Pettit.
Dunking on that man so
No
hard that he's sending him
chance.
to the hospital.
No chance.
Shout out to the St. Louis Hawks. Last
This is a
title.
great
for the-
gimmick.
for
I
the
love
Hawks.
this.
Bob Pettit, legend.
1958.
What about the great Dave Bing of the Detroit Pistons?
Somebody
man,
Photoshop
Maybe a
Ariel
sled,
in the
bro.
like.
Bob
the
Cousy's
news-
got a.
the
Bob
hat
Cousy's move was
with the little
to
thing.
be around the world. He would bring the ball all the way around
Let me
his
tell you
body. while
something.
he
In the
was-
70s, I know this. I'm unk status, all
Yeah,
right?
a couple of-
I know this.
No,
This is not unk.
Yourself, it's unk.
This is like grandpa status. This is not
Cousie
unk.
wasn't so bad.
Well, Randy Brown told me that I'm not unk status. He said I'm OG status.
Yeah,
now.
he gave like the
Post 40,
levels of
yeah.
it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, really, imagine what these guys would think if they saw Giannis like explode for 3
He's
steps
like a
and
Martian.
just, like break the rim.
They would think he's like the characters from
They didn't even
Space
know
Jam.
what dunking was.
Yeah.
Oh Christ!
What else?
So Ryan Maddox writes, Ariel, you mentioned the PFL uniforms a lot.
By the way, what is going on over there? Why does it say OBJ?
That's like
It's like when the emoji can't be like displayed or something.
What is the
That was an
difference
Odell Beckham
between the PFL uniforms and the UFC kits? Shout out to the boys in the back, especially GC's biggest baby face in the biz.
Yeah. Well, first of
There's
all,
not that many boys in the back, and then if you're gonna say especially, I mean, it's like kind of slap in the face.
well, here's the thing. I'll tell you this. I think what this guy's implying is that I have an issue with the PFL uniforms, and I don't have an issue with the UFC uniforms. I hate the UFC uniforms. I've said this since day one. I think it's crazy. I think it's blasphemous that the fighters can't wear whatever they want. That's the beauty of the fight game. We loved Chuck Liddell walking out with the ice on the shorts, or Tito Ortiz walking out, with the fire, or Mike Tyson walking out, black shorts, black boots, etc. Like the individuality is incredible. It's what helps us fall in love with these guys. And so I hate that. And then I especially hate when the number 2 promotion tries to emulate this. If I were in charge of the PFL, I would say we're the fun league. We're the place where you can be yourself. We're not the place where we're trying to copy. Like, you should be doing everything in your power to be the antithesis of the UFC. If they go corporate, go anti-corporate. Be fun. Have elaborate walkouts. Have crazy, goofy things where the fighters can be themselves. Bring back the banners. Let them be tattooed with sponsors, for God's sakes. And don't tell me it looks like NASCAR. Your freaking mat looks like NASCAR. What's the difference between the canvas or an actual NASCAR? That's what they told us. Oh, we don't want to look like NASCAR. The freaking mat is NASCAR. The wrestling ring is NASCAR. Everything is that. The post,
look like NASCAR.
It's all NASCAR. And so if I were the PFL, I would say, we're not going to do this. We're not going to corporatize our league. We're going to let the fighters be themselves. We're going to let the fighters do whatever they want. That's how you gain, good vibes with the fighters. That's
also how you differentiate the product, right?
Yes.
If you just make it UFC.
So I hate
fight.
it. Now, we have to say, I think they're allowed 2 these days. One in the middle, one in the shorts. Okay, great. It's better than nothing. But I think it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Let the fighters be themselves. They are fighters. They are lone wolves. They are by themselves. They're not a part of a team. They're not a part of a league. They're not a part of any kind of uniformity. Let them be themselves. I hate it. I hate it with all my... These things drive me insane. I'm sorry, but they kill my love. Would you ever see boxers dressed the same? No, we love the different trunks, and we love how unique it is. If you don't think that this is a part of the game, look at Jim Lampley crying about the sight of George Foreman wearing the same trunks that he wore 20 years prior in Zaire when he fought Michael Moore. Is anyone going to watch Alex Pereira, Magomed Ankalaev 2 and be like, oh, those are the Venom shorts that he wore against Israel Adesanya? No one gives a fuck. And then you'll get jabronis online, these new kids that will pop. No, they'll be like, oh, he's wearing purple today. Oh my God. Oh,
you're preaching to the choir right now.
No, wait a minute.
Crazy.
This was my point, and you guys push back against it.
I would never push back about this.
Stupid all this.
It's so dumb.
All this.
Ilya Taporia fit into the same shorts that he wore for the featherweight title.
Oh my
at
gosh.
lightweight.
Bro,
people
could you
want to know.
imagine they let him have a dragon on it? Wow. He had
Time
a
out.
dragon.
Hold on.
Oh,
You guys were not with me when I said this. Now I'm
still not
welcoming
with
you.
you.
No,
I'm
no.
welcoming you to this
Crazy.
to this point.
Let me tell you
But
something.
Yeah, this is all
You don't know
dog
ball
shit.
if you get excited about this. You don't know understand the game. You don't know what it's like seeing freaking
Chuck Liddell, the ice
Dennis
short.
Hallman show up in the freaking
boy. All right, we're not
fight.
going there.
I was gonna
No,
say,
no,
don't
no.
get
I was
it.
gonna
That's
say,
not a high point.
There's some
That's not a
legendary
high
ones.
point.
There are also some terrible
Bro, you
ones.
don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. What was Rory? Look at Rory. Look at this.
First ever bonus for getting Dennis Hallman off the TV.
Yeah,
that was
look at these guys. Remember when John Jones showed up with the Nike and the Burger
Nike
King?
was sick.
And no, he didn't have Burger King. He had Gatorade.
Gatorade Nike.
Anderson had Burger King. Remember when DJ showed up with the Xbox?
Yeah,
Sick.
Xbox was pretty.
Yo, come on, man. These things are exciting.
Remember when? Oh, actually, I was gonna say some bad ones.
Look. Remember, by the way, what do we always talk about with GSP? Oh, wait, no, that's Hoist Gracie. Where's my GSP? I got GSP somewhere.
He's back there, I think.
He wore the freaking gi, like Hoist Gracie. Guess what? This would not be allowed in the UFC or the PFL. Crazy. I mean, that's just crazy.
Didn't they argue that like gave an advantage?
These dudes, the Diaz
Frank,
brothers.
Doesn't mean in the fight.
Oh, jeez, Frank. They would show up wearing jeans. They would walk to the cage wearing jeans with a belt and boots. You know how legendary that is?
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Freaking hell, that's legendary shit.
But how do you monetize it? Actually, you probably can monetize it, and you could probably actually make a lot of money the same way WWE kind of like does merch. I feel like you could figure it out, but I feel like we lost this one. We got to move. Like the.
Okay, what else?
No matter how long we say this, it's
no, we're done.
Going to change.
This individual wants to know another Ariel live for UFC 316 in Newark.
Yeah, we talked about that. I'm sorry. We'll work on it. We'll get it. We'll get it back. Don't worry. We'll do it. We'll do it one of these days.
Yeah, no doubt. We're done.
Who the fuck is we?
Yeah, I don't know. What else?
Just mumbling.
Cole B asked Ariel and the crew, who would be your celebrity dream eulogy speaker at your funeral? They could be from the past, present, or the future, even a fictional person.
James Earl Jones.
God, what a morbid question.
I shout out to an individual that is born in 36 years from now named Fred. That's who I want.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I want, I guess, I don't know, my kids. I don't know.
Hey, kids, that's a good one.
You told me you want me to be a pallbearer. I can't even speak at your funeral,
bro. I want you at the very, very end.
I'm gonna heckle.
You emerge, and
they're gonna
everyone's
be like, "Oh, there's only nice things." I'm like, "Not all of us have nice things."
Who's gonna put him in the ground? Oh wait, who's that guy that he always said let him down?
Like, I've already put him down. I did it myself.
And then he pulls up, and everyone goes, "Who is this?" Because no one knows who Frank is.
Yeah,
that's the unveiling at the ceremony.
And then a sound drop from out of nowhere.
Breaking news drop.
Breaking news drops, and it's Frank.
If I God forbid, if something did happen to me and this is like gonna happen in the next year, do you guys think you'll laugh about this? Like, be like, isn't it kind of weird that we always joked about this and now here we are?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment, like at the ceremony or anything. I was thinking the dinner afterward.
Probably the dinner after. I'd be like, so you guys want to do something?
The dinner where we plotted.
There'll be a silence while we're all eating. All you'll hear is the fork and the knives clanking, and then someone will just start laughing, and then we'll all start laughing.
My favorite will be if we do have to do like the funeral arrangements, is making sure the colors are right, and then trying to compare it.
What?
Be like, does it look a little salmon, a little pink?
Oh, that. You think you guys will be in charge of all of this? Not my family.
No, we won't even be invited.
Right.
What up, Jacqueline, for details? Like, it's an e-invite. It's very 2010.
Ariel, you have an opportunity to do one of the funniest things ever, which is to actually write Frank into your will, like or something.
You know what? You're right.
You have you really do have a great opportunity here.
Oh, that's good stuff. Frank, what else?
We have one from Mark Trinidad.
Are we almost done? When is this going to end?
Wow.
Bro, this guy paid $27.99 Canadian.
Sorry.
First time
shout out
listener.
Mark. All right, shout out Mark.
I wanted to express my gratitude to you, Ariel, for being so patient with for being a comforting voice in many of my trials. You guys can't laugh through this. The podcasters are going to be like, what the?
Oh my God, he mailed us a gift? Frank, what the hell? You could have at least started this with like, hey, this is a really good one.
It just pops up on the screen. I'm reading this again.
Oh, this is incredible. When is this over? Heartfelt message from a longtime fan who's
go ahead. Sorry.
Lovingly sent this.
Put it back up, please.
Sorry. Yeah, please let him finish.
Mark Trinidad.
Give him
long-time listener, first-time poster. I wanted to express my gratitude to you, Ariel, for being a comforting voice in the many of my trials. I've mailed you a gift to arrive next week, a token of my appreciation to Unc Ariel.
Oh, and he called me Unc too? Mark, I love you. I'm sorry that we read that.
We read that?
Well, I just want to say I apologize on behalf of Frank for being so rude. That does not that does not represent how we feel about you, and we appreciate your support and hope that you are doing better in your trials and tribulations. We look forward to the gift. I'm not sure how or where you're sending it to or how you got our address, but hopefully it arrives. And I mean, $27.99. I wonder why that number in particular, but I love it, and we appreciate you. And
We'll save some of that for Danielle Cooper, who writes, just wanted to say, hey, love your show.
Wow. I was looking at our stats on YouTube, and I think it said something like 98% males watched the show and 2% females. So maybe Danielle is one of the 2%? If so,
definitely part of the 2%.
I don't know. I can't tell these days, No, I don't mean by...
They say they love the show, and your response is, thank you for being part of the minority?
Yeah, thank you for being the 2%.
All right.
Shout out to the 2%.
Yeah,
man.
shout out to the 2%.
Let's go get a couple gallons of 2% milk.
Much love, Danielle.
2%?
Oh, by the way, I just looked at the chat. Danielle just wrote.
Yeah, she's
not gonna lie. She says, Ariel is my savior at the moment, keeping me to routine and a distraction from all the bullshit. We're here for you, Danielle, every weekday at 1 p.m.
He speaks for all of us.
Much love. Yes. What else?
Lastly.
Oh.
Don't sound so excited.
It's been 4.5 hours.
Shrin Daddy writes in, shout out to the boys in the back, especially Frank.
Oh.
Best list in the biz.
Speaking of which,
I feel something here. I don't like how this transpired, but we're gonna let it go for now.
What's our list tomorrow?
Mexican dishes.
I thought it was Mexican movies.
Not at 5:30, Frank.
Oh wow!
Not the time. Inappropriate.
Oh
boy.
God.
There's another super chat.
Is there?
No.
From Frank.
I decide when we're done.
By the way, I did actually see another one. Did you?
There's a cutoff, Ariel. We have to respect.
All right. It was one about PFL. I don't even know how to. I saw it pop up. Oh, here it is. It's any free agents PFL could sign to fight Dakota. Maybe Justine Kish or Rina Kubota. That is the last one. That's from Jason Carney. Gosh, by the way, I'm curious to see what they do with Dakota. She's not a part of the tournament. They haven't announced any fights. Obviously, there's the Champion Series. Sitting in attendance, you saw that at UFC London. Dicey. Nah, I think she'll be back. But it is going to be very interesting to see how they book her, what they do with her. Just make her your PFL champion. Like make her the actual flyweight champion. What are we doing?
Do they have that? I still don't even know what the belts.
Like I know. I agree with you. Like Usman should be the lightweight champion. She should be the flyweight champion.
But is he? I don't know.
No, I don't think so. It's bizarre. C'est bizarre. In any event, what isn't bizarre is the show that we had today. What a day it has been. Two of my kids, by the way, have the Jackman flu right now. So let's just hope that
thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, that I'm spared. And tomorrow we've got the boys in the back, and on Friday we've got the crack with Pete Carroll. And oh, by the way, some breaking news for all of you before we go. We have heard your comments, your requests, your compliments, and I can let you know there was a question in the Substack about it. The post shows moving forward for the pay-per-views will be 3-Pac, myself, Pete, and Chuck. I had to actually, Chuck was very easy. Pete, he drove a hard bargain. We had to actually, work this out. It was a little bit tense for a moment, but we figured it out. So starting with 314, post shows will be myself, Pete, and Chuck. Watch parties will still be the same format that you have known and loved with GC and Rick here and the crew over there. So we're leveling up. We're working through the kinks. We're constantly updating. We're constantly working through things, and we're constantly loving our jobs. At least I speak for myself when I say that. Frankie, you can hear my music.
Who the fuck is we?
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
No. Speaking of which, my daughter has called me twice in the last 6 minutes. She is one of the two sick.
Damn it, Eric! Look what you've done.
Yeah.
Tough enough.
Wow. Clip that off.
Now we know how the
clip that off.
Circulates.
Clip that off. What a week. What a time. What a time to be alive, Frank.
I agree.
By the way, I haven't checked the
battery's dying on that. I could barely hear it.
No, it's just far away. I haven't checked the standings in our bracket mayhem pool. Anyone doing well? Any of us?
I think I've got 6 of the 8. teams in contention for my Elite Eight, but I'm not doing so hot.
Who's your winner?
Florida.
I'm in 259th. My national champion was knocked out in the first half of the first round. Yeah, Georgia, 27-3 out the gate.
You, Helwani?
I had St. John's.
Oh, boy. All right, so I'm ahead of you guys.
Steven is in first right now with 55 points. Huff and puff and blow this bracket down.
That's his name?
Yeah.
It's a long name.
Cole Shelton is in second, 54 points.
Cole Shelton of BJPenn.com fame.
Sure enough.
Wow.
Florida is the national champion. Drake, Alabama Slamma in third with 53 points.
Wait, Drake's in our pool.
I don't know what Drake it is.
Or Drake Riggs.
Aubrey Graham, Drake Riggs, Drake University.
Thank you very much to our guests, Charles Oliveira, Norma Dumont, Alex Pereira, and the great Baron Corbin. Back on Thursday, same time, places. Peace.